Welcome to another vixavon romance audiobook. We're excited to have you join us. Whether you're into second chance romance, enemies to lovers, fake marriage, or any other trope, vixavon offers you the chance to escape into stories that will carry you away into heart-pounding romance and gripping characters. While we want to get you the full experience, some parts of this audiobook are abridged to stay abreast of YouTube's community guidelines. If you want the full experience, you can always head to vixavon romance and use code VIXA40 to get the unabridged version of this audiobook for 40% off. Now sit back and enjoy the show.
Chapter 1. Rosie. The familiar symphony of the Sunrise Diner greets me as I push through the kitchen doors, plates clinking against each other, coffee brewing in perpetual cycles, and the steady hum of conversation that never quite dies down. I balance 3 plates on my left arm and grab a fourth with my right hand, muscle memory guiding my steps between tables packed too close together. Morning, honey. Mrs. Patterson waves from her usual corner booth, silver hair perfectly coiffed despite the early hour. The usual? 2 eggs over easy, wheat toast, and black coffee coming right up. I slide the plates I'm carrying to table 6 before circling back to her. How's your grandson doing with his baseball league? Oh, you're such a doll for remembering. Her weathered hands flutter over the menu she never actually reads. Little Tommy hit his first home run last week. That's wonderful. I scribble her order on my pad, though I could place it in my sleep. Mrs. Patterson has ordered the same breakfast every Tuesday and Thursday for the past 3 years. I'll get that started for you. The kitchen bell dings twice. Code for table 12 needs their check. I weave between a businessman typing furiously on his laptop and a young mother trying to convince her toddler that pancakes require actual eating, not just syrup finger painting. Here you go. I place the check beside the construction worker's empty plate. Tips from the blue-collar crowd tend to be better than the suit and tie types, even when the bills are smaller. Every dollar counts when you're juggling rent, groceries, and the electric bill that seems to grow larger each month. $347. That's what I need to cover everything this week, not counting the late fee on my student loan that I've been dodging like a professional boxer. Last month's diner receipts were down 15% according to Sal, our manager who loves sharing bad news with all the enthusiasm of someone announcing a root canal. Excuse me, miss? A woman at table 4 holds up her coffee cup. Could I get a warm-up? Of course. I grab the pot from the warmer, grateful for the routine task that keeps my hands busy while my brain does its daily arithmetic dance. Elijah's daycare costs $2.20 a week. Rent is $2,000 a month. Groceries run about $60 if I'm careful, avoid the name brands, and stick to the sales. The coffee splashes into her cup, steam rising between us. Anything else I can get for you? Actually, yes. She looks up from her phone with a genuine smile. My daughter's starting college next year, and I'm trying to remember what it was like to be that age. You look young enough to have recent experience. A laugh escapes before I can stop it. College feels like a lifetime ago, but it wasn't that long. I don't mention how pregnancy and single motherhood have a way of fast-tracking you through experiences most people take decades to navigate. Well, you handle this chaos beautifully. She gestures around the diner. Takes skill to keep track of all these orders and still smile. The comment hits differently than she probably intended. Smiling is part of the uniform here, just like the apron tied around my waist and the name tag pinned slightly crooked on my chest. Customers don't want to hear about how I lay awake, calculating whether I can afford Elijah's new shoes this month or next, or how many times I've refreshed my checking account balance, hoping some miracle deposit appeared overnight. Thank you. That's sweet of you to say. I top off her coffee again, muscle memory taking over while my thoughts spiral back to the numbers game that never stops playing in my head. The bell above the front door chimes, announcing another customer. I glance over to see Mr. Rodriguez settling into his usual spot at the counter. He owns the auto shop 3 blocks down and always orders the breakfast special with extra hash browns. "Morning, Mr. Rodriguez." I pour his coffee before he even asks. "You're an angel, Rosie." He unfolds his newspaper with practiced movements. "How's that boy of yours doing?" "Growing too fast and eating me out of house and home." It's the truth disguised as a joke, the way most single parents learn to package their struggles. That's what they're supposed to do. He chuckles, completely missing the financial weight behind my words. "My grandson's the same way. Hollow leg, my daughter calls it." I nod and move to the next table, where a young couple debates whether to split the pancakes or order separate plates. Their biggest concern seems to be calorie counts and weekend plans. I remember having problems that simple, back when my most pressing decision was which elective to take or whether to stay up late finishing a paper. The breakfast special costs $12.50. If Mr. Rodriguez leaves his usual $3 tip, that's $15.50 toward my weekly goal. $291.50 to go. My reflection catches in the coffee pot's surface. Tired eyes that makeup can't quite hide. Curly hair pulled back messily because there wasn't time to do anything fancy this morning. The woman who stares back looks older than 26, worn down by responsibilities that seemed impossible just a few years ago. The lunch rush won't start for another hour, leaving the diner in that peaceful lull where conversations drift at a comfortable volume and the coffee pot stops its frantic gurgling. I use the quiet moment to refill the sugar dispensers, but my eyes keep wandering to the space beneath the register, where my journal hides between yesterday's receipts and a stack of order pads. 3 months of lunch breaks and stolen moments have filled those pages with fragments of something that might actually become a real story. The manuscript started as scattered thoughts about a woman rebuilding her life, but somewhere between chapter 2 and 3, it transformed into something bigger. A story about finding strength in unexpected places and learning that broken doesn't mean worthless. I glance around the diner to make sure Sal isn't watching from his office, then slide the journal out just enough to glimpse the latest page. The words I wrote during yesterday's 15-minute break stare back at me. Maya pressed her forehead against the cool window of the subway car, watching the city blur past in streaks of light and shadow. She thought love meant safety, but sometimes the safest thing you could do was walk away. The parallel hits too close to home, like it always does when I write about characters making impossible choices. Maya's story isn't mine exactly, but the emotional landscape feels familiar. That territory between hope and heartbreak, where most of my real life seems to exist. "More coffee over here when you get a chance," calls the businessman at table 8, his laptop screen reflecting harsh blue light across his tired features. I tuck the journal back into its hiding spot and grab the coffee pot, but the words from my manuscript continue echoing in my head. Maya's story needs an ending, something I've been putting off because endings require decisions. And decisions about fictional love lives hit too close to decisions about real ones. The coffee pours in a steady stream, while my thoughts drift to the pages waiting to be written. Publishers want completed manuscripts, not half-finished dreams stuffed under diner counters. Agent websites talk about word counts and market trends like they're discussing the weather. All this industry knowledge I've absorbed during late-night research sessions while Elijah sleeps. 15,000 words down, maybe 20,000 to go. At this rate, I'll finish sometime next year, assuming I can maintain the stolen moments between coffee refills and customer complaints about over-easy eggs that aren't quite right. Fantastic, thanks. The businessman barely looks up from his screen, already lost in whatever corporate crisis demands his immediate attention. I move to wipe down the empty tables, but the familiar ache starts building in my chest. That hollow space where my writing dreams bump against reality. Other aspiring novelists probably have quiet apartments and scheduled writing time, not school pickup deadlines and bills that multiply faster than completed chapters. The memory hits without warning, the way they always do when I'm feeling particularly sorry for myself. Alexander's voice, confident and encouraging, floating across our shared dorm hallway during those late college nights when everything seemed possible. "You're going to be famous someday, Rosie. I can feel it." He'd sprawl across my bed while I typed on my ancient laptop, occasionally reading passages over my shoulder and making comments that actually improved the story. Back then, writing felt like something I did for fun, not this desperate scramble toward a future that might never arrive. "I'll be your first reader when you get published," he'd promised. Fingers tracing lazy patterns on my arm while I edited dialogue that now seems amateur compared to what I write today. The memory brings that familiar twist in my stomach, equal parts warmth and regret. Alexander believed in my talent before I even knew I had any real talent to believe in. He saw potential in my messy first drafts and encouraged the creative risk that scared me. But believing in someone's dreams and staying around to watch them come true are entirely different commitments, something I learned the hard way when reality crashed into our college bubble. I spray cleaning solution across table 9's surface, scrubbing harder than necessary to chase away the might-have-beens that still visit when my guard drops. Alexander probably doesn't remember those conversations about my writing career. 6 years creates a lot of distance, enough space for new priorities and different promises to other people. A burst of laughter from the corner booth breaks through my brooding, where a family with 3 kids under 10 attempts to negotiate the eternal breakfast battle between healthy choices and sugar-loaded cereals. "Mommy, can I have chocolate chip pancakes?" The youngest, maybe 5 years old, bounces in his seat with the kind of energy that makes hardened waitresses smile despite themselves. "You had cereal for breakfast at home?" His mother responds with the patient tone that only comes from years of similar negotiations. "How about we compromise with regular pancakes, and you can add some fruit?" The little boy considers this counteroffer with the seriousness of a Supreme Court justice. Tiny forehead wrinkled in concentration. "What kind of fruit? Blueberries or strawberries?" "Both." "Both." Something sharp and unexpected lodges in my throat watching this everyday moment play out. The easy affection between mother and child, the father reading menu options to their older daughter, the simple camaraderie and love between mother and father whenever they share a look. I wonder to myself, could I have had that life with Alexander? "Order up, Rosie," Sal yells, smacking on the bell. I sigh, wiping the exhaustion out of my eyes as I head over to the counter. "Coming."
Chapter 2. Alexander. The gleaming surfaces of Wilson Athletics' executive floor reflect everything I've worked toward and everything I'm trying to escape. 3 monitors curve around my desk like a digital fortress, displaying monthly projections, market analyses, and the kind of financial data that would make most people's eyes glaze over. But numbers never lie, unlike people, and right now they're telling me exactly how much work Dallas and I have ahead of us. My fingers hover over the keyboard, reviewing the forensic accounting report that details just how deep Oswald Wilson's corruption ran. Decades of embezzled funds, intimidation tactics, and creative bookkeeping that would impress the mob. The old bastard didn't just steal money. He poisoned the entire corporate culture, turning what should have been a thriving athletics company into his personal piggy bank. Jesus Christ! Why didn't anyone catch on? I lean back in the leather chair, processing numbers that make my stomach turn. 12 million in redirected funds. Ghost employees collecting paychecks for jobs that never existed. Vendor contracts inflated by 30%, with the extra cash flowing straight into offshore accounts. Dallas inherited this mess when his father fled to some non-extradition country, leaving behind a company on the verge of collapse and a son determined to rebuild from the ground up. Every C-suite executive who enabled Oswald's schemes got their walking papers within the first month of Dallas taking over. Clean slate, fresh start, all those optimistic corporate buzzwords that sound great in board meetings, but translate to 16-hour days and constant damage control. The door to my office opens without a knock, which means it's either Dallas or someone with a death wish. How bad is it today? Dallas drops into the chair across from my desk, looking like he's aged 5 years in the past 6 months. Dark circles under his eyes, tie loosened before noon, the general appearance of someone carrying the weight of a company's reputation on his shoulders. Scale of 1 to 10, about a 15-inch. I turn one of the monitors toward him, highlighting the latest discovery. Your old man had a shell company in the Cayman Islands. 3 different accounts, all feeding off the marketing budget. Of course he did. Dallas scrubs his hands over his face. Monica's going to love hearing this. She's already convinced I'm going to work myself into an early grave trying to fix his mistakes. How is Monica? And Matthew? I minimize the spreadsheet, giving Dallas my full attention. His family deserves better than competing with corporate disasters for his focus. She's good. Tired, but good. The baby's due in 4 months, and Matthew's convinced it's going to be a baby sister who'll want to play baseball with him. A genuine smile breaks through the corporate stress lines. It's the only thing keeping me sane some days, knowing I'm building something better for them. That familiar twist hits my chest, the one that shows up whenever Dallas mentions his family. Not jealousy exactly, but something close to it. He has what I've been running from. Stability, commitment, someone who gives a damn about whether he makes it home for dinner. My phone buzzes with a text from my mother, because apparently the universe has a sixth sense of timing. Darling, the Harworth daughter just moved back from London. Beautiful girl, trust fund, excellent breeding. I mentioned you might call. I delete the message without responding, but Dallas catches my expression. Let me guess. Your mother's playing matchmaker again? She's relentless. According to her, I'm a disappointment to the family name until I produce an heir with someone from the right social circle. I toss my phone into the desk drawer, wishing I could do the same with parental expectations. Apparently, my success in business means nothing if I can't find a suitable partner to complete the picture. Suitable according to who? The same people who think happiness is measured by trust fund balances and country club memberships. The bitterness in my voice surprises even me. They want me to marry someone who'll look good at charity galas and produce children who'll carry on the Wilmington legacy. Love doesn't factor into their equation. Dallas leans forward, his expression shifting from corporate exhaustion to something more personal. You know, I used to think the same way about love and business being separate equations. Used to? Before Monica came back into my life. He runs his thumb along his wedding ring, a habit I've noticed whenever he talks about her. We were together in college, completely crazy about each other. Then life happened. Families got involved. Expectations piled up. I thought I had to choose between building something meaningful and being with her. The familiar weight of regret settles in my chest. How long were you apart? Almost 6 years. 6 goddamn years where I convinced myself I was better off focusing on business, on meeting everyone else's expectations. Dallas's voice carries the kind of pain that only comes from genuine loss. I dated other people, went through the motions, told myself I was over her. But every woman I met got measured against Monica, and nobody ever came close. 6 years. The same amount of time since I walked away from the one person who actually mattered. What changed? She moved back to New York with Matthew, my son. The words carry a weight that makes my chest tighten. She never told me she was pregnant. Spent 6 years raising our kid alone because she thought I'd chosen my career over her. Which, let's be honest, I had. The air in my office suddenly feels too thin. Jesus, Dallas. The worst part? She was right. When we broke up, I was so focused on proving myself, on building something impressive, that I didn't fight for what we had. I let her walk away because it was easier than figuring out how to balance love and ambition. He meets my eyes with the kind of directness that cuts through anything. Don't make the same mistake I did, Alex. Don't let pride in other people's expectations cost you the one person who actually matters. My mind drifts, unbidden, to a warm September afternoon 7 years ago. Rosie sitting cross-legged on my dorm room floor, surrounded by notebooks and coffee cups, her hair catching the sunlight streaming through the window. She always wrote by hand first, claiming the physical connection between pen and paper helped her think. Her tongue would dart out slightly when she concentrated, and she'd twist a curl around her finger when a particularly stubborn sentence wouldn't cooperate. "You're going to change the world with those stories," I told her, meaning every word. She'd looked up from her notebook, those warm brown eyes sparkling with the kind of confidence that only comes from genuine passion. "Maybe. But I'm going to change yours first." And she had. Rosie made everything brighter, more meaningful. She challenged my assumptions about success and happiness, made me question whether following my parents' predetermined path was worth sacrificing what we had together. When I was with her, the pressure to live up to the Wilmington name faded into background noise. "Earth to Alex." Dallas's voice snaps me back to the present. "Where'd you go?" "College." The word comes out rougher than intended. "There was someone. Rosie. We were together for 2 years." "What happened?" The question I've been avoiding for years. "I got the opportunity to drop out and start a tech company with some guys on the West Coast. Big potential, serious investors, the kind of chance that doesn't come around twice." I leaned back in my chair, remembering the weight of that decision. My parents were furious about me leaving school, but they came around when they saw the profit projections. Dallas waits, letting the silence stretch until I'm forced to continue. "Rosie wanted to come with me. She was willing to transfer schools, put her writing dreams on hold, whatever it took to make it work. The memory hits like a physical blow. But I convinced myself I was being noble by walking away. Told her she deserved someone who could give her stability, not drag her across the country for some startup that might fail. But it didn't fail. No, it didn't. The success tastes bitter now. 3 companies later, I've got more money than I know what to do with. Patents worth millions, and a reputation that opens doors across the country. Everything I thought I wanted. Except her. The admission hangs between us like a confession. Except her. Some nights I lie awake wondering what would have happened if I'd asked her to come. If I'd been brave enough to believe we could build something together instead of assuming love was a luxury I couldn't afford. Dallas sighs. "Well, Alex, I hope life gives you a second chance like it did for me." "No, not a chance." I laugh, shaking my head. "I think it's too late for me. Love has forgotten about me, and I deserve that, because I'm an idiot."
Chapter 3. Rosie. The apartment settles quietly around me, broken only by the gentle hum of the refrigerator and the distant murmur of traffic 3 stories below. Elijah's been asleep for 2 hours, his small form curled under the dinosaur comforter we found at a thrift store last month. I peek into his room one more time, adjusting the nightlight that casts dancing shapes across the ceiling, something he insists keeps the monsters away. Back in the living room that doubles as my office, I clear away the remnants of our evening routine. Elijah's art supplies scattered across the coffee table, crayons missing their caps, construction paper covered in his latest masterpiece. A drawing of us holding hands under what he calls the biggest rainbow in Brooklyn. His interpretation of our world always manages to be more colorful than reality. I fold the small blanket we used during our impromptu living room fort earlier, when he decided the couch needed to become a spaceship bound for Jupiter. "Mama, can we take snacks to space?" he'd asked, with the kind of seriousness only a 5-year-old can muster when discussing interplanetary travel logistics. Of course, baby. Astronauts need fuel for their adventures. Now the apartment belongs to me again, transformed into something entirely different once the sun goes down. I push the coffee table against the wall, creating space for the small desk I assembled myself 3 moves ago. The laptop waits where I left it, screen dark but somehow expectant, like it knows these night hours belong to the stories living in my head. The kitchen calls first, though. I fill the kettle and set it on the stove, muscle memory guiding me through the ritual that signals the transition from mother to writer. Chamomile tea tonight, something to calm the restless energy that always builds when Elijah's asleep and my mind finally has permission to wander. While the water heats, I lean against the counter and survey our kingdom. Modest doesn't begin to cover it. The entire apartment could fit inside the living room of the house I grew up in, but every corner holds something that matters. Elijah's school photos magnetized to the refrigerator, showing his gap-toothed grin evolving from preschool to kindergarten. Books stacked on every available surface because shelf space remains a luxury we can't afford. The single window that faces east, where morning light streams in and turns our small space golden. This place represents everything I've built from scratch. Every piece of furniture tells a story of careful budgeting and creative problem-solving. The dining table came from a neighbor who was moving. The bookshelf materialized during a particularly good week when freelance checks were bigger than usual. Even the laptop, my most precious possession, represents months of saving $20 here, $50 there, until I could afford something reliable enough to handle my dreams. The kettle whistles, sharp and insistent. I pour steaming water over the tea bag, watching it steep while my mind shifts gears from the practical concerns of single motherhood to the fictional worlds waiting in my documents folder. Back at the desk, I settle into the secondhand office chair that squeaks whenever I lean back too far. The laptop screen flickers to life, displaying the desktop wallpaper. A photo of Elijah and me at Prospect Park last summer, both of us laughing at something he'd said about the ducks wearing invisible hats. I click open the document labeled Chapter 12, and the words I wrote before dinner stare back at me. The cursor blinks at the end of an incomplete sentence, waiting for me to pick up the thread of a story that's been consuming my thoughts for months. Maya pulled her coat tighter against the wind that seemed determined to strip away everything she thought she knew about starting over. The apartment key felt foreign in her palm, metal warming under her grip as she stood before the door that represented both ending and beginning. Maya. Single mother, creative spirit, survivor of circumstances that tried to break her, but only made her more determined. She's not me exactly, but she carries pieces of my story. The late-night worry sessions when money runs too thin, the fierce protection that rises when anyone suggests a child needs 2 parents to thrive, the quiet moments when exhaustion and hope wage war in the same heartbeat. I delete the last sentence and try again. Maya pressed her forehead against the apartment door, key still clutched in her fist. Behind this door waited the life she'd chosen over the one others expected her to accept. No safety net, no backup plan. Just her and Emma and the unshakable belief that love could be enough, better. The cursor blinks steadily, a metronome keeping time with my restless thoughts. Maya's story should flow easily tonight, single mother finding her strength, building something meaningful from nothing. Instead, my fingers hover over the keys while my mind drifts somewhere I've trained it not to go. Alexander Wilmington. His name surfaces like a bubble breaking through water I thought I'd learned to hold my breath under. 6 years of deliberate forgetting, and still he manages to slip through the defenses I've constructed around that part of my heart. I take a sip of chamomile tea, hoping the warmth will chase away the sudden chill that settles in my chest whenever I allow myself to remember. The apartment feels different now, smaller somehow. Not cozy small like it did 10 minutes ago, but suffocating small. The silence that usually welcomes my writing feels heavy tonight, pressing down with the weight of everything I don't say out loud. Maya pressed her forehead against the apartment door, key still clutched in her fist. But Maya has Emma, and Emma has Maya. And that's supposed to be enough. It is enough. Most days, it's more than enough. It's everything. Tonight isn't most days. I lean back in the squeaky chair and stare at the window where darkness reflects my own image back at me. Somewhere across this city, Alexander probably sits in an office that costs more per month than I make in 3. Or maybe he's in some trendy restaurant, sharing wine with someone whose biggest decision today wasn't whether to buy the name brand pasta sauce or stick with generic. The thought shouldn't sting, but it does. Not because I want that life, I've never wanted that life, but because I wonder if he ever thinks about me during his normal Tuesday evenings. If he remembers the way we used to share cheap Chinese takeout on his dorm room floor. Debating whether the fortune cookies actually contained wisdom or just random platitudes designed to make people feel special. The best journeys begin with a single step toward the unknown. Mine had read that last night we were together. I'd laughed and called it fortune cookie nonsense. He'd kissed me quiet and whispered, "Maybe it's trying to tell you something." 2 weeks later, I took that step toward the unknown. Away from him, away from the life we'd started planning in those hazy conversations that happen when you're 20 and convinced love conquers practical concerns like money and family expectations and the weight of dreams pulling in opposite directions. I force my attention back to the screen, but Maya's story feels thin compared to the one playing in my head. The real story. The one where a girl finds out she's pregnant 3 weeks after she breaks up with her boyfriend and has to choose between the future she was promised and the mother she wants to become. My phone buzzes on the desk, startling me from thoughts that have grown too heavy for this small space. A text from my editor at the online magazine where I freelance. "Can you take the wellness piece for Thursday? 1,000 words on self-care for busy parents. $300. I reply immediately. Yes. Send details. $300 means groceries for 2 weeks and maybe enough left over to buy Elijah the light-up sneakers he's been asking for since school started. It means another step forward in building the life I chose. But typing those words, self-care for busy parents, brings back the loneliness with fresh intensity. Who takes care of the caretaker? Who listens when I need to talk through the impossible decisions that come with raising a human being while trying to chase dreams that sometimes feel as far away as Jupiter? I used to have someone for that. Someone who knew how to read the space between my words, who could make me laugh when everything felt too serious, who believed in my writing even when I doubted every word. Alexander used to read my stories before anyone else. He'd sit cross-legged on his narrow dorm bed, my printed pages in his hands, completely absorbed in whatever world I'd created that week. When he finished, he'd look up with that expression that made my chest tight, pride mixed with something deeper, like he was seeing parts of me I hadn't shown him yet. "You're going to be something special, Rosie. I mean, you already are. But the world's going to figure it out eventually. The world hasn't figured it out yet. I'm 26 years old, writing wellness articles for $300, while my novel sits half-finished on my laptop, and sometimes I wonder if I'm fooling myself. If maybe loving someone and being loved in return isn't the compromise I convinced myself it would be. But then I think about Elijah, asleep in his dinosaur-themed room, and I know I made the right choice. It's been a difficult path to get here, without a doubt. My son makes it all worth it. He has given me purpose, and nothing can take it away, not even the memories of his father.
Chapter 4. Alexander. The bell above Sunrise Diner's door chimes as Dallas pushes through, and I follow him into the warm interior that smells like coffee and bacon grease. The place has character. Red vinyl booths worn smooth by decades of conversations, black and white checkered floors that have seen better days, but still shine under the fluorescent lights, and a long counter where regulars perch on spinning stools like they own the place. Table or booth? Dallas asks, already scanning the dining room. Booth. We're going to need space to spread out these reports. He nods toward a corner booth near the back, away from the handful of other late-evening diners. Perfect for the kind of conversation that involves words like embezzlement and financial restructuring. The kind of conversation that's been consuming my life for the past 3 months since I took this job. We slide into opposite sides of the booth, and I immediately pull out my tablet and the folder of documents that never seems to get any thinner no matter how many problems we solve. Dallas looks tired, the kind of bone-deep exhaustion that comes from inheriting a company your father spent years systematically destroying. I still can't believe he thought he could hide it forever. Dallas runs a hand through his hair, the same gesture he's been making since high school whenever stress gets to him. 20 years of skimming funds, Alex, 20 years. The good news is we've traced most of it. The bad news is getting it back is going to be like performing surgery with a sledgehammer. I flip open the folder and spread out the financial statements that tell the story of Wilson Athletics' near collapse. Numbers don't lie, unlike the man who spent 2 decades cooking the books, while his son believed the company was thriving. How much are we talking about total? Conservative estimate? $3.2 million. That's what we can prove. There's probably more buried in accounts we haven't found yet. Dallas whistles low. No wonder the credit line dried up. Banks aren't stupid. No, they're not. But they're also not unreasonable. Once we show them the cleanup plan and the new oversight protocols, we can start rebuilding trust. The numbers stare back at me from the pages, each one representing a choice his father made to prioritize his own comfort over the company's future. It's the kind of betrayal that cuts deep, especially for someone like Dallas who worshipped the ground his old man walked on. What about expanding the accounting department? You mentioned bringing in fresh eyes. I lean back against the vinyl booth, considering the options we've discussed a dozen times already. We need at least 2 more certified accountants, and maybe a forensic specialist on retainer. The complexity of untangling this mess is beyond what I can handle alone, especially while trying to keep the day-to-day operations running smoothly. Budget for that? I can make it work if we're smart about it. Start with contract positions, see who fits the company culture, then bring the best ones on full-time. Dallas nods, but I can see the weight of responsibility sitting heavy on his shoulders. Taking over Wilson Athletics should have been a celebration, the culmination of years of preparation. Instead, it's become an exercise in damage control and trust rebuilding. Movement in my peripheral vision catches my attention, a waitress approaching our table with coffee pot in hand. I glance up from the financial statements, ready to order something that'll help fuel the next few hours of number crunching. Time stops. Rosie Davis stands beside our booth, coffee pot steady in her grip despite the shock that registers across her face before she can school her expression into professional neutrality. 6 years dissolve in the space of a heartbeat, and suddenly I'm 20 years old again, falling in love with a girl who could make words dance across a page like magic. She's changed. Her hair is curlier than ever now, styled in a way that frames her face differently. And there's something in her eyes that wasn't there before, a guardedness that speaks to experiences I wasn't part of. But she's still beautiful in that effortless way that used to make me forget whatever I was supposed to be doing. Coffee. Her voice is steady, professional, like she's never seen me before in her life. Dallas looks between us, clearly sensing the sudden shift in atmosphere but not understanding its source. Please, and can we get a couple of minutes to look at the menu? Of course. She pours coffee into our cups with practiced efficiency, not spilling a drop despite the fact that her hand trembles almost imperceptibly. I'll be back in a few. She turns to walk away, but I can't let her disappear into the diner's bustle like we're strangers. Rosie. The word comes out more forcefully than I intended. She freezes mid-step, her shoulders tensing before she slowly turns back to face our table. The mask of professional politeness slips for just a moment, revealing something raw and vulnerable underneath. I'm sorry. Do we know each other? The question sounds rehearsed, like she's been practicing it in case this moment ever came. Dallas's eyebrows shoot up. He knows that name from my stories, even if he never met her. The girl I couldn't shut up about for years. The one who disappeared from my life without a trace. You know damn well we do. I keep my voice quiet, not wanting to make a scene, but firm enough that she understands I'm not playing along with this charade. Her jaw tightens almost imperceptibly. I think you have me confused with someone else. Rosie Davis, English major at Columbia, wanted to be the next Toni Morrison. Used to steal my fries at the campus diner because you claimed yours never tasted as good as mine. Each detail lands like a small bomb, chipping away at her pretense. Color drains from her face, but she doesn't break character. Like I said, I think you're mistaken. But her voice wavers on the last word, and I see the exact moment she realizes I'm not going to let this go. 6 years of wondering what happened to her. 6 years of questions that never got answered. And now she's standing 3 feet away, pretending we're complete strangers. Alex. Dallas's voice cuts through the tension. What's going on? I don't take my eyes off Rosie. This is the girl I told you about. The one from college. Understanding dawns on Dallas's face, followed immediately by the kind of awkwardness that comes when you realize you've stumbled into the middle of someone else's unfinished business. Rosie's professional mask finally cracks completely. I have other tables to serve. We're not done talking. Yes, we are. The words come out sharp, defensive. I don't know what kind of game you think you're playing, but I'm working. This is my job. Then do your job. But stop pretending you don't know me. It's insulting to both our intelligence. She opens her mouth to respond, then seems to think better of it. Instead, she turns on her heel and walks toward the counter, coffee pot clutched like a weapon in her grip. Dallas whistles softly. Well, that was intense. You want to tell me what just happened? I watch Rosie's retreating form, noting the way she moves with the fluid efficiency of someone who's been waiting tables for a while. This isn't a temporary gig between writing assignments. This is her life now. That was my past walking up to our table and pretending it never existed. The financial statements spread across our booth suddenly seemed less important than the woman standing behind the counter, whispering urgently to another waitress while glancing in our direction every few seconds. This is the first time in 6 years that I've seen her again. The woman who has haunted me wherever I go. And now she thinks she can pretend nothing ever happened between us? No way in hell I'm letting that slide.
Chapter 5. Rosie. My hands shake as I set the coffee pot down on the counter with more force than necessary, the ceramic clinking against the formica surface. The sound echoes in my ears, amplified by the adrenaline coursing through my system, like I've just run a marathon instead of walking 20 feet away from a booth. Alexander Wilmington. Here. In my diner. 6 years of carefully constructed walls, 6 years of building a life that doesn't include him, and he shows up looking like he stepped out of a magazine spread. Still tall. Still devastatingly handsome. Still carrying himself with that confidence that used to make my knees weak. The kind of confidence that comes from never having to worry about rent or whether your son has outgrown his shoes again. You okay, honey? Maria appears beside me, her weathered face creased with concern. She's worked here longer than anyone, has seen every type of drama play out between these walls. You look like you're about to pass out. More like a living, breathing reminder of every mistake I've ever made. Actually, Maria, I need a huge favor. I grab her arm, probably tighter than I should, but desperation makes people do crazy things. Can you take table 7 for me? The 2 guys in the corner booth? She glances over my shoulder toward Alexander and his friend, taking in the expensive suits and the papers spread across their table like they're conducting some high-level business meeting. The suits? Sure, but why? They giving you trouble? Nothing like that. I know one of them from before, and I really can't handle serving them right now. Maria's expression shifts to understanding. She's been around long enough to recognize the signs of a woman trying to avoid her past. Personal history? Something like that. Say no more. I got it. She pats my shoulder with the kind of maternal affection that makes my throat tight. You take my section, I'll handle the suits. Relief floods through me so quickly I feel lightheaded. Thank you. Seriously, thank you. But as I watch Maria approach their booth with fresh confidence, I realize switching tables isn't going to be enough. My whole body feels like it's vibrating at a frequency only dogs can hear. Every time I glance toward the corner booth, Alexander's piercing blue eyes seem to find mine across the crowded diner, even when he's supposedly focused on his conversation. This isn't working. I can't concentrate on anything except the weight of his presence in my space, the way his voice carries over the ambient noise of clinking dishes and casual conversation like it's the only sound that matters. The way he said my name, firm, demanding, like he has every right to my attention after all these years. My stomach churns, though whether from genuine nausea or pure anxiety, I can't tell. The distinction doesn't matter. Both feel equally legitimate right now. I make my way toward the kitchen, weaving between tables and trying to project the kind of calm competence my regulars expect from me. Inside, though, I'm falling apart piece by piece, like a house of cards in a windstorm. Sal? I lean against the pass-through window, watching him flip burgers with the efficiency of someone who's been working this grill for 30 years. Grease splatters and steam rise around him like he's conducting some kind of culinary symphony. He doesn't look up from the grill. What? I need to clock out early. My stomach's killing me. Now he glances at me, taking in whatever expression I'm wearing that must look convincing enough. Sal's not the type to coddle his employees, but he's also not heartless. You look like hell. Food poisoning? Maybe. I don't know. It just hit me all at once. He grunts, which in Sal speak translates to grudging acceptance. Fine. But I'm docking your pay for the hours you're missing. That's fair. And you better not be pulling this crap because some customer pissed you off. I don't have time for dramatics. The accusation stings because it's close enough to the truth to hurt. It's not dramatics. I genuinely feel sick. Uh-huh. He slides 2 plates toward the pass-through. Well, get going. And take care of yourself, kid. Thanks, Sal. I mean it. He waves me off with a greasy spatula, already focused on the next order. That's Sal for you. Gruff exterior, but he's looked out for me more times than I can count since I started working here. The employee break room sits tucked behind the kitchen like an afterthought, cramped and windowless with fluorescent lighting that makes everyone look like they're recovering from the flu. The metal lockers line one wall, their green paint chipped and peeling from years of abuse. Mine's third from the left, combination lock that sticks half the time. I spin the dial with fingers that still won't stop trembling. Right to 15, left to 32, right to 8. The lock clicks open on the second try, a small mercy in what's shaping up to be a thoroughly cursed day. My purse sits on the top shelf next to my emergency cardigan and a pair of flats I keep for when my feet start screaming halfway through a shift. Nothing fancy, just the necessities of a woman who's learned to pack light and move fast when circumstances require it, which, apparently, they do today. I grab my things and slam the locker shut with more force than necessary, the metallic clang echoing in the small space. The sound reminds me of cell doors closing, though I've never been in jail. Just feels like I'm trapped anyway, caught between the past I've spent years running from and a present that suddenly feels impossibly complicated. The back exit beckons from the end of a narrow hallway, lined with boxes of supplies and cleaning equipment. It's the service entrance, used mainly for deliveries and the occasional employee who needs to step out for a smoke break. Most customers don't even know it exists, which makes it perfect for what I'm attempting. A strategic retreat that doesn't involve walking past Alexander's table. The afternoon sun hits my face as I push through the heavy door, harsh and unforgiving after the dim interior of the diner. I blink against the brightness, adjusting my purse strap and trying to orient myself toward the bus stop 3 blocks away. If I move fast and keep my head down, I can disappear into the city crowd before anyone notices I'm gone. That's the plan anyway. Simple, straightforward, foolproof. Rosie. The voice stops me dead in my tracks, sends ice water through my veins despite the warm afternoon air. Because of course he saw me, of course he followed me, of course my one attempt at a clean getaway gets derailed by the same man who's been derailing my life since I was 20 years old. I don't turn around, can't turn around. If I look at him again, if I see those blue eyes and that perfectly styled hair, and the way his expensive suit probably fits like it was made for his body, which it probably was, I'm going to lose what's left of my composure. Don't. The word comes out sharper than I intended, laced with 6 years of buried resentment and carefully controlled anger. Just don't. But he's already moving closer. I can hear his footsteps on the asphalt, the confident stride of a man who's used to getting what he wants when he wants it. The sound makes my skin crawl and my heart race in equal measure, a combination that leaves me feeling dizzy and off balance. I need to talk to you. No, you don't. I spin around to face him, which turns out to be a tactical error of epic proportions, because seeing him up close again, without the buffer of distance and other people, and the safety of being behind the counter, hits me right in the heart. He's taller than I remembered, broader. The suit is charcoal gray and tailored within an inch of its life, the kind of clothing that costs more than I could hope to make. His hair catches the sunlight, still those beautiful dark locks that used to slip through my fingers like silk. And his eyes, Jesus, his eyes. They're the same piercing blue that used to make me forget my own name, except now they're focused on me with an intensity that makes breathing feel like a conscious effort. You look good. His voice is lower than it used to be, rougher around the edges, like he's been through things that changed more than just his bank account. Really good. The compliment shouldn't affect me, shouldn't send warmth spiraling through my chest, or make my stupid heart skip beats like it's auditioning for a teenage romance novel. But my body apparently didn't get the memo about how much I'm supposed to hate him, because it responds to his presence like no time has passed at all. Don't do that. I take a step backward, trying to put space between us that doesn't seem to matter. He fills up whatever space exists anyway, his presence overwhelming and magnetic, in a way that makes me want to run toward him and away from him simultaneously. Do what? Charm me. Flirt. Whatever this is. I gesture vaguely at his face, at the slight smile playing around the corners of his mouth, like he finds my discomfort amusing. It's not going to work this time around. Rosie, please. I'm just trying to talk, to catch up. There's nothing to catch up on, Alexander. Please just let me walk away.
Danger, desire, secrets that could kill.
Ooh, baby, you already know I'm staying for this ride.
8 full-length audiobooks. Stories tangled with mystery, betrayal, and the kind of passion you can't outrun.
Oh, these heroes? They'll pin you to the wall 1 second and save your life the next. Talk about multitasking.
Assassins, billionaires, men with dangerous pasts, and women strong enough to match them, secret for secret.
Right now, you're snatching this up at a wild 70% off.
8 stories, endless passion, a love worth dying for.
Click the link and buckle up, honey. 'Cause this ain't just romance.
The Romantic Suspense Audiobook Bundle. Love has never been this dangerous.
Vixavon romance.
Chapter 6. Alexander. Watching her try to walk away from me feels like taking a punch to the gut. Every instinct I have screams at me to let her go, to respect the boundaries she's clearly trying to establish. But I can't. 6 years of wondering, of regret, of building an empire that feels hollow without her in it. All of that crashes together in this moment behind a greasy diner, and I find myself stepping forward instead of back. Wait. I reach out, not quite touching her, but close enough that she freezes. Please, 5 minutes. That's all I'm asking. She turns to face me fully again. And Christ, she's even more beautiful than I remembered. Her dark eyes flash with an emotion I can't quite read. Anger, hurt, maybe something else underneath it all. The afternoon sun catches the highlights in her hair. Those perfect curls that used to spill across my pillow on Sunday mornings when we'd stay in bed until noon. You don't get to ask me for anything. Her voice carries an edge sharp enough to draw blood. You lost that right when you decided your precious startup was more important than... She cuts herself off, jaw clenching like she's biting back words that would do real damage. More important than what? I need to hear her say it, even though I already know. Even though the knowledge has been eating at me for 6 years. Forget it. This is pointless. She adjusts her purse strap with jerky movements like her hands can't quite stay steady. I have somewhere I need to be. Rosie, come on. We were important to each other once. That has to count for something. The laugh she lets out is bitter. Nothing like the warm sound I used to love hearing first thing in the morning. Important? Is that what you call it? Because I seem to remember you making it pretty clear exactly how important I was when you packed up and moved 3,000 miles away without so much as a goodbye. The accusation hits exactly where she intended it to. That's not... It wasn't like that. The opportunity in Silicon Valley, it was what? Your big break? Your chance to make something of yourself? She shakes her head, dark curls catching the light. Save it, Alexander. I heard all the justifications 6 years ago. How this was your shot, how you couldn't pass it up, how you'd call, and we'd figure it out long distance. I didn't want that. Rosie, I tried. You tried what? To dangle a carrot in front of my face while she made plans elsewhere. Her eyes narrow, and I can see the hurt she's been carrying all this time. Then radio silence. No explanation, no closure. Just nothing. The truth sits heavy in my chest, too complicated to explain in 5 minutes behind a diner. How the company consumed every waking moment, how the pressure nearly broke me, how I convinced myself she was better off without me dragging her down into the chaos of startup life. How by the time I realized what a massive mistake I'd made, too much time had passed, and my pride wouldn't let me crawl back. You're right. The admission cost me more than it should. I handled it badly. I was young and stupid, and now you're older and richer. She looks me up and down, taking in the expensive suit and watch that probably costs more than most people make in a year. Congratulations. I hope it was worth it. The sarcasm in her voice stings, but I deserve every bit of it. Money isn't everything, Rosie. Funny. It seemed to be everything to you back then. We stand there for a moment, the weight of 6 years of unspoken resentment hanging between us like smoke. I want to reach for her, to bridge the gap that feels impossibly wide, despite the fact that we're standing close enough to touch. But something about her posture, the way she holds herself like she's ready to bolt at any second, keeps me frozen in place. Look. I run a hand through my hair, probably messing up the styling that cost me $50 this morning. I know I messed up. I know I have no right to just show up here and expect you to. You don't. She crosses her arms over her chest, and the movement draws my attention to the way her uniform shirt fits across her curves. Still perfect. Still devastating. You really don't. But I'm here now. And I'd like to try to make things right between us. Make things right? She lets out another laugh, this one even sharper than the last. What does that even mean, Alexander? Are you planning to apologize your way back 6 years? Going to wave your magic checkbook and make everything better? That's not what I meant. Then what did you mean? Because from where I'm standing, it looks like a successful businessman who's feeling nostalgic about his college girlfriend. Maybe wondering what might have been now that you've conquered the West Coast and you're back in town for... What business? Pleasure? The question hangs in the air between us, and I can see her waiting for an answer that makes sense of why I'm here, why I'm disrupting whatever peace she's managed to build without me. The truth feels too raw to speak aloud, but I owe her at least that much honesty. Business, actually. I clear my throat, buying myself a second to figure out how much to reveal. I'm the new CFO at Wilson Athletics. Dallas Wilson, he was in there with me just now. His father left the company in a mess, and Dallas asked me to help clean it up. Something flickers across her face at the mention of Dallas. Recognition, maybe, or surprise. Dallas Wilson. I think I've read news about him recently. He was in the New York Times. That's the one. He's married, has a kid. Another one on the way. And he gave me this opportunity to come back to New York City. I shove my hands deeper into my pockets, trying to look casual, when everything about this conversation feels like walking through a minefield. So, yeah, I'm back in town. Permanently, it looks like. The word permanently seems to make her grimace. Her spine straightens, and I watch her rebuild whatever walls I might have started to chip away at. How nice for you. I'm sure Dallas is thrilled to have his old friend help bail him out. There's an edge to her voice that cuts deeper than it should, like she's already writing me off as the same privileged jerk who walked away from everything that mattered. Maybe she's not wrong, but the judgment in her tone makes my jaw clench. It's not exactly a bailout. Wilson Athletics is a solid company with good bones. It just needs someone who understands numbers to get the finances back on track. Right. Of course. She shifts her weight from one foot to the other, and I catch myself tracking the movement, remembering how she used to do that exact same thing when she was anxious or trying to end a conversation she didn't want to be having. Well, I'm sure you'll do great. You always were good with numbers. The compliment, if it even is one, feels backhanded, like she's acknowledging my skills while simultaneously dismissing everything else about me. It stings more than it should, especially coming from someone who used to believe in me when I barely believed in myself. What about you? I ask before I can stop myself. How have you been? What are you doing when you're not? I gesture vaguely toward the diner, realizing too late how condescending that might sound. I mean, besides work? Her expression hardens, and I know I've stepped in it. Besides work? You mean besides the job that pays my bills and keeps a roof over my head? She shakes her head, those perfect curls catching the afternoon light again. I write. I've actually managed to get some freelance work, magazine articles mostly, working on a novel when I can find the time. Pride flashes through me before I can stop it. She always wanted to be a writer, spent hours crafting stories that could make me laugh or break my heart with equal ease. The fact that she's pursuing it, that she's making it work somehow, shouldn't surprise me. Rosie was always stronger than she gave herself credit for. That's amazing. I'm glad you're... Don't... She holds up a hand and the gesture is so sharp it actually makes me take a step back. Don't act like you're happy for me. Don't pretend you kept wondering about my life after you decided it wasn't worth being part of anymore. The accusation hits like a sucker punch because it's both completely wrong and absolutely accurate. I did wonder. I wondered constantly, especially in those first few years. I'd find myself Googling her name at 3 a.m, checking social media she'd never joined, driving myself crazy with questions about whether she was okay, whether she found someone who could give her what I couldn't. You're right, I say quietly. I don't have the right to ask. But that doesn't mean I stopped caring about what happened to you. Something dangerous flickers in her dark eyes. Caring? You want to talk about caring? Where was all that caring when... She cuts herself off again, biting down on whatever she was about to say. Never mind. It doesn't matter anymore. But it does matter. I can see it in the way her hands shake slightly when she thinks I'm not looking, in the careful distance she maintains between us, in the brittleness around the edges of her voice. Whatever I did when I left, whatever damage I caused, it's still sitting right there between us like an open wound. Are you... The question sticks in my throat for a second before I force it out. Are you seeing anyone? In a relationship? The laugh that escapes her is short and sharp. Are you seriously asking me that right now? I just want to know if you're happy. If someone's taking care of you the way you should have. The words come out like bullets. Yes, Alexander. I'm with someone. Someone who actually sticks around when I need them to. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'd appreciate it if you left me alone. For both of our sakes. Without a warning, she walks away. And I watch her go. Jealousy boils up within me at the thought of Rosie sharing a bed with another man. Who is he? What does he do? Does he treat her right? Does he love her as she deserves? All those questions swirl around my head as I slowly make my way back inside the diner where Dallas waits for me. This won't be the last time I see Rosie. Not a chance. I'm too enamored with her. She owns a piece of me and she hasn't let go. And from the looks of it, I know that I still own a piece of her too.
Chapter 7. Rosie. The eggs sizzle in the pan, but my mind isn't on breakfast. It's stuck on yesterday afternoon, replaying every word, every look, every moment I stood there trying to pretend Alexander Wilmington didn't still affect me like I'm some lovesick teenager. Mama, you're burning the eggs. Elijah's voice snaps me back to reality. I quickly flip them, cursing under my breath, when I see the brown edges. Perfect. Now my cooking matches my mental state, slightly charred around the edges. Sorry, baby. Just thinking about work stuff. I slide the eggs onto his plate next to the toast, trying to ignore how the morning light streaming through our small kitchen window catches the golden highlights in his curly hair. Hair that's a shade darker than mine, with a texture that speaks to genetics I've spent 5 years trying not to think about. You always think about work stuff. He picks up his fork, studying me with those big brown eyes that are so much like mine, but somehow hold an intensity that makes my chest tight. But you never make that face when you think about work. Smarty pants. Too smart for his own good sometimes. I pour myself another cup of coffee, hoping the caffeine will wash away the lingering taste of yesterday's conversation. The way Alexander looked in that expensive suit, all sharp lines and confident posture. How his blue eyes still did that thing where they seemed to see straight through whatever mask I was wearing. What face am I making? I ask, settling into the chair across from him at our tiny table. Our kitchen barely fits the two of us, but it's ours. We've made it work, made it home, and I've never needed anyone else to help me do it. Elijah scrunches up his forehead in an exaggerated frown, mimicking what I must look like. Like when you're trying to figure out a hard word in your writing. The comparison makes me smile despite everything churning in my head. Maybe I am trying to figure out something hard. Is it about the story you're working on? The one about the lady who runs the bakery? Something like that. I watch him take another bite, marveling at how he can make simple scrambled eggs look like the most important meal of his life. Everything matters to him in a way I forgot was possible until he came along. Eat up, or you'll miss the bus. He nods but doesn't speed up his methodical chewing. Everything Elijah does is deliberate, thoughtful. Even at 5 years old, he approaches the world like it's a puzzle worth solving. Another trait that has nothing to do with me and everything to do with genetics, I try not to dwell on. The problem is, after seeing Alexander yesterday, dwelling feels unavoidable. Mama? Elijah sets down his fork, leaving half his breakfast untouched. Are you sad about something? The question hits harder than it should. I reach over to smooth down a stubborn curl that's sticking up from the crown of his head, the same spot where Alexander's hair used to stick up when he'd run his hands through it during the late-night study sessions. No, baby. I'm not sad. Just tired. The lie rolls off my tongue easier than it should. I've gotten good at protecting him from things he doesn't need to worry about. Sometimes grown-ups have a lot on their minds, but that doesn't mean anything's wrong. Is it boy stuff? I nearly choke on my coffee. What do you know about boy stuff? Hannah's mom talks about boy stuff all the time. She says boys make everything more complicated. He wrinkles his nose like the very concept disgusts him. I don't want you to have boy stuff. Boys are dumb. If only it were that simple. If only I could write off 6 years of unresolved feelings and the way my heart literally skipped when I saw Alexander's face as just boy stuff that could be dismissed with a 5-year-old's logic. Well, Emma's mom might have a point about boys being complicated. I finished my coffee, using the movement to avoid his questioning stare. But you don't have to worry about any of that. It's just me and you, remember? Team Davis against the world. Team Davis against the world, he repeats solemnly, like it's our sacred oath, which, in a way, it is. I help him gather his backpack and lunchbox, double-checking that he has his homework folder and the permission slip for next week's field trip. Normal mom stuff. Routine stuff that should ground me in the present instead of letting my mind drift to thoughts of what-ifs and should-bes. The walk to the bus stop takes exactly 3 minutes and 47 seconds. I know because Elijah timed it last week with his little digital watch, declaring it important information for emergency purposes. The kid thinks like a tiny disaster preparedness coordinator sometimes. Remember, if Mrs. Waters asks about your reading log, I tell her I read 2 chapters of the dinosaur book last night. He finishes, adjusting his backpack straps with the same precision he uses for everything else. And I practiced my spelling words during breakfast. Good man. I ruffle his hair, earning me an indignant look as he immediately tries to smooth it back down. Sorry, I forgot you're too cool for mom hair touches now. I'm not too cool. I just don't want to look messy for picture day. He peeks up at me through his lashes, and my heart does that thing where it threatens to burst from too much love contained in too small a space. But you can fix it if you want. I crouch down to his level, finger combing the stubborn curls until they lie somewhat flat. This close, I can see the tiny freckles across his nose that only show up when he's been outside long enough to catch some sun. Everything about him is so perfectly him, so completely separate from the tangled mess of my own history. The yellow bus rounds the corner, belching diesel exhaust and squeaky brakes. Standard morning soundtrack for our neighborhood. There's your chariot, sir. I stand and dust off my knees, checking my watch. Right on time. Mama? Elijah grabs my hand, his small fingers threading through mine with practiced ease. Will you be here when I get home? Where else would I be? The question surprises me. Usually, he bounds onto that bus without a backward glance, all confidence and forward momentum. I'll be right here, working on my story. Just like always. Okay. He nods, but something in his expression suggests he's filing away information I didn't realize I'd given him. See you later, alligator. In a while, crocodile. The bus doors wheeze open, and Elijah climbs the steps with the same deliberate care he applies to everything else. He finds his usual seat 3 rows back, waves at me through the window, and then disappears as the bus pulls away, taking half my heart with it, like it does every morning. I stand there until the bus turns the corner, watching the red taillights fade into the distance. The street settles back into its usual quiet hum. Distant traffic, someone's radio playing too loud, the neighbor's dog barking at absolutely nothing. Normal morning sounds that should feel comforting, but instead leave me feeling oddly untethered. The walk back to our building gives me too much time to think. About yesterday's conversation, about the way Alexander's face shifted when I mentioned being with someone, the practiced mask of polite interest that couldn't quite hide the flash of something sharper underneath. He always was jealous. Even in college, when we were just friends who occasionally studied together, he'd get that particular look whenever other guys paid attention to me. Not possessive exactly, but territorial in a way that made my stomach flip even when I pretended not to notice. I climbed the 2 flights to our apartment, fishing keys from my pocket, while my mind wanders down paths it definitely shouldn't explore. The hallway smells like coffee and someone's burnt toast, familiar scents that usually ground me in the present. Today they feel like background noise to thoughts I can't quite silence. Inside, our small space feels quieter, without Elijah's chatter filling the corners. I gather his breakfast dishes, running water in the sink while replaying yesterday's conversation for what feels like the 100th time. Yes, Alexander. I'm with someone. The lie had rolled off my tongue so smoothly I almost believed it myself. Alexander's reaction had been immediate, that slight tightening around his eyes, the way his jaw shifted just enough to notice if you knew what to look for. And I definitely knew what to look for. The plate slips in my soapy hands, clattering against the bottom of the sink. I grip the edge of the counter, staring down at the suds swirling around the drain. Did I really just lie to Alexander Wilmington about having a boyfriend? Will that come bite me in the face when it makes Alexander act like a man on a mission? Because he doesn't give up easily on the things he wants. And now I'm starting to suspect that he may want me again. Don't fall for it again, Rosie. I whisper to myself, taking a moment to close my eyes. But my heart is weak, and Alex has always had a way of unraveling me despite everything.
Chapter 8. Alexander. The crystal chandelier above the dining room table casts prismatic light across my mother's finest china, but I'm struggling to focus on anything beyond the sound of Justina's laugh echoing off the walls of my childhood home. It's a practice sound, perfectly modulated to convey just the right amount of charm without appearing desperate. Too bad I've heard it enough times to recognize the calculation behind it. Alexander, dear, you're barely touching your salmon. Mom's voice cuts through my distraction, her tone carrying that particular blend of concern and mild reproach she's perfected over the years. Chef Laurent prepared it especially for tonight. It's delicious. I take a deliberate bite, forcing myself to taste the herb crust and lemon sauce instead of letting my mind wander back to yesterday's conversation with Rosie. The way she'd mentioned being with someone, casual as mentioning the weather, like it didn't matter that 6 years ago we were planning a future together. You seem distracted, son. Dad sets down his wine glass, studying me with the same intense focus he brings to board meetings. Everything settling in well at Wilson Athletics? Dallas has been great. The transition smoother than expected. I reach for my own wine, needing something to occupy my hands. Justina's sitting close enough that her perfume, something expensive and cloying, keeps drifting my way every time she leans forward to emphasize a point in whatever story she's telling Mom. Oh, Alexander, you simply must tell them about the cleanup efforts. Yolanda, Oswald Wilson left such a mess in the company like you wouldn't believe. Justina's fingers brush against my forearm as she speaks, a touch that's meant to seem casual, but lingers just long enough to cross into territorial. I still can't believe you managed to help Dallas fix up everything in record time. Impressive work ethic runs in the family, Dad says, raising his glass in my direction. Your grandfather would be proud to see how you've built your reputation. Speaking of building things, Mom chimes in, her transition smooth as silk. Justina was just telling me about the charity gala she's organizing for the Children's Hospital. Such meaningful work. Justina straightens, clearly pleased to be the center of attention. It's really just about giving back to the community. I've been so fortunate, and when you have the resources to make a difference. She trails off with practiced humility, but her eyes find mine, checking to see if I'm impressed. I'm not. Charitable work is admirable, but Justina's version tends to involve more photo opportunities than actual hands-on involvement. Still, I nod politely because calling out her performative philanthropy would be the kind of scene Mom would never forgive. That's great, Justina. I'm sure it'll be a success. The words feel hollow in my mouth, but they satisfy whatever response she was hoping for. Her smile brightens and she launches into details about venue selection and catering options. My mind drifts while she talks. Rosie's face yesterday when I'd asked if she was happy. The slight pause before she'd answered, like she needed to consider the question instead of responding with automatic enthusiasm. The way her fingers had twisted the strap of her bag, a nervous habit I remember from college. I'm with someone. The words replay in my head on an endless loop, each repetition feeling like a fresh punch to the gut. Someone. Not dating someone or seeing someone, just with someone, which implies something established. Something serious. Alexander? Dad's voice pulls me back to the conversation. Your mother asked you a question. I blink, focusing on Mom's expectant face. Sorry, what was that? I was saying how nice it would be if you brought someone special to Justina's gala. Her tone is light, but there's steel underneath. Mom's never been subtle about her matchmaking attempts. It's been far too long since we've met anyone you're serious about. The irony isn't lost on me. The one person I was ever truly serious about is apparently building a life with someone else, while I'm sitting here being set up with a woman who's everything she thinks I should want, and nothing I actually do. I'm focused on work right now. It's the same deflection I've been using for months, but tonight it sounds tired even to my own ears. Work is important, but life balance matters too. Dad cuts into his salmon with surgical precision. You're 26, son. Your mother and I were married by your age. Different times, I point out, though I know it's useless. My parents view my single status as a problem to be solved, rather than something to accept as a part of life. You know, Justina says, her voice dropping to what she probably thinks is a sultry whisper. I was thinking we could grab dinner tomorrow night at Aurelius. I heard they have a new tasting menu that's supposed to be incredible. She's leaning closer now, close enough that I can see the careful way she's applied her makeup, every stroke calculated for maximum effect. Her hand finds mine on the table, fingers trailing across my knuckles in what's meant to be an intimate gesture. That sounds lovely, Mom says before I can respond, her approval radiating across the table like warmth from a fire. Doesn't it, Alexander? Trapped. That's what this is. A carefully orchestrated trap where saying no would require explanations I'm not ready to give and create the kind of family drama that would echo for weeks. So I nod, even though the thought of spending an entire evening listening to Justina's carefully crafted conversation makes me want to drive straight to the airport and catch the first flight to anywhere else. Perfect. Justina's smile is victorious, like she's won some contest I didn't realize we were having. 8 o'clock? I'll make the reservation. Sure. The word tastes like ash, but it's out there now. Another evening of my life committed to pretending I give a damn about wine pairings and Justina's opinions on whatever trending topic she's researched for the occasion. But even as I agree, my mind is already elsewhere. Tomorrow's Friday, which means I could stop by Sunrise Diner for lunch. Nothing suspicious about grabbing a meal at a place I've been to before. Maybe Rosie will be working the lunch shift. Maybe we'll have another conversation. Longer this time, something that moves beyond the careful politeness we managed yesterday. The salmon really is exceptional tonight, Dad comments, apparently oblivious to the undercurrents swirling around the table. We'll have to compliment Chef Laurent before he leaves. Everything's been wonderful, Justina agrees, though she's barely touched her food. She's too busy orchestrating whatever scene she thinks she's starring in. Yolanda, you always have the most exquisite taste in everything. Mom preens under the praise, which is exactly what Justina's counting on. She's smart enough to know that winning over my parents is half the battle. Even if the war she's fighting is one I have no interest in participating in. I take another bite of salmon and let my mind wander again. I'm with someone. The words sting every time they surface, but they also present a challenge. Relationships end. People change their minds. 6 years is a long time, but what we had was real in a way that can't just be erased by time and distance. I felt it yesterday, that spark of connection. The way she'd softened when she'd stopped being defensive and started being herself. Alexander, you're doing that thing again, Justina says, her laugh containing just enough edge to remind me that I'm not paying sufficient attention to her performance. What thing? That faraway look, like you're solving world hunger or planning your next corporate takeover. She squeezes my hand, probably thinking the gesture looks affectionate to my parents. I was asking about your schedule next week. I thought we could do that gallery opening on Thursday, and then maybe brunch on Saturday. More dates, more time spent watching her try to mold herself into whatever she thinks I want, while completely missing the point that attraction can't be manufactured through proximity and shared meals. I'll have to check my calendar. It's not a lie, exactly. I will check it, though mostly to see how many lunch breaks I can reasonably take at sunrise without Dallas starting to ask questions about my focus. Things are pretty hectic with the transition at Wilson Athletics. Of course they are. Her tone suggests she thinks work is an adorable hobby rather than something that matters. But you have to make time for the important things too. The irony of that statement is breathtaking. She has no idea what I consider important, no clue that everything she's planning feels like an elaborate waste of time, when the only person I want to spend time with is apparently building a life with someone else. Work-life balance, Dad echoes approvingly. Justina's right about that. I know exactly what Alexander needs, Justina continues, her confidence unshakable. A proper social calendar. You've been hiding in boardrooms for too long. Hiding. The word hits differently than she intended. Maybe I have been hiding, but not in boardrooms. I've been hiding from the possibility that I made the biggest mistake of my life 6 years ago when I let pride and hurt feelings drive Rosie away instead of fighting for what we had. But I'm not hiding anymore. Tomorrow I'll go to Sunrise again. I'll order something different, maybe ask about the menu, engage her in conversation that goes beyond polite customer service. I'll find out what makes her laugh now, what dreams she's chasing, what kind of life she's built for herself. The mysterious someone she's with won't be a permanent obstacle. Can't be. Not when seeing her again reminded me of everything I've been missing, everything I convinced myself I'd moved past.
Chapter 9. Rosie. 3 weeks into this strange new routine, and I still feel that flutter in my chest when Alexander walks through the door. Today's no different. That familiar chime of the bell, followed by his voice asking Maria if I'm working, like he doesn't already know my schedule by heart. Your regular's here again, Maria whispers as she passes behind me, balancing a tray of plates. Her eyebrows waggle suggestively, and I resist the urge to roll my eyes. She's been making those faces since week 2, when Alexander started leaving tips that would cover half my rent if they happened every day. He's not my regular. But even as I say it, I'm smoothing my apron and checking my reflection in the coffee pot. Old habits. He's just a customer who happens to prefer this section. Maria's skepticism is palpable. And I'm just a waitress who happens to prefer breathing. Alexander's already settling into booth 7, his booth now really, since Sal stopped seating other people there during the lunch rush. The late afternoon light streams through the window next to him, highlighting the sharp line of his jaw and making his eyes look impossibly blue. He's wearing another one of those perfectly tailored button-downs, sleeves rolled to his elbows, in a way that suggests casual sophistication rather than actual casualness. I grab the coffee pot and head over, my heart doing that annoying skip dance it's been perfecting lately. "Let me guess," I say, pouring coffee into his cup without being asked. "Turkey club, no tomato, extra pickles on the side." "You're getting good at this." His smile is warm, reaching his eyes in a way that makes me forget for a moment that this is dangerous territory. "Though I might surprise you one of these days." "I'll believe it when I see it." I set the pot down, notepad ready, even though we both know what he's going to order. "Same drink too? Sweet tea? Extra ice?" "You know me too well." There's something in the way he says it that makes me pause. Like he means more than just his dining preferences. Like he's talking about the way I used to know exactly how he liked his coffee in college. 2 sugars, splash of cream. Or how he'd get that little crease between his eyebrows when he was thinking too hard about a problem. "I'll get that order in for you." I'm already backing away when his voice stops me. "Actually, I was wondering if you had a few minutes to talk. If you're not too busy, I mean. The dinner rush won't start for another hour, and the diner's practically empty except for old Pete, nursing his 3rd cup of coffee at the counter, and a young couple sharing pie in the corner booth. I glance toward the kitchen, where Sal's probably prepping vegetables and pretending he's not paying attention to every interaction I have with the guy who tips like he's trying to single-handedly fund my life. "I guess I could sit for a minute." The words come out more casual than I feel. "But if more customers come in, of course." He gestures to the seat across from him, and I slide into the vinyl booth, hyper-aware of the space between us. Close enough to catch the scent of his cologne, something expensive and masculine that makes me want to lean closer. "So," I fold my hands on the table, trying to look professional. "What did you want to talk about?" "Your writing." The answer surprises me. "You mentioned it the other day about working on stories." "I've been curious about what kind of things you write nowadays." Heat creeps along my body. Talking about my writing feels more intimate than discussing the weather or his food preferences. It's sharing a piece of myself I usually keep locked away, especially here at work, where dreams feel like luxuries I can't afford. Nothing too exciting, short stories mostly, some poetry. I pick at the edge of my notepad. I've been working on a novel for the past year, but it's harder than I expected. "What's it about?" The genuine interest in his voice catches me off guard. Not polite curiosity or the kind of forced enthusiasm people show when they're trying to be supportive. Real interest. A woman trying to rebuild her life after everything falls apart. The words come out automatically, and I realize how much of my own story is bleeding into the fiction. She moves to a new city, starts over, tries to figure out who she is when she's not defined by her past mistakes. Alexander leans forward slightly, and I notice the way his sleeve pulls tight across his forearm. "Sounds like you're writing from experience." "Aren't all writers?" I deflect, not ready to dive into how much autobiography lives in my fiction. "What about you? Still the business world taking over your life?" "More or less." He runs a hand through his hair, messing up the perfect styling in a way that makes him look younger. Turns out running companies isn't as different from college as I thought. Still the same politics, just with bigger consequences. "Do you miss it?" "College, I mean. Before everything got so complicated." The question hangs between us, and I watch something shift in his expression. The polished businessman mask slips, revealing glimpses of the boy I used to know. The one who'd stay up until 3 a.m. debating literature and philosophy, who'd bring me coffee during finals week without being asked. Yeah. His voice is quieter now, almost vulnerable. I miss it more than I probably should. The simplicity of it, you know? when the biggest decision was whether to skip economics to hang out by the lake. My chest tightens. Those afternoons by the lake, stolen hours between classes when we'd spread a blanket under the old oak tree and pretend the rest of the world didn't exist. Alexander would read passages from whatever novel he was analyzing while I worked on short stories, our legs tangled together, his fingers tracing lazy patterns on my arm. The lake was nice, I manage, trying to keep my voice steady. I pick up my pen, twirling it between my fingers to give my hands something to do. College was a different time. Those Tuesday nights when we'd sneak into the library after hours. A small smile tugs at his lips. Remember how you'd always find the most random books in the basement stacks? That collection of 1800s botanical illustrations you spent 3 hours reading because you said the descriptions were better than most poetry. I remember. Of course I remember. We discovered that one of the basement windows didn't latch properly, and Alexander would boost me through before climbing in himself. We'd wander the empty halls with flashlights, whispering like we were sharing state secrets, instead of just talking about books and dreams and whether we thought we'd still know each other in 10 years. You always encourage the weird stuff. The words slip out before I can stop them, like when I wanted to write that story from the perspective of a door hinge. And it was brilliant. His eyes light up. You made me care about the emotional life of hardware. That's talent. The warmth in his voice wraps around me like a favorite sweater, and for a moment, I forget where we are. Forget the 6 years of silence between us. Forget the carefully constructed walls I've built. I'm just Rosie again, the girl who believed she could write her way to anywhere. Those were good times, I admit, allowing myself this small concession. They were the best times. He reaches across the table, not quite touching my hand, but close enough that I can feel the heat radiating from his skin. I know I screwed things up back then, Rosie. The way I handled everything with my parents, the pressure they put on me about the future. I should have fought harder for us. My throat tightens. This is the conversation I've been avoiding for weeks, the one that leads down roads I can't travel, not when there's so much he doesn't know, so much I can't tell him. It's ancient history, I say, pulling my hand back slightly. We were kids. Kids make mistakes. But did we have to be? Mistakes, I mean. He's studying my face like he's trying to read the answers I'm not giving him. Because sitting here now, talking to you again, it doesn't feel like a mistake. It feels like the most right thing I've done in years. The coffee cup in my hands has gone cold, but I grip tighter anyway, using the ceramic anchor to keep myself grounded. This is dangerous territory. Every instinct I've developed over the past 5 years is screaming at me to deflect, to shut this down before it goes any further. Alexander, I know it's complicated. He leans forward, and his voice drops to that low, intimate register that used to undo me completely. I know I don't have the right to just show up here and expect anything, but I can't pretend I don't feel something when I look at you. You can't just, I start, then stop when I see Maria approaching with the coffee pot, her eyes bright with curiosity. Refill? She asks cheerfully, though I can tell she's fishing for information. Thanks. Alexander holds out his cup, but his eyes never leave mine. Maria pours slowly, clearly hoping to overhear something juicy. When neither of us speaks, she finally gives up and heads back toward the counter, but not before shooting me a look that says, "We're definitely talking about this later." You were saying, Alexander prompts when she's gone. I was saying you can't just waltz back into my life and expect everything to pick up where we left off. The words come out sharper than I intended. Things are different now. I'm different. How are you different? The question seems simple enough, but it's loaded with landmines. How do I explain that I'm not just the carefree girl who used to sneak into libraries and write stories about door hinges? That I have responsibilities now, A whole life built around someone who depends on me completely? I have more responsibilities. I say carefully. Real life hit pretty hard after college. What kind of responsibilities? My fingers drum against the table. This is where I should deflect. Change the subject back to safe topics, like his work or the weather. But something in his expression, the genuine concern, the way he's leaning forward like my answer actually matters, makes me careless. I have a child. The words hang in the air between us like a grenade with the pin pulled. Alexander's entire expression shifts, surprise flickering across his features before he can hide it. A child? His voice is carefully neutral, but I catch the slight tightening around his eyes. Wait, are you married? No. I shake my head quickly. No, not married. Just... It's complicated. How old? That's not really any of your business. My voice comes out flat, professional. The same tone I use with difficult customers who get too personal, who think a friendly smile means I want to hear about their divorce or their gambling debts. Alexander's eyebrows pull together. I wasn't trying to pry. I just... Weren't you? I slide toward the edge of the booth, creating distance. The vinyl squeaks under me, a sharp sound that matches the edge creeping into my voice. Because that's exactly what it feels like. Rosie, I'm just trying to understand your life now. We're talking, catching up. No. I cut him off, standing abruptly. The notepad clutches tight in my hand, my knuckles probably white beneath the skin. We're not old friends catching up over coffee. You're a customer, and I'm working. The change in my tone seems to physically impact him. He leans back slightly and I watch confusion flicker across his features. Good. Confusion is safer than curiosity. Confusion doesn't dig deeper, doesn't ask follow-up questions about timelines and possibilities. I didn't mean to upset you. You didn't upset me. The lie tastes bitter. I just remembered I have tables to check on. There are no other tables. Old Pete finished his coffee 20 minutes ago, and the young couple left while we were talking. The diner is empty except for us, and the soft clatter of Sal prepping vegetables in the kitchen. But I need the excuse. Need the boundary between us before he starts doing math in his head. Alexander glances around the obviously empty dining room, then back at me. His expression shifts, becoming more guarded, like he's finally picking up on the walls I'm frantically rebuilding between us. Right, of course. He straightens in the booth, and I catch a glimpse of the businessman mask sliding back into place. I should probably get going anyway. I'll get your order canceled. I'm already backing away, putting more space between us with each step. No charge. Rosie, wait. But I'm already walking away, my sneakers silent against the worn linoleum. I can feel his eyes on me as I head toward the kitchen, can sense the questions building behind his carefully controlled silence. The weight of his attention makes my skin prickle, makes me want to run all the way home and lock the door. I've made a mistake. I'm flying too close to the sun with Alex, and now that I'm feeling the heat, I can't handle it anymore. I just can't.
Chapter 10. Alexander. The penthouse feels like a cage tonight. All glass and steel and expensive things that don't mean anything. I'm sprawled on the leather couch, phone in hand, while Justina curls up next to me with her salad, some organic nonsense that costs more than most people make in a day. She's wearing one of those silk robes that barely covers anything, her legs tucked under her like she's settling in for the long haul. The TV drones in the background, some reality show she insisted on watching. Something about housewives throwing wine at each other. Perfect background noise for the mess that's become my evening routine. You're not eating. Justina's voice has that pouty quality she thinks is seductive. She spears a cherry tomato with unnecessary force, the fork scraping against ceramic. Not hungry. My fingers move across the phone screen, typing Rosie Davis into Instagram's search bar for the third time in an hour. The same handful of profiles pop up. A yoga instructor in California, a food blogger in Portland, some teenager in Ohio. None of them are her. Justina shifts closer, her bare thigh pressing against my leg. The silk whispers as she moves, and I catch a whiff of her perfume. Something floral and overwhelming that makes my temples throb. "We could order something else," she suggests, her hand trailing up my arm, "or skip dinner entirely." I grunt non-committally, switching to Facebook. The search results are even more useless here. Dozens of Rosie Davises, but none with her face, none with those warm brown eyes that have been haunting my thoughts since I walked out of that diner 6 hours ago. "Alex," Justina's voice sharpened slightly. "Are you listening to me?" I scroll through LinkedIn next, though I know she's not likely to be on a professional networking site if she's waiting tables. Still, I type her name anyway, hoping for something, anything that might give me a clue about her life now. A child. She has a child. The thought loops through my head like a broken record. How old is the kid? Where's the father? Why did she clam up when I asked basic questions that any normal person would answer without thinking twice? God, you're impossible when you're in one of these moods. Justina abandons her salad, setting the bowl on the glass coffee table with enough force to make the silverware clink. She swings her leg over mine, straddling my lap with practiced ease. I barely register the movement, too focused on trying different search combinations. "Rosie Davis, writer. Rosie Davis, New York. Rose Davis, author." Each query yields nothing useful. Just strangers living their lives in digital fragments. Justina's fingers work at the buttons of my shirt, her nails scraping lightly against my chest. Any other time I might respond, not out of desire, but out of habit, the easy understanding that this is what we do. Physical release without emotional entanglement. It works for us both, usually. Tonight I can't summon even the smallest spark of interest. I was thinking we could make an appearance at the Washington Gala next weekend. She punctuates the suggestion by pressing her lips to my neck, her mouth hot against my skin. "Everyone who matters will be there. We should be seen together." "Can't." The lie comes automatically. "Dallas needs me in the office. Big project." "On a Saturday?" Suspicion creeps into her voice. She pulls back enough to study my face, her green eyes narrowing. "Since when does Dallas work weekends?" "Since we're trying to fix all the things his father broke on the way out." I don't look up from my phone, hoping she'll buy it. Truth is, Dallas would rather swallow glass than work on weekends, especially with Monica due to give birth in a couple months. But Justina doesn't need to know that. I try searching for R. Davis next, thinking maybe she uses her initials professionally. The results are maddeningly generic. Hundreds of people who could be anyone, anywhere. A real estate agent in Phoenix, a college professor in Michigan, a veterinarian in Florida. None of them are the woman who looked at me like I'd personally insulted her family when I asked about her kid. "You've been distracted all week." Justina's hands stilled their movements, resting flat against my chest. "Ever since you started going to that little diner downtown, what's so fascinating about greasy food and bad coffee?" My jaw tightens. The last thing I want is Justina poking around in that particular corner of my life. She has a way of inserting herself into situations where she doesn't belong, claiming space that isn't hers to claim. It's convenient. Another lie, smoother this time. Close to the office. Convenient. Justina repeats the word like it tastes sour, her fingers drumming against my chest. Right, because there aren't a dozen places closer to Wilson Athletics that serve actual food. I keep scrolling, switching to Twitter now. Same useless results. Social media was supposed to make everyone findable, but apparently Rosie Davis exists in some digital dead zone where normal people can't track her down. You know what I think? Justina shifts her weight, grinding down slightly against my lap. It's a calculated move, designed to get my attention. When I don't react, Her voice takes on that edge I've learned to recognize, the one that means she's about to push boundaries I'd rather leave alone. I think you're lying. My thumb hovers over the phone screen. The smart play would be to deflect, maybe throw her a bone by responding to her obvious attempts at seduction. Keep things light and surface level, the way they've always been between us. But tonight, that familiar irritation is starting to bubble up from somewhere deeper than usual. Drop it, Justina. Drop what? She tilts her head, all manufactured innocence. I'm just curious about this sudden fascination with slumming it in diners. It's not very you. The phrase slumming it hits wrong, like nails on glass. Sunrise Diner isn't some tourist trap trying to be authentically gritty. It's just a place where real people work real jobs and don't pretend everything is perfect all the goddamn time. I said drop it. But Justina's never been good at reading warning signs, especially when she thinks she's closing in on something juicy. Her hands slide up to frame my face, forcing me to look at her. Those green eyes are bright with curiosity. And something else. Possessiveness, maybe. The look she gets when she thinks someone else might be playing with her toys. Is there someone there? Some little waitress who's caught your eye? The accuracy of her guess shouldn't surprise me. Justina didn't grow up in Manhattan's social circles without developing a nose for this kind of thing. Still, hearing her reduce Rosie to some little waitress makes my teeth clench. You're fishing. Am I? She leans closer, her breath warm against my ear. Because you're acting like a man with secrets, and we both know how much I love solving puzzles. That's exactly what I was afraid of. Justina treats other people's business like entertainment, something to be dissected and analyzed until she extracts whatever drama she can find. The idea of her anywhere near Rosie makes my skin crawl. Here's a thought, I say, finally setting the phone aside and gripping her wrist. Not hard enough to hurt, but firm enough to get her attention. Maybe mind your own business for once. Her eyes flash, but she doesn't pull away. If anything, the hostility seems to energize her. Ooh, defensive. That's interesting. Justina. My voice drops into that register that usually makes people back off. I'm not kidding around here. Stay out of it. Stay out of what, exactly? She rotates her wrists against my grip, testing the boundaries. There's nothing to stay out of, right? Just convenient coffee and greasy eggs. The mockery in her tone grates against something raw. I've spent the last 6 years trying to forget Rosie Davis, trying to convince myself that what we had was just college nonsense that didn't matter in the real world. And now, all of that careful emotional distance has crumbled into nothing. Get off me. Instead of moving, Justina settles more firmly into my lap. You know, your parents are having dinner tomorrow night. Some new Italian place that everyone is raving about. They asked me to join them. The subject change is deliberate, designed to remind me of all the ways our lives are intertwined beyond just convenient sex. My parents have been pushing this angle since I've returned to New York. Casual mentions of how much they enjoy Justina's company, pointed questions about when I plan to settle down, subtle hints about the kind of woman who would make a suitable wife for someone in my position. Good for them. They think we make sense together. She traced patterns on my chest with her fingernail, her voice taking on that breathless quality she uses when she's trying to sound vulnerable. Two families that understand each other, the same background, the same expectations. My parents think a lot of things that don't concern me. But this should concern you. The vulnerability drops away, replaced by steel. We're good together, Alex. We understand each other's worlds. We want the same things. That's where she's wrong. Justina wants the idea of us together. The social cash, the combined wealth, the perfect Instagram-worthy life that looks impressive from the outside. She doesn't give a damn about who I actually am when no one's watching. We're not together, I remind her. We screw each other occasionally and show up to the same parties. That's not a relationship. Her face hardens at my bluntness. Justina prefers pretty euphemisms for ugly truths, especially when those truths interfere with whatever narrative she's constructed in her head. Your parents seem to think otherwise. My parents can think whatever the hell they want. Doesn't make it real. I finally succeed in lifting her off my lap, setting her aside with enough force to make my point clear. She lands on the couch with a soft thud, the silk robe riding up her thighs as she tries to regain her composure. You should leave, Justina, and maybe don't come back for a while. I'm not interested in seeing you. But... Stop, I interject, my patience wearing thin. Just stop. Go. Leave. Cry to my parents about this. I don't give a damn. As I make my way to my bedroom, I can hear her sniffling, but I don't care. Instead, I shut my door, plop onto the bed, and keep scrolling in vain, in the desperate hope that I'll find scraps of Rosie's life on social media to fill in the void she's left me with in real life.
Got 30 minutes? Then, baby, you've got just enough time to fall in love. Get your heart broken, and maybe have a toe-curling moment or two.
Introducing the Lunchtime Listens Romance Audiobook Bundle.
Enemies to lovers, hot hookups, bad boys who don't knock. They kick the damn door in.
Short, spicy, addictive. Perfect for your commute, your lunch break.
And you already know, we don't do full price around here. Get 85% off 28 full-length audiobooks right now with extra steamy and extra savings.
Because lunch breaks are temporary, but book boyfriends are forever.
Vixavon Romance. Chapter 11. Rosie. The soccer ball bounces off my shin at an awkward angle, sending it rolling toward the playground equipment instead of Elijah's eager feet. He giggles and chases after it, his little legs pumping as he weaves between the swings. Mom, you're terrible at this. Thanks for the honesty, kiddo. I jog after him, grateful for the distraction. The physical exertion feels good, necessary even. Like maybe if I run hard enough, I can outpace the mess of emotions that's been churning in my chest since yesterday. Alexander Wilmington. Back in my life like a tornado I never saw coming. Got it. Elijah scoops up the ball and drops it at his feet, demonstrating the proper form I've clearly forgotten. See? Like this, Mom. Don't kick it with your toe. I watch him demonstrate, his face scrunched in concentration. He's got natural athleticism that definitely didn't come from me. I was always more of a books and writing kind of kid. But seeing him move with that easy confidence, the way he plants his feet and follows through with his kick, sends an uncomfortable jolt through my stomach. He kicks like his father. Your turn. Elijah passes the ball back to me with perfect precision, and I force myself to focus on his excited face instead of the unwelcome comparison that just popped into my head. The park is busy for a Saturday afternoon. Families spread out on blankets, kids shrieking with laughter on the playground, joggers weaving through the paths that crisscross the green space. It's exactly the kind of normal, chaotic energy I need right now. Real life happening in real time. Not the surreal nightmare of running into the one person I never expected to see again. I line up my shot and manage to send the ball in Elijah's general direction this time. He whoops with approval and immediately starts dribbling it between his feet, showing off the moves he's learned from pickup games with the older kids in our neighborhood. Look, Mom, I'm like Messi. Who's Messi? I call back, jogging to keep up with him. Elijah stops so abruptly that I nearly run into him. The look he gives me is pure 5-year-old horror, like I've just admitted to never hearing of Santa Claus. Mom, Messi is only the greatest soccer player ever. Tommy's dad showed us videos. Tommy from down the hall, whose father actually shows up for things. I swallow the familiar pain that comes with these moments, the reminders that other kids have what Elijah doesn't, no matter how hard I try to be enough for both roles. Well then, show me some of those messy moves, I say instead, forcing enthusiasm into my voice. We kick the ball back and forth across the grass, and gradually I start to find my rhythm. Nothing fancy, but at least the ball goes where I aim it most of the time. Elijah cheers every time I make a decent pass, his praise ridiculously disproportionate to my actual skill level. You're getting better, Mom. Years of practice, I lie, wiping sweat from my forehead. The air has that crisp edge that makes you want to keep moving, but after 20 minutes of chasing a soccer ball, I'm starting to feel the burn in muscles I'd forgotten I had. And my mind starts to wander, back to topics I'd rather not think about right now. The ball bounces off my ankle and rolls away while I'm lost in thought. Elijah plants his hands on his hips in a gesture that's so reminiscent of my mother that I have to bite back a smile. Sorry, baby. Let's take a break. I packed sandwiches. His face lights up. Peanut butter and jelly? Is there any other kind? We settle on the blanket I spread out earlier, under an oak tree that's just starting to turn gold at the edges. I pull the lunch containers from my bag, sandwiches cut into triangles, because Elijah insists they taste better that way, apple slices with a small container of caramel dip, string cheese, and juice boxes that are probably more sugar than actual fruit, but make him happy. Elijah immediately goes for the caramel dip, dunking an apple slice with the focused intensity of a scientist conducting an important experiment. This is the best part, he declares, caramel already smearing around his mouth. I can see that. I unwrap my own sandwich and try to enjoy the moment, the warmth of the sun filtering through the leaves, the sound of other families enjoying their Saturday, my son's chatter about everything he sees around us. This is what matters. This life we've built together, the small traditions that make us a family, not the ghost of a relationship that ended 6 years ago when I made the hardest decision of my life. Mom, look! Elijah points across the park, where a couple is flying a kite with their toddler. The little girl keeps trying to grab the string, squealing with delight every time the colorful diamond dips and soars above their heads. That's pretty, I agree, though watching the family together sends another one of those pangs through my chest. The father is kneeling next to his daughter, showing her how to hold the string, while the mother takes pictures with her phone. They look like they stepped out of a commercial for perfect family life. Can we get a kite? Maybe for your birthday, I say, which is mom speak for. Probably not, but I don't want to disappoint you right now. Elijah nods seriously, already mentally cataloging it with all the other things he wants. He's good about not pushing when I give him that answer. Too good, maybe. Sometimes I worry that he's learned not to ask for things because he's figured out that money is always tight. Tell me about your week, I say, changing the subject to safer ground. What was the best part? He considers this while methodically eating his string cheese, pulling it into long strands before popping them in his mouth. Art class. We made collages about our families. My stomach tightened slightly. Family projects are always tricky territory for us. I've gotten good at helping him navigate the assumptions that everyone has a mom and a dad at home, but it still stings sometimes. What did you put in yours? Pictures of us, and Grammy and Grandpa, and Uncle Marcus. He grins. And I drew a picture of Lucky. Lucky is the neighbor's cat, who has adopted Elijah as his personal human. The orange tabby shows up at our fire escape most mornings, expecting breakfast and attention. I should probably discourage it, but Elijah lights up every time he sees that cat. Sounds perfect. Mrs. Waters said it was very creative. He pauses, then adds with the careful tone kids use when they're testing boundaries. Some kids had pictures of their dads, too. There it is. The conversation I'm never quite prepared for, no matter how many times we have it. That's nice for them, I say carefully. Families come in all different shapes, remember? What matters is that we love each other. I know. Elijah finishes his cheese, and reaches for his juice box. But sometimes I wonder what mine looks like. The simplicity of the statement makes me clench my jaw. He's not asking for details or making demands, just acknowledging something that's missing from his world, something I've made sure stays missing, for reasons that feel less clear-cut now than they did 6 years ago. He looks like you, I find myself saying, the words slipping out before I can stop them. Elijah's eyes widen with interest. I so rarely talk about his father that even this small detail feels monumental. Really? Same hair? I nod, not trusting my voice. Alexander's hair was always dark, but the texture, the way it refuses to stay completely neat no matter how much product he uses, that's exactly the same as Elijah's unruly curls. Same eye shape too, but a different color. Blue, I add, because now that I've started, I can't seem to stop myself. Blue eyes? Very blue. Like looking at the sky on a clear day, I don't say. Like drowning in something beautiful and dangerous. Elijah processes this information with the seriousness he brings to all important discoveries. I can practically see him filing it away with the other sparse details I've given him over the years. That his father was smart and kind and young when I was pregnant. That sometimes people aren't ready to be parents even when they're good people. All of it true as far as it goes, just not complete. Can I have another apple slice? The subject change is so abrupt that I almost get whiplash, but this is how 5-year-old conversations work. Deep philosophical questions followed immediately by practical concerns about snacks. Of course, baby. We finish eating in comfortable quiet, watching the world go by around us. A group of teenagers has claimed the basketball court, and their laughter carries across the grass. An older couple walks their tiny dog along the path, stopping every few feet so he can investigate particularly interesting smells. Life continuing in all its messy, ordinary beauty. By the time we pack up our lunch containers, the afternoon sun has shifted position, and Elijah's energy is finally starting to flag. He makes a valiant attempt at one more round of soccer, but his kicks are getting sloppy, and he's no longer chasing down every errant ball with his earlier enthusiasm. Ready to head home? I ask, though I can already see the answer in the way he's rubbing his eyes. I guess. He picks up the soccer ball and tucks it under his arm. Can we come back tomorrow? We'll see. Another mom phrase that means maybe, probably not. But I love that you want to spend time with me. We fold up the blanket together, and I sling the bag over my shoulder while Elijah carries his soccer ball like it's made of precious metal. The walk home will take us 20 minutes if we keep a steady pace, longer if we stop to examine every interesting thing we pass. Which, knowing Elijah, we probably will. But for now, it feels good to be tired in a normal way, worn out from playing in the sun instead of lying awake, worrying about complications I can't control. Tomorrow I'll have to figure out what to do about Alexander showing up at the diner. Tonight I just want to get my kid home, give him a bath, and maybe read a few chapters of the book we've been working through together. Simple things, safe things. The life we've built that doesn't include space for ghosts from the past. As we approach our apartment building, I suddenly get the feeling that we're being watched. I clutch Elijah's hand a little tighter, then turn around to give my surroundings a quick scan. And there he is, Alexander, clad in running clothes and earbuds. His eyes lock onto mine, and it dawns upon me that my secret is out. He has seen Elijah, and if Alex is truly as smart as he always has been, he'll connect the dots quickly.
Chapter 12. Alexander. The earbuds pound out a steady rhythm, but my feet have stopped moving entirely. I'm standing on the sidewalk like some kind of stalker, staring at a woman and a little boy who are walking toward the same building I've been circling for the past 20 minutes. What are the odds? I pull out my earbuds and try to process what I'm seeing. Rosie looks exactly like she did yesterday at the diner. Beautiful, confident, completely unaware that she's about to ruin my entire worldview. But it's the kid that makes my chest tighten in a way that has nothing to do with the 5-mile run I just finished. He's got her smile, but everything else... Jesus Christ. The kid has my nose, my jawline. And when he turns his head to look at something across the street, I can see the stubborn cowlick at the back of his head that's been driving me crazy since I was his age. 5 years old from the looks of it. Maybe 6. My mouth goes dry as I do the math I've been avoiding since our conversation at the diner. 6 years ago, we were together. 6 years ago, we were... Damn! I breathe, and then immediately feel like a jerk for cursing when there's a little kid within earshot. But Rosie has spotted me now. Her whole body goes rigid, and she grabs the kid's hand tighter, like she's preparing to run, or fight, or maybe just disappear into thin air. Too late for that, sweetheart. I cross the street before I can talk myself out of it, my running shoes slapping against the asphalt. The kid, her son, looks up at me with curious brown eyes that are definitely Rosie's, set in a face that's definitely not. Hey, I say, trying to sound casual while my heart hammers against my ribs. Fancy running into you again? Rosie's grip on the kid's hand tightens even more. Alexander, what are you doing here? Running. It's a thing people do for exercise. I gesture at my workout clothes, then crouch down so I'm at eye level with the little boy. And who's this guy? I'm Elijah! The kid beams at me with a kind of unfiltered friendliness that only 5-year-olds can manage. We were playing soccer at the park, and Mom's terrible at it, but she's getting better. Elijah, I repeat, and the name feels strange in my mouth, like something I should have known all along. That's a strong name. How old are you, buddy? 5. He holds up his hand to show me all 5 fingers, proud as hell of this accomplishment. 5, not 6. Which means... I glance up at Rosie, whose face has gone carefully blank. The same expression she used to get in college when she was trying not to let me see how much something affected her. 5's a good age, I tell Elijah, standing back up but keeping my attention split between him and his mother. I bet you're in kindergarten, huh? Yep. Mrs. Waters is my teacher, and she has a fish tank with real fish in it. There's one that looks like Nemo, but his name is actually Gerald. The kid chatters on about Gerald the fish and his classroom and something about art projects while I try to reconcile this reality with everything I thought I knew about the past 6 years. Rosie mentioned a partner yesterday. Someone who helps with Elijah, someone who's part of their life. But looking at them now, something feels off about that story. So, where's Dad today? I ask casually, directing the question to Elijah but watching Rosie's face. Working? Elijah looks confused. Dad? I don't have a dad. It's just me and Mom. The silence that follows is so heavy I can practically hear the gears turning in my own head. Rosie's face has gone from carefully blank to something approaching panic, and she's looking at Elijah like he just announced state secrets to enemy forces. Elijah, she starts. But you said that you had a partner. I interrupt, my voice sharper than I intended. The pieces are clicking into place so fast it's making me dizzy. You said. I said a lot of things. Rosie's chin lifts in that stubborn way that used to drive me crazy in college. Elijah, honey, why don't you run upstairs and get your shower started? I'll be up in just a minute. Can I use the bubble bath? Sure, baby. Whatever you want. Elijah grins and bounds toward the building entrance, soccer ball still tucked under his arm. He waves at me over his shoulder. Bye, mister. Thanks for talking to me about Gerald. And then he's gone, leaving me alone with Rosie and about 1,000 questions that are all trying to fight their way out of my mouth at once. There is no partner, I say, once the building door closes behind him. It's not a question. Rosie crosses her arms over her chest. I don't know what you mean. Nonsense. The word comes out harsher than I intended, but I'm past caring about diplomacy. You've been lying to me since the moment I walked into that diner. I haven't been lying about anything that's your business. My business? I take a step closer and she doesn't back away. Never did, even when we were 20 and fighting about everything. Rosie, that kid looks exactly like me. He's 5 years old, which means he was born. Don't. Her voice cuts through my calculation like a blade. Don't do this here. Not like this. But I can't stop myself. The timeline is right there, obvious as hell once you stop trying to ignore it. 6 years ago, we broke up. I moved away. And now you've got a 5-year-old son who has my nose, and you're telling me it's none of my business? She glances toward the building, making sure Elijah is really gone, then looks back at me with something that might be resignation or might be relief. It's hard to tell with Rosie. You don't know what you're talking about. Don't I? The pieces keep falling into place. Some part of me wants to laugh at how obvious it all is now. You made up a partner because you wanted me to think you'd moved on. You wanted me to be jealous. That's ridiculous. Is it? Because from where I'm standing, it looks like you've been carrying a torch for 6 years, just like I have. The admission slips out before I can stop it, hanging between us like a literal bomb. Rosie's eyes widen slightly, and for just a second, her careful mask slips. I catch a glimpse of something vulnerable underneath, something that looks like the girl I fell in love with in college. You don't know anything about my life, she says quietly, but there's less conviction in her voice now. Then tell me. I take another step closer, close enough that I can see the gold flecks in her brown eyes. Tell me about the partner who doesn't exist. Tell me about the son who has my eyes and my stubborn streak, and apparently my complete inability to keep his mouth shut when he should. Alexander, tell me why you let me leave you 6 years ago without a word. Tell me why you've been raising my kid alone when you could have... Could have what? Now there's fire in her voice, the spark I remember from every argument we ever had. Could have trapped you into a life you didn't want? Could have ruined your precious plans? Could have trusted me enough to let me decide that for myself? The words hit harder than I expected them to, judging by the way Rosie flinches. But she recovers quickly, straightening her shoulders and giving me that look that used to warn me I was about to get my nonsense handed to me in a debate. I need to get upstairs. Elijah will be wondering where I am. She moves toward the building, but I step into her path. Not blocking her exactly, but making it clear this conversation isn't over. This doesn't end here, Rosie. Yes, it does. But even as she says it, I can see the uncertainty in her eyes. The same uncertainty that tells me everything I need to know about whether she's really moved on. We both know that's not true. For a moment, we just stare at each other. 6 years of separation, 6 years of questions and regrets and what-ifs hanging in the air between us. Then Rosie shakes her head and steps around me. Goodbye, Alexander. I watch her walk into the building, noting the apartment number she punches into the keypad. Then I stand on the sidewalk for another 5 minutes, letting everything that just happened settle into some kind of order in my head. I have a son. Rosie has been raising him alone for 5 years. She lied about having a partner because she wanted me to think she didn't need me. Which means she does need me. Or at least some part of her wants me to think she does. Jesus, the woman is more complicated than calculus. But as I start the jog back to my penthouse building, I can't stop the grin that's spreading across my face. Because underneath all the confusion and anger and shock, there's something else. Hope. Rosie Davis is back in my life with a son, my son. And this time, I'm not letting her run away without a fight.
Chapter 13. Rosie. I've been watching the door all afternoon, like some kind of pathetic puppy waiting for its owner to come home. It's past 5 now, and the dinner rush is winding down. My shift ended 20 minutes ago, but I've been dragging out every little task I can think of. Wiping down tables that are already clean, refilling salt shakers that don't need refilling, organizing the coffee filters for the 3rd time today, because Alexander always comes in. almost every day since he's come back into my life, like clockwork. Orders his coffee black, sits at booth 7, and pretends to read emails on his phone while actually watching me work. Today, though, nothing. I untie my apron with more force than necessary and stuff it into my locker. Of course he's done. Of course yesterday spooked him off for good. The man finds out he has a son and suddenly disappears like smoke. What did I expect? That he'd stick around and play happy families after learning I kept Elijah from him for 5 years. "You heading out, honey?" Maria calls from behind the counter, already starting the coffee machine cleanup. "Yeah." I grab my purse and jacket, checking my phone for the time. Gotta pick up Elijah from after-school care. That boy of yours is lucky to have such a dedicated mama. Dedicated, right? If by dedicated she means completely screwed up about everything involving his father, then sure. I push through the front door and step into the cool evening air. Brooklyn's rush hour is in full swing, cars honking, people hurrying past with their heads buried in their phones, the familiar chaos that usually centers me somehow. Tonight it just makes my chest feel tight. I'm halfway down the block when I hear footsteps behind me, moving faster than the usual pedestrian pace. Probably just someone late for dinner or trying to catch the subway, but something about the rhythm makes me glance over my shoulder. Alexander. He's practically jogging to catch up with me, still wearing his tailored business clothes, but looking completely disheveled. His hair is messed up, like he's been running his hands through it, and there's something wild in his blue eyes that makes my stomach flip. "Rosie, wait." I stop walking, mainly because my legs seem to have forgotten how to function properly. "What are you doing here?" "I need to talk to you." He's slightly out of breath, which shouldn't be attractive considering the man runs 5 miles every morning. But somehow it is. About Elijah. About everything. "We talked yesterday. You made your feelings pretty clear when you didn't show up at the diner today." "My feelings?" He looks genuinely confused, which is annoying because confusion looks good on him too. Everything looks good on him. It's infuriating. I didn't come to the diner because I've been losing my mind trying to figure out how to approach this without messing it up completely. The honesty in his voice catches me off guard. I was prepared for anger, or demands, or maybe cold indifference. Not this raw vulnerability that's making it hard to remember why I'm supposed to be protecting myself. "Alexander, I have a son." The words come out like he's testing them, seeing how they sound in the open air. Jesus, I have a son, and I've missed 5 years of his life. There's no accusation in his voice, which somehow makes it worse. I can handle anger. I'm good at fighting back against anger. But this quiet devastation is something else entirely. "I know," I say quietly. "I know you've missed." Does he know? Alexander takes a step closer, and I catch a whiff of his cologne mixed with something that might be desperation. Does he know I'm his father? The question hits like a physical blow because it's the one I've been dreading for years. No, he thinks it's just us. He's never asked about you specifically. But he's asked about having a father. It's not a question, and the certainty in his voice tells me he's been thinking about this all night, probably longer. Sometimes I adjust my purse strap, needing something to do with my hands. Not often. He's got a good life, Alexander. He's happy. I'm not trying to take that away from him. His voice drops lower, more urgent. I don't even know what I want. But I know I can't pretend I don't know about him now. I stare at him. This man who used to know every one of my thoughts before I even had them, now standing in front of me looking like he's been hit by a truck. The Alexander I remember was always so sure of himself, so confident in every decision. This version, hair disheveled, eyes wide with something that looks dangerously close to panic, throws me completely off balance. "You look like hell," I say. Because sometimes honesty is easier than figuring out what the appropriate response should be. Thanks. That's exactly what every man wants to hear. But there's no heat behind his words. Just a tired sort of humor that reminds me why I fell for him in the first place. A delivery bike speeds past us, close enough that I have to step sideways to avoid getting clipped. The sudden movement brings me closer to Alexander, close enough that I can see the fine lines around his eyes that weren't there before, the way his jaw is set like he's holding back a dozen different things he wants to say. We can't have this conversation here. I gesture at the chaos of people flowing around us, like we're rocks in a stream. I have to pick up Elijah from after-school care, and they charge extra if you're late. Then let me come with you. The words come out fast, like he's afraid I'll change my mind if he takes too long to ask. Alexander, please. He shoves his hands into his pockets, and for a split second he looks exactly like the college boy who used to wait for me outside my literature classes. I know I don't have the right to ask for anything, but I need to see him again. I need to understand this. There's something in his voice that gets under my skin, past all the walls I've spent years building. Maybe it's the way he said, please, like the word costs him something. Or maybe it's the fact that, despite everything, despite all the ways he could have handled yesterday, he's here. He's not running. He's not hiding behind lawyers or family money. He's just here, asking. Fine. The word slips out before I can think it through properly. Okay, you can walk with me. The relief that crosses his face is so immediate and genuine that my chest does something complicated. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. You might change your mind when you see what you signed up for. I start walking again and he falls into step beside me easily, like we've done this 1,000 times before. 5-year-olds aren't exactly known for their filter. Neither were you, as I recall. I glance at him sideways, catching the hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Still don't have one. Good. I always liked that about you. The casual way he says it, like we're still those people who knew everything about each other, makes my stomach flip. We walk in silence for a few blocks, and I try not to notice how he automatically moves to the street side of the sidewalk, or how he shortens his stride to match mine without thinking about it. Some habits die hard, apparently. So, what exactly is after-school care like? Alexander asks as we turn onto Elijah's school street. I have no idea what I'm walking into here. Organized chaos? 20 kids with too much energy and not enough space to burn it off. I can see the school building up ahead, red brick and tall windows, with parents already starting to gather outside. Elijah will probably be covered in paint or marker or something equally impossible to wash out of his clothes. Does he like it? School, I mean. There's something carefully neutral in his voice, like he's testing the waters of acceptable questions. Loves it, especially art class and library time. He's been reading chapter books since he was 4. I can't keep the pride out of my voice, and I don't try to. Kid's brilliant, asks about everything. Sometimes I think his brain moves faster than his mouth, which is saying something. Where does he get that from? Alexander's voice is quieter now, more thoughtful. Definitely not from me. I was the kid who asked why about everything until my parents wanted to scream. You still ask why about everything. The observation hits differently than it should. Like he's saying he still sees me, still knows me, even after all this time. We reach the school building, and I can already spot Elijah through the window of the aftercare room. He's at a table with 2 other kids, completely absorbed in what looks like a very serious discussion about whatever they're building with blocks. There he is, I say, pointing toward the window. The one with the curly hair gesticulating like he's given a lecture. Alexander follows my gaze, and his entire body goes still. I watch his face as he takes in his son, really looks at him for the first time with the knowledge of who Elijah is. The way his expression shifts from careful observation to something raw and overwhelming makes my throat tight. He looks... Alexander starts, then stops, swallowing hard. Like you, I know. The hair and eyes are mine. But everything else? I trail off because there's no point in finishing that sentence. We both know what we're looking at. I push through the front doors, Alexander close behind me, and make my way to the aftercare room. Through the glass, I can see Elijah's head snap up the moment he spots me, his face lighting up with that smile that never fails to make everything else fade into background noise. But then his eyes shift to Alexander, and instead of confusion or shyness, his face brightens even more. "Mom, the building guy is here." Elijah abandons his blocks and rushes toward the door as I open it. "Hey, baby. Good day." "Uh-huh." I made a castle, and Hunter said it wasn't tall enough, but then I showed him how to make it taller, and now he likes me again. Elijah turns to Alexander with complete confidence. "Are you here to walk home with us?" The directness of the question catches Alexander off guard. I can see him scramble for the right response, probably wondering what the protocol is for talking to your secret 5-year-old son. "If that's okay with you," Alexander says carefully. "And if your mom says it's all right?" Elijah looks at me with wide eyes, silently begging me to say yes. I gather his belongings and nod, gesturing for the door. "Let's go then." All three of us.
Chapter 14. Alexander. Walking into Rosie's apartment feels like stepping back in time, but also like discovering something entirely new. The space is small but warm, filled with colors and textures that scream Rosie in every corner. Throw pillows in deep purples and golds scattered across a second-hand couch, books stacked on every available surface, and Elijah's artwork covering what seems like every inch of the refrigerator. It's nothing like the sterile perfection of my penthouse, and I love it immediately. "Can I show you my room?" Elijah asks, bouncing on his toes with the kind of energy that makes me wonder how Rosie keeps up with him all day. "Maybe after dinner, baby," Rosie calls from what I assume is the kitchen, already pulling ingredients from the refrigerator. "Why don't you wash your hands and help me with the salad?" "I can help too," I offer, feeling completely out of place, but not wanting to just stand here like an ornament. Rosie glances over her shoulder at me, and for a moment something flickers across her face. Surprise, maybe, or the memory of all those nights we used to cook together in the tiny dorm kitchen we shared at Columbia. "You remember how to make a salad without burning anything down?" "Very funny. I've learned a few things since college." "Have you?" She raises an eyebrow, tossing me a head of lettuce. "Because I distinctly remember you setting off the smoke alarm trying to make scrambled eggs." Elijah giggles from where he's dragging a step stool to the sink. "You burned eggs? That's really hard to do." "Thanks for the vote of confidence, kid." The ease with which the words come out surprises me. I've never been around children, never known how to talk to them. But something about Elijah makes it feel natural. Maybe it's the way he looks at me with complete acceptance, like my presence here is the most normal thing in the world. Or maybe it's because he's mine. The thought hits me again, that same mixture of wonder and panic I've been carrying all day. This brilliant, funny little person is my son. Half of his DNA came from me, and I had no idea he existed until yesterday. "Mom, can we tell him about the pigeon?" "Which pigeon story?" Rosie asks, but she's smiling in a way that tells me this is clearly a routine question. "The one who built a nest on our fire escape, or the one who stole your sandwich at the park?" "The sandwich one!" It was so funny. As Elijah launches into an animated story about a particularly bold pigeon who apparently orchestrated an elaborate heist involving his peanut butter and jelly sandwich, I watch Rosie move around the small kitchen with practiced efficiency. She listens to every word of Elijah's story while simultaneously chopping vegetables, stirring something on the stove, and directing him to set the table. She makes it look effortless, this balance of motherhood and everything else. But I can see the tiny signs of exhaustion around her eyes, the way she stretches her back when she thinks no one is looking, the slight tremor in her hands that suggests she's running on caffeine and willpower. She's been doing this alone for 5 years. The guilt hits me all at once. While I was building companies and accumulating wealth I didn't need, she was here, pregnant at 21, dealing with morning sickness and doctor's appointments and the fear of becoming a parent while still barely an adult herself. Then raising him, which came with every sleepless night, every fever, every scraped knee and bad dream and milestone I missed. And then the pigeon just flew away with the whole sandwich. Elijah finishes his story with dramatic flair, spreading his arms wide. Just like that. Just like that, I echo, forcing myself back to the present. Sounds like he had it all planned out. Right? Mom says pigeons are smarter than people think. Your mom's right about a lot of things. The comment slips out before I can stop it, and when I glance at Rosie, she's paused in her chopping, looking at me with an expression I can't quite read. Dinner ends up being simple but perfect. Pasta with some kind of sauce that actually tastes incredible, salad that manages not to be ruined despite my involvement, and garlic bread that Elijah insists on buttering himself with the concentration of a surgeon. But what makes it perfect isn't the food. It's watching Elijah explain his elaborate theories about why dinosaurs would definitely win in a fight against robots, and seeing how Rosie engages with every single thing he says, like it's the most important conversation she's ever had. It's the way Elijah automatically offers me the last piece of garlic bread, and how he asks if I want to see the drawing he made at school today, like my opinion actually matters to him. It's realizing that this warm, chaotic, love-filled apartment is what home is supposed to feel like. Okay, little man, Rosie says as Elijah finishes his second helping of pasta. Bath time. Do I have to? We have company. Company or not, you still have school tomorrow, and you've got paint in your hair again. Elijah looks down at himself, like he's surprised to discover the blue streaks decorating his curls. Oh, that happened during art class. I'm sure it did. Come on, let's get you cleaned up. Can I say goodnight to Alex? Elijah asks, and the way he says my name so casually makes something twist in my chest. Of course you can. He slides off his chair and walks over to me, then stops and looks up with those big brown eyes. Will you come back tomorrow? The question is so simple, so hopeful, that I have to clear my throat before I can answer. I'd like that. If your mom says it's okay, she will. She likes you. He says it with the absolute certainty that only a 5-year-old can possess. I can tell. Can you now? Yep, she gets all smiley when you're not looking. I glance at Rosie, who's suddenly very interested in stacking dirty plates. Is that so? Elijah, bath. Now, but she's fighting a smile and I can see exactly what he means. Elijah gives me a quick hug that catches me completely off guard, then bounds down the hallway after his mother. Their voices carry back to me, the sound of running water, Elijah's protests about washing behind his ears, Rosie's patient responses that suggest this is a nightly battle she's fought and won hundreds of times. I stand alone in their living room, surrounded by the evidence of their life together. Children's books scattered across the coffee table, a half-finished puzzle on the floor, photos stuck to the refrigerator with magnets that spell out ELIJAH in bright primary colors. There's one photo that stops me cold. Elijah as a baby, maybe 6 months old, sitting in Rosie's lap. She looks exhausted but radiant, her hair pulled back in a messy bun, wearing what looks like one of my old Columbia t-shirts, the one I could never find after we broke up. She kept it. Through everything, the pregnancy, the anger, the hurt, she kept something of mine. The sound of Elijah's laughter echoes from the bathroom, followed by Rosie's voice reading what sounds like a picture book. Their bedtime routine is clearly well established, a ritual of comfort and connection that they've built together over 5 years. 5 years I missed. I sink onto the couch, running my hands through my hair. How do I even begin to make up for that? How do you compress 5 years of missed moments into whatever time we have going forward? The apartment falls quiet except for the distant murmur of Rosie's voice and the occasional creak of old floorboards. I check my phone and realize it's past 8. Later than I expected, but somehow the time disappeared without me noticing. When was the last time that happened? When did I last sit somewhere without thinking about deals or deadlines or the 1,000 things demanding my attention? Sorry that took so long, Rosie says, appearing in the doorway. She's changed into jeans and a soft gray sweater that makes her look younger, more like the girl I fell in love with in college. Someone decided he absolutely had to read 3 books tonight instead of 1. I don't mind. I gesture around the apartment, searching for the right words. It's really nice. What you've built here. She moves to the small kitchen area, opening cabinets with the kind of automatic familiarity that comes from knowing exactly where everything belongs. I have wine if you want some, or I think I've got a bottle of champagne somewhere that I've been saving for a special occasion. Wine's perfect. She pulls out a bottle of red and 2 glasses, her movements careful and deliberate. So, this is weird, right? Not just me. I laugh, and it comes out rougher than I intended. Definitely not just you. I keep thinking I'm going to wake up and none of this will be real. She pours the wine, her hand steady now, then settles on the opposite end of the couch with her legs tucked under her. The distance feels intentional, like she's trying to maintain some kind of boundary even while inviting me to stay. He's incredible. Elijah, I know I don't have anything to compare it to, but Jesus, the way his mind works, the things he comes up with, he gets that from you. She takes a sip of wine, watching me over the rim of her glass. The questions about everything, the way he has to understand how things work. Even as a baby, he was always studying everything around him like he was trying to solve some puzzle. For me, huh? I can't stop the smile spreading across my face. It feels good. Too good to recognize pieces of myself in him. What else? What other parts of me do you see in him? Rosie's expression softens as she swirls the wine in her glass. His stubbornness, the way he has to finish one thing before starting another. And he's weirdly particular about his clothes. He won't wear certain fabrics because they feel wrong. Remember how you used to cut all the tags out of your shirts? I still do. The casual revelation of these small similarities hits me harder than I expected. All these tiny genetic echoes I never knew existed. What was he like as a baby? Serious, watchful. He didn't cry much, but when he did, it was like the world was ending. She laughed softly, her eyes distant with memory. And he had this way of looking at me, even when he was tiny, like he understood everything. The space between us on the couch suddenly feels too wide. I want to move closer, to erase the physical distance that mirrors the years we've lost. I want to be part of his life, Rosie. The words come out before I can overthink them. I know it's complicated, and I know it's been just the 2 of you for so long, but I want to be there. For birthdays and school events and random Tuesday nights when he needs help with homework. She sets her wine glass down carefully. Are you sure about that? Because he's not a business deal you can walk away from if things get difficult. He's a person with feelings and expectations. I know that, and I'm not walking away. I lean forward, needing her to understand how serious I am. I've missed 5 years. I don't want to miss any more. She studies my face for a long moment, searching for something. Whatever she finds must satisfy her, because she nods slowly. Okay, we can figure something out, but we need to take it slow for his sake. He's only known you for a day. I understand. Whatever you think is best for him. Thank you. The tension in her shoulders eases slightly. That means a lot. We're closer now, though I don't remember moving. Close enough that I can see the flecks of gold in her brown eyes, the small scar above her eyebrow from when she fell off her bike in college. Close enough to smell her perfume, different from what she used to wear. I should probably go, I say, but I don't move. Probably, she agrees, but she doesn't move either. The air between us feels charged with everything we're not saying. 5 years of separate lives, of growth and change and becoming different people. But underneath it all, there's something familiar. Something that hasn't changed at all. I can't help myself. I lean in and kiss her. For a moment, she's perfectly still. And I think I've made a terrible mistake. Then she sighs against my mouth and kisses me back, her hand coming up to rest against my chest. It's gentle at first, tentative like we're both afraid of breaking something fragile. Then her fingers curl into my shirt, and I slide my hand into her hair, and suddenly we're kissing like we're 19 again, like we never stopped. She tastes like wine and possibility and everything I've been missing without realizing it. Then she pulls back, her breath coming fast. Alex, wait. We can't. This is too fast. I rest my forehead against hers, trying to catch my breath. You're right. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry. She moves back slightly, creating space between us. Just one thing at a time, okay? One thing at a time, I agree, though it takes every ounce of willpower I have not to pull her back into my arms. Have dinner with me? Just us, somewhere nice. We can talk about Elijah, figure out what comes next. She tucks a strand of hair behind her ear, a gesture so familiar it makes my chest ache. I'd like that. I stand before I can change my mind, before I can kiss her again. I'll call you tomorrow. She walks me to the door, and for a moment we just look at each other, the weight of our shared history and the possibility of our future hanging between us. Good night, Rosie. Good night, Alex. As the door closes behind me, I realize I'm smiling like an idiot. For the first time in years, I feel like I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be.
Chapter 15. Rosie. I knock on Marissa's door, and Elijah bounces next to me, his Batman backpack stuffed with activities for the night. You sure you have everything, baby? Pajamas? Toothbrush? Yes, Mom. He sighs with that particular 5-year-old exasperation that makes me smile despite my nerves. When Marissa opens the door, her eyes widen at my outfit. A burgundy dress I splurged on last year but never had occasion to wear. Damn, girl, she whispers, then glances at Elijah. I mean, dang, you look amazing. Thanks for watching him, I say, handing over Elijah's backpack. You're a lifesaver. I'm honored to help. And don't worry if he sleeps over. Marissa winks. This little man and I have big plans involving pizza and a Lego marathon. Elijah's already halfway to her living room. Bye, Mom. Have fun with Alex. I feel my ears warm up. Be good, okay? Listen to Miss Marissa. He'll be fine, Marissa assures me, then lowers her voice. You, on the other hand, might need to remember how to breathe. Text me if you need an emergency exit strategy. I'll be fine, I say, though my stomach's tied in knots. The Uber drops me at Lumiere, one of those restaurants I've only read about in magazines. The kind where they don't put prices on the menu, because if you have to ask, you can't afford it. Alex waits outside, looking devastating in a dark suit. When he spots me, his expression shifts from polite waiting to something that makes my pulse quicken. You look incredible, he says, his voice low. Thank you. You look pretty nice, too. Inside, the hostess practically trips over herself when Alex gives his name. Mr. Wilmington, Chef Antoine mentioned you'd be joining us tonight. Your table is ready. We're led to a secluded corner with a view of the city skyline. The tables adorned with fresh flowers and candles, creating an intimacy that feels cozy yet exciting. This is a lot, I murmur as we sit. Too much? He looks genuinely concerned. No, just... I glance around at the crystal and fine china. Different from my usual Thursday night of mac and cheese with Elijah. The sommelier appears before Alex can respond, presenting a bottle with reverence. Chef Antoine selected this specifically for you, sir. 2015 Chateau Margaux. I try not to react when the wine is poured. I know enough to recognize this bottle costs more than a kidney. Shall I tell the chef you're ready to begin? Please, Alex says, then turns to me once we're alone. I wanted tonight to be special. Mission accomplished. I take a sip of wine and nearly moan. Oh my God, that's good. He grins. Worth every penny. The first course arrives, tiny works of art on oversized plates, seafood I can't identify, garnished with edible flowers. Chef says to enjoy the amuse-bouche, our server announces. I wait until he leaves before leaning forward. I have no idea what I'm eating, but it's amazing. Alex laughs. Antoine's a genius. We met when I invested in his first restaurant. He insisted on cooking for us himself tonight. Course after course arrives, each more incredible than the last. I try not to think about what this meal costs as we talk about everything and nothing. Elijah's school, my writing, his work. It feels like college again, when we could talk for hours without running out of things to say. I can't believe you remember that. I laugh when he brings up our disastrous attempt at camping. That was the worst idea we ever had. I don't know. I think it was worth it. His eyes hold mine across the table. Even with the poison ivy and the raccoons stealing our food. Easy for you to say. You weren't the one who got poison ivy in very uncomfortable places. His smile turns wicked. I seem to recall helping apply calamine lotion to those uncomfortable places. Heat rushes down my body, and it's not from the wine. Alex? Sorry. But he doesn't look sorry at all. By dessert. A chocolate creation that literally melts when the server pours warm sauce over it. I've given up pretending I'm not impressed. I'm letting myself enjoy this moment, this connection with him that feels both new and familiar. Thank you for tonight, I say as we step outside into the cool evening air. It was perfect. Not over yet. He takes my hand. Walk with me. We stroll along the waterfront, the city lights reflecting on the dark water. His fingers laced with mine feel right in a way I've been trying to forget for 5 years. I've missed you, Rosie. His voice is quiet, almost lost in the sounds of the city. Not just since I found out about Elijah. Before that, always. I stop walking, turning to face him. I missed you too. Even when I was angry, even when I thought I hated you. I missed you. He touches my face, his thumb tracing my cheekbone. We have a lot to figure out. We do, I agree, leaning into his touch. But maybe we can figure it out together this time. When he kisses me, it feels like coming home. The kiss soon deepens, his lips moving against mine with a hunger that makes my knees weak. Alex's hands slide to my waist, pulling me closer until I'm pressed against him, feeling the solid warmth of his body. I clutch his shoulders, steadying myself as the world seems to tilt around us. When we finally break apart, we're both breathing hard. His forehead rests against mine, his eyes dark with desire. Can I drive you home? He asks, his voice rough. Yes, I manage, not trusting myself to say more. His car is parked nearby, a sleek black Audi that shines in the glimmering streetlights. He opens the passenger door for me, and I slide into the buttery leather seat. The interior smells expensive, like new leather and rare cologne. As he starts the engine, The dashboard lights up with a soft blue glow, illuminating his profile. He looks impossibly handsome in this light, all sharp angles and intensity. "Where to?" he asks, though we both know the answer. I give him my address, watching as he navigates through the city streets with confident ease. At a red light, his hand drops to my thigh, his thumb tracing small circles against the fabric of my dress. The simple touch sends electricity racing through me. "Is this okay?" he asks, his eyes meeting mine. "More than okay," I breathe. The drive feels endless and too short all at once. Alex's hand stays on my thigh, occasionally squeezing gently when we stop at a light, his touch burning through the thin material of my dress. I find myself watching his hands on the steering wheel, remembering exactly what those hands are capable of. When we pull up to my building, he kills the engine, but makes no move to get out. "I should probably call it a night," he says. Though his eyes tell a different story, I gather my courage. "Or you could come up for a nightcap." His eyes darken. "Are you sure?" "Very sure." I meet his gaze steadily, letting him see the want I'm not bothering to hide anymore. The race up the stairs to my floor is torturous. My hands shake slightly as I unlock my door. We enter. Then I flip on a lamp, casting the living room in soft light. "Can I get you something to drink?" "I have wine or—" His mouth is on mine before I can finish the sentence, his hands framing my face as he kisses me deeply. I melt into him, my purse dropping forgotten to the floor as I wrap my arms around his neck. "I've thought about this for years," he murmurs against my lips. "Being with you again." "Me too," I admit, running my fingers through his hair. He pulls back slightly, his thumbs caressing my cheekbones. "We should slow down." "Why?" I challenge, pressing closer. "Because I want to do this right," he says, his voice serious despite the desire evident in his eyes. "I don't want to rush and mess things up." "Not again." The sincerity in his voice makes my heart stutter. "One drink." I agree. "Then we'll see where the night takes us." I lead him to my small kitchen, hyper aware of his presence behind me. As I reach for glasses in the cabinet, his hands settle on my hips, his chest pressing against my back. I can feel his breath on my neck, sending shivers down my spine. "You're making it very hard to pour this wine," I say, trying to keep my voice steady. His lips brush the sensitive spot below my ear. "Maybe I don't want wine anymore." I turn in his arms, our faces inches apart. "What do you want, Alex?" His eyes hold mine, intense and vulnerable all at once. "You. It's always been you, Rosie." "Oh, so you think you're ready for some hockey romance, huh? Baby, you don't even know what you're about to step into."
This is not your grandma's romance collection.
No, sir. We're talking muscles on the ice, dirty talking men who can handle a stick. And I do mean every kind of stick.
8 full-length audiobooks, over 30 hours of heat, sass, and love stories that'll melt more than just the ice.
And honey, these aren't just some regular old stories. These are the kind that'll have you fanning yourself, yelling at your headphones, and staying up till 3 a.m. talking about one more chapter.
Normally, a collection like this would cost you a small fortune.
But baby, you know we don't play like that. Right now, it's already sitting at a jaw-dropping 70% off.
If you order today and use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40, that's VIXA40.
Boom. Even bigger savings. That's right. Your romance binge just got cheaper than your last DoorDash order.
One click, endless passion.
Vixavon Romance.
Chapter 16. Alexander. 6 years of wanting her, dreaming of her, culminate in this moment as I claim her mouth with mine. My hands slide down her back, pulling her flush against me. "Bedroom!" I growl against her lips. Rosie takes my hand, leading me down a short hallway. The bedroom is small but cozy, with a queen bed covered in a blue comforter. I don't have time to notice more before she's turning, grabbing my tie and pulling me toward her. Well, things are heating up here. You know what to do. Go to vixavonromance.com to get the dirty details that this platform won't put on the air. I know it sucks, but at least you can get a 40% discount with code VIXA40 to make up for it. Use it while it lasts, and apply it to every digital product in your cart. Back to the story. That was... She starts, then laughs softly. "Worth the 6-year wait?" I suggest, pressing a gentle kiss to her lips. "Definitely worth the wait." I roll to the side, bringing her with me so we're facing each other. Her hair is a wild tangle around her pretty face, her lips swollen from my kisses. I've never seen anything more perfect. "I should have found you sooner," I murmur, tucking a curl behind her ear. Her expression softens. "We're here now. That's what matters." I pull her closer, our bodies still slick with sweat. The feel of her naked against me is something I never thought I'd experience again. 6 years of regret and longing, and now she's back in my arms where she belongs. "I'm not letting you go again," I tell her, meaning every word. "Whatever it takes, whatever we need to figure out, I'm all in, Rosie." She traces my jawline with her fingertips, her eyes searching mine. "Me too."
Chapter 17. Rosie. I balance 3 plates along my arm with practiced ease, weaving between the crowded tables at Sunrise Diner. The lunch rush is in full swing, and I'm running on 4 hours of sleep and way too much coffee. Worth it, though. The memory of last night with Alex sends a pleasant shiver through me. "Order up for table 4. I call, setting down a stack of blueberry pancakes in front of a regular. The bell above the door chimes, and I glance over automatically. A woman steps in, tall, with long dark hair and a sleek outfit. She looks completely out of place among our vinyl booths and laminated menus. Something about her screams money. Designer sunglasses perched on her head, diamond studs in her ears that catch the light with every movement. She scans the diner with a critical eye before her gaze lands on me. The corner of her mouth lifts in what might be a smile, but feels more like a threat. I turn away, grabbing coffee for table 3, but I can feel her eyes following me. When I look back, she's settled into a booth in my section, still watching me with that unsettling half smile. Great. Just what I need. I approach her table, notepad ready. "Welcome to Sunrise. Can I get you something to drink?" Rosie Davis. She says my name like she's testing it out. "You look exactly like your pictures." My smile freezes. "I'm sorry, do I know you?" "No, but I know all about you." She extends a perfectly manicured hand. "Justina Franklin, I'm Alex's girlfriend." I furrow my brows together. Alex's girlfriend? But last night I think there's been a misunderstanding. I manage, ignoring her outstretched hand. "Is there?" She examines her nails. "Alex and I have been together for years. Our families are close. We attend all the important functions together." Her eyes flick up to mine. "Did he not mention me?" My throat tightens. "What do you want?" "Just checking out the competition." She leans forward, though I use that term loosely. Alex has always had a thing for nostalgia, old flames, childhood toys. He likes to revisit the past occasionally. The coffee pot trembles slightly in my hand. "Look, I'm working." "If you're not ordering anything, he screwed you, didn't he?" Her voice drops to a whisper, but her eyes are hard. "Last night, I'm guessing. He always did have a weakness for charity cases." Heat explodes across my body, humiliation and rage at the forefront. "You need to leave." It's cute that you think this is something real. She pulls out her phone, scrolling through photos before turning the screen toward me. It shows her and Alex at some fancy event, his arm around her waist. This is his real life, sweetie. Galas, corporate events, family dinners. Not some run-down diner with a single mom waitress. Sal catches my eye from his spot in the kitchen, raising his eyebrows in question. I shake my head slightly. I'm not doing this here. I say firmly. Either order something or leave. Fine. She picks up the menu, examining it with distaste. I'll have a water. Bottled, not tap. And maybe you can tell me about your son while I'm here. Elijah, right? My blood runs cold. How do you... I make it my business to know everything about the people in Alex's life. She smiles. All teeth and no warmth. Especially the temporary ones. I set the coffee pot down before I drop it. Listen carefully. I don't know what game you're playing, but you need to leave. Now. Or what? She raises a perfectly sculpted eyebrow. You'll make a scene? That would be embarrassing for you, wouldn't it? Your boss wouldn't appreciate that. I lean in close, keeping my voice low. Alex and I have history. Whatever he told you about us, he didn't have to tell me anything. I've known Alex since we were children. I know all his patterns, his weaknesses. She examines her watch. He'll be bored with this little walk down memory lane by next week. Back in my bed where he belongs. The diner suddenly feels too hot, too small. I can feel curious glances from other customers, wondering why I'm standing here instead of taking orders. You don't know anything about me or Alex, I say, fighting to keep my voice steady. I know enough. She stands, smoothing her skirt. Just a friendly warning, waitress. Don't get comfortable. You're just a novelty, a distraction. When he remembers who he really is, what his family expects, she shrugs delicately. Well, let's just say I've seen this before. I know how it ends. She drops a 50 on the table. Keep the change. Consider it compensation for wasting your time, with Alex and with me. As she sashays toward the exit, the bell chimes again, marking her departure like the end of a round in a fight I didn't know I was in. I stand frozen, the $50 bill on the table mocking me. Was last night just another round of Alex slumming it with his ex? The woman he left behind? Or is Justina lying through her perfect teeth? Either way, I've got 3 orders waiting and a shift to finish. I stuff the 50 in my apron pocket and get back to work, but my hands won't stop shaking. I make it through the rest of my shift on autopilot. Take orders, deliver food, refill coffee, smile. My body knows the routine even when my mind is miles away, replaying Justina's words on an endless loop. Alex and I have been together for years. He's always had a weakness for charity cases. You're just a novelty, a distraction. Each phrase cuts deeper than the last. The worst part is how much sense it makes. Of course, Alex has a girlfriend, probably one his parents approve of, with the right background and connections. Someone who fits into his world of corporate meetings and fancy galas. Not a single mom waitress, with unpublished manuscripts and overdue electric bills. You okay, Rosie? Sal asks as I hang up my apron. You've been quiet since that fancy lady came in. I'm fine. The lie comes easily after years of practice. Just tired? If you say so. He doesn't look convinced, but he doesn't push it. That's what I like about Sal. He notices things but knows when to back off. I check my phone for the first time since Justina's visit and my stomach drops. 3 messages from Alex. Last night was amazing. Can't stop thinking about you. Dinner tonight? I could pick you up after your shift. Miss your smile already. Let me know about dinner. The sweet words make my chest ache. Was last night just a game to him? Some kind of twisted entertainment while his girlfriend was busy? I stare at the messages, trying to reconcile them with Justina's visit. Either she's lying or he is. Maybe both of them. I shove my phone back in my pocket without responding. I need time to think, to figure out what's real and what isn't. The walk to Elijah's school clears my head a little. My phone buzzes again in my pocket while I walk. I ignore it. The elementary school playground is chaotic with kids racing around, burning off energy after being cooped up all day. I scan the crowd for Elijah's familiar curls and spot him by the jungle gym, deep in conversation with his good friend Miguel. When he sees me, his whole face lights up. "Mommy!" He barrels toward me, backpack bouncing, and launches himself into my arms. I catch him, hugging him tight, breathing in the scent of crayons and playground dust. "Hey, baby." "How was school?" "We learned about dinosaurs." "Did you know that T-Rex couldn't even touch its claws together? Their arms were too short," he demonstrates, trying to make his own arms shorter by tucking his elbows against his sides. "That's fascinating," I say, taking his hand as we start walking home. "What else did you learn?" He chatters the entire way, jumping from dinosaurs to recess, to the new girl in class who can do cartwheels. I nod and ask questions in all the right places, but part of my mind is still stuck on Justina's visit and Alex's messages. "Mommy, you're not listening," Elijah says, tugging on my hand. "I'm sorry, baby." "What did you say?" "I asked if we could have pizza for dinner." He looks up at me with those big brown eyes, so serious and hopeful. "Sure, we can have pizza." I ruffle his curls, forcing myself to focus on what matters. This little boy. Our life together. The stability I've worked so hard to create. My phone buzzes again as we climb the stairs to our apartment. I fish out my keys, still ignoring it. "Is that your phone, Mommy?" Elijah asks. "Yeah, but it's not important right now." I unlock the door, letting him race inside to dump his backpack. While Elijah changes out of his school clothes, I finally check my phone. Another message from Alex. "Everything okay? Let me know you got these." My thumb hovers over the screen. What am I supposed to say? "Hey, your girlfriend stopped by the diner today to warn me off. Care to explain? Or maybe just curious? Am I your side piece, or does she know about us?" Instead, I set the phone down without responding. I need time to think, to process, to figure out what I want and what I'm willing to risk. "Can we get pepperoni and mushrooms?" Elijah calls from his room. "Half and half," I call back, the familiar negotiation bringing me back to reality. "You get your pepperoni, I get my mushrooms." This is my life. Pizza negotiations and homework help and bedtime stories. It's messy and imperfect and exhausting, but it's real. Whatever Alex and I had, whatever we might have again, has to fit into this reality, not the other way around. My phone buzzes once more. I turn it face down on the counter and go help Elijah with his dinosaur drawings instead.
Chapter 18. Alexander. I stare at the profit and loss statement from 2018, trying to make sense of the numbers that should be straightforward but keep swimming before my eyes. Dallas sits across from me, his attention fully on the task, circling figures that don't add up. "Look at this," he says, tapping his pen against a particular line item. Equipment purchases spiked 300% in Q2, but there's no corresponding inventory increase. Classic Oswald move. "Yeah," I mutter, barely registering his words. My mind is elsewhere, replaying the last text I sent Rosie 3 days ago. "Dinner tonight? I could pick you up after your shift." No response, not even a courtesy rejection. Just silence. "Alex, you with me, man?" Dallas waves his hand in front of my face. I blink, forcing myself back to the present. "Sorry. Just thinking about these numbers. Nonsense." Dallas leans back in his chair. You've been checking your phone every 5 minutes all day. What's going on? Nothing. I shuffle papers around, avoiding his gaze. Just waiting on an important call. Dallas gives me a knowing look. From the waitress at that diner you keeping running off to? Can we just focus on work? I gesture at the mess of financial statements spread across the conference table. Sure thing, boss. He smirks but returns his attention to the documents. We work in silence for another hour, flagging suspicious transactions and strange revenue losses. By the time we finish, it's past 7, and my mood has sunk even lower. You want to grab a drink? Dallas asks as we pack up. Monica's got a girls' night, so I'm a free agent until morning. Thanks, but I think I'll head home. Been a long day. He claps me on the shoulder. Don't overthink it, man. Sometimes silence just means she's busy. I wish I could believe that. The drive to my building is quick, traffic mercifully light for a weeknight. As I pull into the underground parking, my phone buzzes. My heart leaps, but it's just a text from my mother. Alexander, darling, we're waiting in the lobby. Such a lovely surprise for you. What the hell? I park haphazardly and take the elevator straight to the lobby, dread building with each floor. When the doors open, I see exactly what I feared. My mother and Justina, heads together, laughing like they're sharing the world's most delicious secret. They spot me immediately. Justina's face lights up with a smile that doesn't reach her eyes, while my mother waves as though we're meeting for a planned dinner rather than an ambush in my own building. Alexander! Mom glides toward me, expensive perfume preceding her. What a coincidence. Justina and I were just discussing the Children's Hospital Gala next month. We realized we were right near your building. Right. Coincidence. About as coincidental as a tax audit after bragging about dodging the IRS. Mother. I kiss her cheek mechanically. Justina, what a surprise. We thought we might convince you to join us for a late dinner, Justina says, sliding her arm through mine like she has any right to touch me. I've been telling your mother all about our plans. Our plans? I extract my arm from her grip, maintaining a polite smile for my mother's benefit. I wasn't aware we had any. Oh, Alex. Justina laughs, the sound practiced and hollow. Always so focused on work you forget the important things. The ring shopping. Our weekend in the Hamptons. What the actual hell is happening right now? Justina has been such a delight, my mother gushes, completely oblivious to my growing fury. She's been telling me how you're planning to propose soon. I must say, darling, it's about time. The lobby suddenly feels too small, too warm. I loosen my tie, struggling to maintain my composure. Mother, I think there's been a misunderstanding. Justina and I aren't... Don't be shy, Alex. Justina cuts me off, her grip on my arm tightening. Your mother is thrilled for us, aren't you, Yolanda? Beyond thrilled, Mom agrees, beaming. The Franklins are such a wonderful family. Perfect match for the Wilmingtons. I extract my arm from Justina's grip again, more forcefully this time. Mom, can I speak with you privately for a moment? Whatever for. We're all family here. She waves dismissively. Now, about dinner? I've made reservations already. The car is waiting. I'm not going to dinner, I say firmly. And I'm not proposing to anyone. Justina and I aren't together. We never have been. Justina's smile falters for a fraction of a second before reasserting itself. Alex is just being modest. We've been seeing each other for months. No, we haven't. I step back, creating distance between us. I'm going up. I have a migraine forming, and I don't need this nonsense right now. My mother's face falls. Alexander, don't be rude. Justina has been so looking forward to dinner. I don't care what Justina has been looking forward to. I jab the elevator button repeatedly, as if that might make it arrive faster. There is no us. There never has been. The elevator doors slide open and I step inside, desperate to escape this ambush. Justina lunges forward, slipping between the closing doors with practiced grace. "Alex, wait!" "Stay away from me, Justina." My voice is low, dangerous. I mean it. She follows me into the elevator anyway, her perfume filling the small space. My mother's shocked face disappears as the doors close. "This is about that waitress, isn't it?" Justina's voice drips with disdain. "Rosie Davis." I freeze, my finger hovering over the penthouse button. "How do you know about her?" A smirk plays at the corner of her mouth. "I have my ways." "That's not an answer." "Fine." She examines her manicure, completely unfazed by my anger. "I borrowed your phone once when you were in the shower. You should really use a better passcode than your birthday." The violation makes my mouth drop. "You went through my phone?" "Of course I did." "And what did I find?" Dozens of searches for Rosie Davis. Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. Her laugh is cold and hollow. "God, it was pathetic. You were practically stalking her online." My stomach turns. The thought of Justina scrolling through my search history, seeing my desperate attempts to find Rosie, makes me feel exposed in the worst way. "You had no right." "I had every right." Her eyes harden. "We're meant to be together, Alex. Everyone knows it. Your parents, my parents, it's practically been arranged since we were children." The elevator reaches my floor, and I step out, heading straight for my penthouse door. Justina follows, her heels clicking aggressively on the marble floor. "After I saw all those searches, I did some digging of my own." She continues as I fumble with my keys. "Rosie Davis, single mother, waitress at that pathetic little diner, wannabe writer who's never published anything. Is that really who you want instead of me?" I spin around, fury coursing through me. "How do you know all that? What did you do?" She shrugs, the gesture elegant, even in its callousness. "I pulled some strings, made some calls. It's amazing what people will tell you when you offer them enough money. Stay out of my life." I push my door open, ready to slam it in her face. "We're done. Whatever you think is happening between us isn't real." Justina catches the door before it closes, her strength surprising. "You'll come around, Alex." "You always do. When you're done slumming it with your little waitress, I'll be waiting." Her smile is predatory. "And so will your parents." "Get out." I slam the door in her face, the sound echoing through my apartment. Through the door, I hear her final words. "See you soon, darling." I lean against the door, my head pounding. The thought of Justina investigating Rosie, prying into her life, makes me sick. My phone buzzes in my pocket. A text from my mother. "Alexander, your behavior was inexcusable. Call me immediately." I switch my phone off and toss it onto the couch. Whatever game Justina's playing, I need to warn Rosie. But first, I need this migraine to stop.
Chapter 19. Rosie. I push my cart down the cereal aisle, watching Elijah dart ahead to the colorful boxes that line the shelves. His energy never fails to amaze me, especially on Saturday mornings when most kids are glued to cartoons. "Mom, can we get the one with the chocolate bits?" Elijah holds up a box with a cartoon character promising magical breakfast adventures. "Not today, buddy." I check the price tag and wince. "Let's stick with the oatmeal we have at home." His little shoulders slump, but only for a second. That's one thing I love about Elijah. His disappointment never lasts long before curiosity takes over. "Can I get the store-brand Cheerios instead?" "They're on sale." He points to the yellow sign marking the weekly special. My heart swells. At 5 years old, he already understands words like sale and budget. I'm not sure if that makes me proud or sad. Good eye, detective. I ruffle his curls as he places the box in our cart. We can definitely do that. We navigate through the store, sticking to our list: milk, eggs, bread, peanut butter, the basics that keep us going through the week. I mentally calculate the total as we shop, making sure we stay under the $50 I've budgeted. In the snack aisle, Elijah's pace slows as he surveys the options with the seriousness of a food critic. "Can I pick one thing?" he asks, his brown eyes wide and hopeful. "One thing," I agree. "Under $3. He takes this mission seriously, examining prices and package sizes. I watch him, marveling at how much of me I see in him, the careful consideration, the way his eyebrows furrow when he's thinking hard. "Mom?" His voice pulls me from my thoughts. "When is Alex coming over again?" The question catches me off guard. It's been a week since I've spoken to Alexander. 7 days of ignored texts and missed calls. "I'm not sure, buddy. He's really busy with work right now. But he promised to show me how to build a model airplane." Elijah's disappointment is palpable. He said next time he comes over. I kneel down to his level, brushing a stray curl from his forehead. Sometimes grown-ups have to change their plans. Alex has a lot going on. Like a girlfriend he never mentioned. Like a whole separate life he conveniently left out of our conversations. "Is he coming back?" Elijah asks, his voice small. I don't know. I hate the honesty in my answer. Maybe not for a while. Elijah nods, processing this in that quiet way he has. Then he holds up a bag of pretzels. "These are $2.99. That's under $3, right?" "Right on budget." I smile, grateful for his ability to move on when I'm still stuck. At the checkout, I swipe my card and hold my breath until the payment goes through. Another week, another grocery trip successfully navigated without financial disaster. As we walk home, Elijah skips ahead, stopping to examine interesting sidewalk cracks and fallen leaves. I carry our bags, my mind drifting to the manuscript waiting on my laptop. That's been the unexpected silver lining in all this. The words are flowing like never before. Every night after Elijah goes to bed, I pour my frustration and hurt onto the page. My characters have never felt more alive, their struggles and triumphs resonating with an authenticity I couldn't capture before. 3 more chapters completed this week alone. The ending is finally taking shape, no longer an abstract concept, but a tangible goal within reach. "Mom, look." Elijah points to a butterfly resting on a nearby fence. "It's the same color as your favorite shirt." I pause to admire the vibrant blue wings. "You're right. Good eye." "Alex said butterflies only live for a few weeks," he comments. "That's why they're always moving so fast." Even here, Alexander finds a way to insert himself into our day. I swallow the lump in my throat. "Smart guy, that Alex," I manage. "The smartest," Elijah agrees with the absolute confidence only a child can muster. We continue our walk home, and I find myself thinking about the chapter I wrote last night, about my protagonist finally standing up for herself, claiming her worth in a world that constantly undervalues her. Maybe my characters know something I don't yet. Maybe they're braver than I am. "Can we have grilled cheese for lunch?" Elijah asks as we climb the stairs to our apartment. "Absolutely," I say, setting down the bags to unlock our door. "With tomato soup?" "Yes, please." I unpack the groceries methodically, arranging each item in its proper place. The store-brand Cheerios go in the cabinet next to the peanut butter. Milk and eggs in the fridge. Pretzels in the snack drawer where Elijah can reach them. "Can I help put stuff away?" Elijah appears at my elbow, already reaching for the bread. "Sure thing. You know where that goes?" While he carefully places the bread in its spot, my phone buzzes on the counter. I've been ignoring it all day, but curiosity finally gets the better of me. I glance at the screen and see 5 new messages from Alexander. "Rosie, I need to talk to you. It's important. Please call me when you get this. Do you know Justina? Has she contacted you? I'm worried she might have said something to you. Whatever she told you isn't true. Please just let me know you're okay. My fingers tighten around the phone, so he knows Justina came to see me. The memory of her sitting in my section, that smug smile on her perfect face as she called me a charity case, makes my stomach turn. Mom, can I have some pretzels now? Elijah asks, oblivious to the storm brewing inside me. After lunch, buddy. Go wash your hands and I'll make those grilled cheese sandwiches. As soon as he scampers off to the bathroom, I stare back at the messages. The nerve of this man. Acting all concerned now when he's the one who put me in this position. Dating me while having a girlfriend? Or dating her while seeing me on the side? Either way, I'm not the one he should be worried about. I type out a response, delete it, type again. Every version sounds either too angry or not angry enough. In the end, I set the phone down without replying. I don't have the energy for this drama, and I certainly don't have the time. The tomato soup starts to simmer on the stove as I slice cheese for our sandwiches. My phone buzzes again. Rosie, please. I need to explain. Justina isn't who you think she is. A harsh laugh escapes me. Oh, I think I know exactly who she is. The woman who has a claim on Alexander. The woman who fits into his world of corporate events and family expectations. The woman who isn't struggling to make ends meet while raising a child alone. My thumb hovers over the block button. One tap, and I could cut him out completely. No more messages, no more explanations. No more Alexander Wilmington complicating my already complicated life. But I can't do it. Despite everything, despite the anger burning in my chest, and the humiliation still fresh from Justina's visit, I can't bring myself to block him entirely. What does that say about me? That I'm weak? That I'm still holding on to something that was never real in the first place? Mom, the soup's bubbling, Elijah calls out, climbing onto his chair at the kitchen table. I turn down the heat and flip the sandwiches, focusing on the sizzle of bread against the pan instead of the messages lighting up my phone. This is what matters. Making lunch for my son, keeping our routine steady, protecting the life we've built together. Alexander had his chance years ago. He walked away then, and I survived. I'll survive this too. Here you go, buddy. I set his grilled cheese and a small bowl of soup in front of him. Careful, it's hot. Thanks, Mom. He blows on his soup with exaggerated puffs that make me smile despite everything. My phone buzzes again, but I turn it face down. Alexander can wait. He can wait forever for all I care. Whatever game he's playing with Justina, I refuse to be caught in the middle. Mom? Elijah looks up from his sandwich, a string of melted cheese connecting his mouth to the plate. Are you mad at someone? Kids, they notice everything. Not mad, just thinking about grown-up stuff. I take a bite of my own sandwich, though I've lost my appetite. Is it about Alex? You look at your phone the same way when he texts you. My heart squeezes. It's complicated, baby. Complicated means you don't want to talk about it, he says matter-of-factly, dunking his sandwich in the soup. Eat your lunch, I say gently. Then we can start that model airplane kit you've been wanting to build. His eyes light up, and just like that, Alexander's drama fades to the background where it belongs. For Elijah's sake, I need to keep it there. No more getting caught up in what-ifs and maybes. No more letting Alexander Wilmington disrupt the life I've worked so hard to build.
Chapter 20. Alexander. I stab my fork into the overpriced salmon, wondering how the hell I ended up here. Across from me, my father cuts his steak with surgical precision, each slice exactly the same size as the last. The restaurant hums with quiet conversation, and the gentle clink of silverware against fine china. "Your mother tells me Justina stopped by your place last week." Dad's voice is casual, but his eyes are sharp. "Says you were quite rude to her." That's one way to put it. I take a swig of scotch, welcoming the burn. Another would be that she ambushed me in my own building and lied to Mom's face about our relationship. Dad sets down his knife and fork, dabbing his mouth with his napkin. "Alexander, you're 26 years old. It's time you started thinking about your future." "That's exactly what I'm doing." "Are you?" He leans forward, lowering his voice. "Because from where I sit, you're making the same impulsive decisions you always have. Running from responsibility." The scotch turns bitter in my mouth. "You don't know what you're talking about." "Then enlighten me." He gestures to the waiter for another drink. "Your mother's worried. Justina's worried. Hell, I'm worried. What's going on with you?" I push my plate away, appetite gone. "Nothing's going on. I'm just not interested in Justina. Never have been. Never will be." She's a Franklin. Dad says this like it explains everything. Her family has connections that would benefit our family tremendously. Not to mention she's beautiful, educated, from the right background. Jesus Christ! I cut him off. "Is this the 1800s? Are we arranging marriages based on business alliances now?" "Watch your language." His voice hardens. "This isn't about business alliances. It's about making smart choices, finding a suitable partner, building a family." "A family?" I laugh without humor. "That's what this is really about, isn't it? The Wilmington legacy, the family name, having an heir. Is that so wrong?" Dad spreads his hands. "Your mother and I aren't getting any younger, Alexander. We'd like grandchildren while we're still young enough to enjoy them." Something snaps inside me. All the pressure, all the expectations, all the lies. It's too much. "I have a son." The words hang between us, heavy and undeniable. Dad's face goes blank with shock, his fork suspended halfway to his mouth. "What did you just say?" "I said I have a son." My voice is steady now, relief flooding through me at finally saying it out loud. "His name is Elijah. He's 5 years old." Dad sets down his fork with deliberate care. 5 years old. "Yes. And you're just mentioning this now?" His voice is dangerously quiet. "You've had a child for 5 years and never thought to tell your mother and me?" "I didn't know about him until recently." I drain my scotch, needing the liquid courage. "Remember Rosie? From college? The girl you dated before dropping out? The writer? She's the mother of my son." I meet his gaze steadily. "We reconnected recently. That's when I found out about Elijah." Dad's expression shifts from shock to calculation. "Are you certain he's yours?" "Jesus, Dad. Yes, I'm certain." The anger rises again. "He's mine. And Rosie is an amazing mother who's been raising him alone while working as a waitress and writing novels at night." "A waitress!" He says this like it's a disease. "Yes, a waitress, and a damn good one." I lean forward. "And I've been trying to reconnect with her, to get to know my son, but Justina is messing everything up." "Language, Alexander." "No, you need to hear this. I'm beyond caring about propriety now. Justina went to Rosie's workplace. She harassed her, told her we were together, called her a charity case. She's been going through my phone, stalking Rosie online. And now Rosie won't even talk to me." Dad sits back, processing this information. For once, he seems at a loss for words. "I care about Rosie. I always have." My voice softens. "And I have a son I want to know. A son who already thinks I'm the smartest person in the world, even though I've barely spent any time with him." "Why didn't you tell us sooner?" Dad asks, his voice uncharacteristically gentle. Because I knew exactly how you and Mom would react, the waitress with the inconvenient child. I shake my head, but Elijah isn't inconvenient. He's my son. And Rosie isn't just some waitress. She's talented and strong, and she's raised an amazing kid without any help from me. Dad is quiet for a long moment, swirling the ice in his drink. When he finally speaks, his voice is thoughtful. Your grandfather was a factory worker, you know. This catches me off guard. What? Before he built the business, he worked in a factory 12 hours a day. Dad's eyes meet mine. Your grandmother was a seamstress. They weren't born into money, Alexander. They made it themselves. I've never heard this story before. Why are you telling me this now? Because somewhere along the way, I think we forgot where we came from. He sighs. Your mother and I wanted to give you everything we never had. Maybe we went too far. The restaurant around us continues its elegant hum, but something has shifted between us. I want to meet him, Dad says finally. My grandson. The words hit me like a physical force. You do? Of course I do. He looks almost offended. And your mother will too, once she gets past the initial shock. For the first time in weeks, I feel a flicker of hope. First, I need to fix things with Rosie. She won't even answer my calls. Dad nods, decision made. Then that's what we'll do. Fix things with Rosie. I lean back in my chair, a weight lifting from my shoulders. I didn't even realize was there. Dad's reaction is nothing like I expected. No judgment, no lecture about responsibility or family reputation. Just acceptance. Tell me about him, Dad says, his voice gentle. My grandson? The word grandson sends a surge of warmth through me. I pull out my phone, scrolling to find the photos Rosie reluctantly let me take the last time I visited. He's brilliant, Dad. I mean, genuinely smart. Not just my kid knows the alphabet smart, but the kind that makes you do a double take. I hand him my phone, showing a picture of Elijah concentrating on a drawing. He's 5, and already reading at a 3rd grade level. Rosie's been teaching him since he was tiny. Dad takes the phone, his eyes softening as he swipes through the images. He has your nose. And Rosie's curls, I add. But his personality... God, Dad, he's so kind. He once offered me half his cookie because he thought I looked sad. Dad's eyes glisten. What else? He loves dinosaurs and space, knows all the planets and their moons. He's gentle with other kids, shares everything. And he's funny. Not in that random kid way, but actually witty. I can't stop the pride in my voice. Rosie's done an amazing job with him. She raised him alone all this time? Dad asks, handing back my phone. Yeah, working double shifts at the diner, writing at night after he goes to bed. I shake my head, still in awe of her strength. Never asked for help from anyone, especially not me. Dad dabs at his eyes with his napkin. Your mother is going to spoil that boy rotten. You think she'll be okay with this? With Rosie? Alexander, Dad says, his voice suddenly serious. Your mother might be obsessed with status, but she's wanted grandchildren since the day you turned 21. Once she meets Elijah, nothing else will matter. Relief washes over me. We should get him something. For when you meet him. He loves building things, models, Legos, anything with his hands. We'll fill a whole room with toys, Dad says, his smile wide, and your mother will buy out half of 5th Avenue once she hears. We both laugh, the tension dissolving. For the first time in years, I feel like my father and I are on the same side. There's one more thing we need to discuss, Dad says, his expression growing serious again. Justina. The Franklins are powerful people, Alexander. They have connections throughout the city. If Justina feels threatened by Rosie, she might not stop at harassment. What are you saying? I'm saying tread carefully. Justina clearly sees Rosie as competition, and she's already shown she's willing to hit where it hurts. He leans forward. Your weak spot is obvious now. It's Rosie and Elijah. Justina will use that if you're not careful about your next moves. A cold feeling settles in my stomach. You think she'd try to hurt them? Not physically, but there are other ways to cause damage. The Franklins own half the commercial real estate in Brooklyn. They have friends in publishing, in education, in every industry that could affect Rosie's life and Elijah's future. Dad's voice is grave. You need a strategy before you confront her. I can't just let her get away with what she's done, I argue. Rosie won't even talk to me now because of her lies. I'm not saying do nothing. I'm saying be smart. Dad signals for the check. You've always been impulsive, Alexander. Charging ahead without thinking through the consequences. That won't work here. Not with what's at stake. He's right, and I hate it. Every instinct screams at me to confront Justina, to put an end to her games immediately. But Dad's warning makes sense. This isn't just about me anymore. What would you do? I ask. Dad considers this as he signs the check. I'd secure Rosie and Elijah first. Make sure they're protected. Financially, legally, in every way possible. Then I'd neutralize Justina from a position of strength, not anger. Rosie's stubborn. She won't accept help easily. Then don't frame it as help. Dad stands, buttoning his suit jacket. Frame it as what it is. Taking responsibility for your family. Because that's what they are now, Alexander. Your family.
Chapter 21. Rosie. I push through the door of Sunrise Diner, tying my apron as I hurry toward the counter. The morning rush has already started, and I'm running a few minutes late after Elijah spilled orange juice all over his school clothes. Sorry I'm late, Sal. School emergency. I grab my order pad and pen, ready to jump into the fray. Sal doesn't respond with his usual grunt of acknowledgement. Instead, he stands behind the counter, arms crossed over his chest, his face set in hard lines I've never seen before. In my office. Now. My stomach drops. Sal never uses his office unless something's seriously wrong. I follow him through the swinging doors into the small room that serves as both storage closet and manager's office. The walls are covered with schedules and health code regulations, leaving barely enough space for the ancient metal desk crammed against one wall. Close the door, he says, settling into his creaky chair. I do as he asks, my heart already racing. What's going on? This is what's going on. He spins his laptop around, showing me the diner's Yelp page. My eyes widen as I scan the screen. Dozens of one-star reviews, all posted within the last 24 hours. I lean closer, reading the comments with growing horror. Worst service I've ever experienced. Waitress named Rosie was rude and got our order completely wrong. Food was cold, coffee was burnt, and the waitress Rosie seemed more interested in flirting with male customers than doing her job. Saw the waitress Rosie pocket money from the register when she thought no one was looking. Won't be back. I step back like I've been slapped. Sal, these are lies. You know me. I would never. I got a call this morning. His voice is eerily calm. Anonymous tip. Said they saw you taking money from the register yesterday afternoon. What? That's ridiculous. Check the cameras. I did. He rubs his face, suddenly looking 10 years older. Nothing there. But these reviews are fake. Someone's trying to sabotage me. The realization hits me like a truck. It's Justina Franklin. She came in last week, threatened me because of Alexander. I don't want to hear it. Sal holds up his hand. I don't care about your personal drama. What I care about is that my diner's rating just dropped from 4 stars to 2 overnight, and every single complaint mentions you by name. Sal, please, You know me. I've never stolen anything in my life. My voice cracks. This woman is trying to ruin me because what? Some rich lady is jealous of a waitress? He shakes his head. That's the kind of story people make up when they get caught, Rosie. Tears spring to my eyes. Check the cameras again. Call the customers who left those reviews. You'll see their fake accounts. 27 reviews, Rosie. 27. He leans back in his chair. And now this tip about stealing? I can't ignore that. So you believe I'm stealing from you? After everything? The betrayal cuts deep. After all of this time, never once being late on a shift, covering for other waitresses when they call out. It doesn't matter what I believe. His voice hardens. What matters is the reputation of this place. I can't afford to lose customers because of you. The implication hangs in the air between us. You're firing me. It's not a question. He doesn't meet my eyes. I have to let you go, effective immediately. The room spins around me. This can't be happening. The diner is my lifeline, my steady paycheck. The job that lets me pick up Elijah from school and still pay our rent. Sal, please. I have a son. I need this job. Tears stream down my face now. Just give me a chance to prove. My mind's made up. He slides a white envelope across the desk. 2 weeks' pay. Clean out your locker and go. I stare at the envelope, unable to move. My entire world is crumbling around me, and all because of Justina Franklin's vendetta. This isn't right, I whisper. You know this isn't right. Sal finally looks at me, and for a second, I see regret in his eyes. But it vanishes quickly, replaced by cold professionalism. Sometimes life isn't right, kid. I've got a business to run. I take the envelope with trembling fingers, its crisp edges cutting into my skin. 2 weeks' pay. 14 days of grace before I have to figure out how to keep our heads above water. The envelope feels simultaneously too light and impossibly heavy in my hand. This isn't right, I say again, but Sal has already turned his back, busying himself with paperwork he suddenly finds fascinating. I walk to my locker in a daze, the familiar combination. Right to 15, left to 32, right to 8. Taking 3 attempts with my shaking hands. The metal door creaks open to reveal the small collection of personal items I've accumulated over years of service. A spare cardigan for cold mornings, my emergency flats, a faded photo of Elijah on his first day of kindergarten taped to the inside door. 5 minutes later, I'm standing on the sidewalk outside Sunrise Diner, a plastic bag containing my belongings clutched in one hand, Sal's envelope in the other. The mid-morning sun feels too bright, too cheerful for what just happened. People brush past me, caught up in their own lives, oblivious to the fact that mine has just imploded. I start walking, no destination in mind, just putting distance between myself and the diner. My mind races through calculations. Rent due in 2 weeks, Elijah's after-school program, groceries, utilities. The 2 weeks' pay will cover rent, barely, but nothing else. My savings account holds less than $300. Emergency money I've scraped together, penny by penny. Tears blur my vision as I walk, hot and humiliating. I blink them back furiously. I don't have time for tears. I need solutions, not self-pity. A bus rumbles past, and I realize I've been walking in the opposite direction of my apartment. 20 minutes wasted on aimless wandering. I turn around, suddenly aware of how exhausted I am, how my feet ache in my waitress shoes, how my throat burns with unshed tears. The walk home stretches longer than usual. By the time I reach our building, my face is wet despite my best efforts. Mrs. Gonzalez from 2B passes me in the stairwell, her concerned gaze following me as I fumble with my keys. Rosie? Everything okay, mija? Fine. I manage, forcing a smile that feels like it might crack my face. Just not feeling well today. Inside our apartment, I drop my bag by the door and sink onto the couch, finally allowing the tears to come freely. They rack my body in waves, hot and desperate. I haven't cried like this since Alexander left me all those years ago. Alexander. My phone is in my hand before I realize what I'm doing. His contact information pulled up on the screen. One tap and I could call him. He has money, connections. He could help me find another job, maybe even lend me enough to get through until then. My thumb hovers over his name. It would be so easy. But the memory of Justina's smug face flashes through my mind. Her perfectly manicured nails, her designer clothes, her casual cruelty. Going to Alexander for help would be admitting she was right, that I'm just a charity case, someone to be pitied and helped, and then discarded when the novelty wears off. I throw my phone across the couch. Number. I've survived worse than this. When I found out I was pregnant with Elijah, when I dropped out of college, when I built a life for us from nothing, I did it without Alexander Wilmington's help. I'll do it again. I wipe my face roughly and pull out my laptop. Job listings first. I need something immediately, even if it's not ideal. Waitressing, retail, administrative work, anything that will pay the bills while I figure out next steps. I create alerts on 3 different job sites, update my sparse resume, and draft a generic cover letter I can customize for different applications. Life doesn't end when hit with sudden setbacks. I know that better than anyone. But damn does it hurt to be heartbroken and humiliated by the same man I still love, despite everything.
Chapter 22. Alexander. I hit end call and tossed my phone onto the passenger seat, relief washing over me. Dallas didn't even question my sudden need for a personal day. Take all the time you need, man. Family comes first, he'd said, not knowing how right he was. The florist on Fifth Avenue had been my first stop. I'd spent too long deliberating between arrangements before settling on a bouquet of wildflowers, colorful, untamed, and distinctly not roses. Roses felt too on the nose for Rosie. The chocolate shop next door yielded artisanal truffles, and I'd scribbled a note on the fancy card they provided. Now, as I pull up to Rosie's apartment building, a knot forms in my stomach. What if she rejects the gesture? What if she slams the door in my face? I wouldn't blame her after everything that's happened. I take the stairs 2 at a time, rehearsing what I'll say when she gets home from her shift. The flowers feel awkward in my grip, the chocolates and note tucked under my arm. When I reach her door, I hesitate, wondering if I should leave everything outside or wait around like some lovesick teenager. Damn it. I knock. To my shock, the door swings open almost immediately. Rosie stands there, eyes red-rimmed, wearing sweatpants and a faded t-shirt. Not her waitress uniform. Alexander! Her voice is hoarse. Her curly hair is wild, and her cheeks are splotched with tear streaks. What are you doing here? I stare at her, my carefully rehearsed speech evaporating. You're home. Why aren't you at work? She laughs, but it's hollow and broken. I don't work there anymore. What? The flowers suddenly feel stupid in my hands. What happened? Rosie steps back, a silent invitation to enter. Her laptop sits open on the coffee table, job listings filling the screen. I got fired this morning. Her voice is flat as she sinks onto the couch. Sal called me into his office and showed me 27 one-star reviews on Yelp, all mentioning me by name. Someone also called in an anonymous tip, claiming I was stealing from the register. That's nonsense, I say immediately, setting down the flowers and chocolates. Everyone knows you're the best waitress there. Yeah, well, Sal didn't see it that way. She gestures to a white envelope on the table. 2 weeks' pay and goodbye. The pieces click together in my mind. Justina did this. Rosie looks up, surprise flickering across her face. How do you know? Because this is how she operates. I sit beside her, careful to leave space between us. Justina's been escalating. My dad warned me she might try something like this. Your dad knows about me. I told him everything. I leaned forward, desperate for her to understand. About you. About Elijah. He wants to meet him. Both of you. Tears well in her eyes. That doesn't help me pay rent next month. Rosie, I'm so sorry. I reach for her hand, expecting her to pull away. She doesn't. This is my fault. I should have shut Justina down harder, sooner. It's not your fault she's a psychopath. Rosie wipes her eyes with her free hand. But what am I supposed to do now? Jobs don't exactly grow on trees, especially ones that work with Elijah's schedule. I move closer, tentatively wrapping an arm around her shoulders. She stiffens for a moment, then leans into me, her body shaking with silent sobs. I've got you, I whisper into her hair. Both of you. We'll figure this out together. I don't need your charity, she mumbles against my chest, but there's no real fight in her words. It's not charity. It's me taking responsibility. I hold her tighter. Let me help, Rosie. Please. Not because I pity you, but because I care about you. Because I never stopped caring. She pulls back just enough to look at me, her eyes searching mine. You mean that? Every word. I brush a tear from her cheek. We can sue the diner for wrongful termination. I'll have my lawyers. No, she cuts me off. No lawyers. No lawsuits. I just need to find another job. Okay, I agree. Though I make a mental note to have my legal team look into Justina's involvement anyway. Whatever you need. But in the meantime, let me help with the bills. It's the least I can do. She's quiet for a long moment, then nods against my chest. Just until I find something new. I pull her closer, breathing in the scent of her hair. I'm not going anywhere this time, Rosie. I promise. Her arms tighten around my waist as she finally allows herself to fully lean into me. We sit like that for a long time, her tears gradually subsiding as I hold her, both of us understanding that something fundamental has shifted between us. I pull away slightly, taking in the sight of her tear-stained face. Even with puffy eyes and messy hair, she's still the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. I gently brush a curl from her forehead, my thumb tracing the curve of her cheek. I've missed you, I whisper, tilting her chin up. Her eyes meet mine, vulnerable yet wanting. I lean in, capturing her lips with mine. The kiss starts soft, tentative, but quickly deepens as she responds, her body melting against mine. Alex, she breathes against my mouth, her hands sliding up my chest to grip my shoulders. I stand, lifting her with me. She wraps her legs around my waist as I carry her toward the bedroom, our lips never parting. I've been going crazy not seeing you, I murmur against her neck, lowering her onto the bed. Justina and her games. Don't talk about her, Rosie says, her fingers working at my shirt buttons. Not now. I help her, shrugging out of my shirt and tossing it aside. You're right. This is about us. Her hands explore my chest, relearning territory she once knew by heart. I watch her face, the concentration in her eyes, the slight part of her lips. I've dreamed about this, about her, more times than I can count. Let me take care of you, I say, gently pushing her back against the pillows. Let me show you how much I've missed you. If you want to know where this naughty scene is headed, you'll have to get it from vixavonromance.com. This platform has rules and guidelines that we have to follow in order to keep these free stories coming. Find any Vixa audiobook on her website and use code VIXA40 for a 40% discount to make up for these interruptions. Let's return to the story. I'm not just here for this, I say quietly, brushing my lips against hers. I'm here for all of it. The job hunting, the bills, Raising Elijah. Everything. Her eyes search mine, looking for any hint of insincerity. You mean that? Every word. I roll to her side, keeping her close. You and Elijah are my family. I'll do whatever it takes to make this work. She nestles against my chest, her curls tickling my chin. Even when your parents object? When Justina makes trouble? Screw 'em all, I say, kissing the top of her head. My dad's already on our side, and my mom will come around once she meets Elijah. As for Justina, I tighten my hold on Rosie. She'll regret ever messing with what's mine.
You ever think about that one person? Yeah, that one. The one that got away. Or maybe the one who never really left your heart.
They broke it once, but what if they're the only one who can fix it?
Who, baby? Now we're talking second chances. 8 full-length audiobooks, dozens of hours of longing, regret, and the kind of love that refuses to stay buried.
And because healing your heart shouldn't break the bank, you get all of this for 70% off. Use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40 and get an additional 40% off.
The Second Chance Romance Audiobook Bundle.
It's not too late.
Vixavon Romance. Chapter 23. Rosie. I wake up to the smell of coffee and the sound of muffled giggles coming from the kitchen. Rolling over, I stretch my arms above my head, feeling muscles I'd forgotten I had. The past few weeks have been a whirlwind of changes, all good ones. Alex's dress shirts now hang beside my thrift store blouses in the closet. His expensive toiletries line the bathroom counter next to my drugstore brands. And most importantly, his deep laugh fills our apartment daily, usually in response to something Elijah has said or done. I pad barefoot into the kitchen to find them making pancakes together. Elijah stands on a chair, tongue poking out in concentration as he carefully pours batter onto the griddle. That's it, buddy. Nice and slow, Alex coaches, one hand hovering protectively near Elijah's waist. Perfect circle. Mom! Elijah spots me and waves the spatula dangerously. We're making breakfast. Alex turns, his face lighting up when he sees me. Morning, beautiful. Coffee's ready. He crosses the kitchen and kisses me, a casual gesture that still makes my heart flutter. 3 weeks of waking up together, and I'm still not used to having him here, being ours. I finished chapter 23 last night, I tell him, accepting the mug he hands me. That's amazing. His pride is genuine, warming me more than the coffee. After breakfast, I'll take Elijah to the park so you can start on 24. This is our new normal. Alex making space for my writing without me having to ask. Me learning to accept help without feeling like I'm failing. Us figuring out how to be partners in raising the son he's just getting to know. Can we play basketball? Elijah asks, carefully flipping a pancake with Alex's guidance. Absolutely, Alex says. I need to see if you've been practicing those dribbling skills. Later, after breakfast, and after they've left for the park, I sit at my laptop with a fresh mug of coffee. The words flow easily now that I'm not constantly worried about bills or finding a new job. Alex insisted on covering our expenses until my book is finished, promising connections with publishers through his network. Consider it back child support, he'd said when I protested. I've got 5 years to make up for. My phone buzzes with a text. It's a photo of Elijah on Alex's shoulders at the park, both of them beaming. My heart swells at the sight. That evening after dinner, Alex and I exchanged nervous glances across the table. We've rehearsed this conversation, but now that the moment has arrived, my mouth feels dry. Elijah, honey, I begin, reaching for his small hand. Alex and I want to talk to you about something important. Elijah looks between us, His fork paused midway to his mouth. Am I in trouble? Not at all, buddy, Alex says, his voice gentle. It's actually something really good. I take a deep breath. You know how some of your friends have dads who live with them? And some have dads who live somewhere else? Elijah nods, his eyes serious. Well, the truth is, I squeeze his hand. Alex is actually your dad. Elijah's eyes widen, darting between us. For real? For real? Alex confirms, emotion making his voice rough. I'm your father, Elijah. But Elijah's brow furrows. Why didn't you live with us before? Alex meets my gaze, silently asking permission. I nod. That's my fault, he tells Elijah. I didn't know about you until recently. If I had known, I would have been here from the very beginning. But now that I know, Alex continues, reaching across to take Elijah's other hand. I'm never going to leave. I want to be your dad. For real, every day. Elijah sits quietly for a moment, processing. Then his face breaks into the most beautiful smile I've ever seen. So I can call you Dad? He asks Alex. Alex's eyes fill with tears. Nothing would make me happier. Elijah leaps from his chair and throws himself into Alex's arms. I have a dad, he shouts, loud enough for the neighbors to hear. Over Elijah's head, Alex's eyes meet mine, full of gratitude and love. In that moment, I know we've made the right choice, not just for Elijah, but for all of us. After dinner, I get a strong desire to provide something nice for the boys. I pull out the flour and sugar from the cabinet, feeling a strange sense of contentment as I hear Alex and Elijah laughing in the living room. Their voices blend together in a way that makes my heart squeeze. Similar tones, similar laughs. How did I not notice before how much they sound alike? Who wants chocolate chip cookies? I call out, measuring ingredients into a large mixing bowl. Me. Elijah comes racing into the kitchen, Alex following close behind. Can I help, Mommy? Of course you can, baby. I lift him onto the counter beside me. You're my official taste tester. Alex leans against the refrigerator, watching us with a soft smile that makes my stomach flutter. It's still strange seeing him here in our small kitchen, his expensive watch catching the light as he crosses his arms over his chest. Can Dad help too? Elijah asks, and the word Dad still feels new and precious coming from his mouth. Absolutely, I say, meeting Alex's eyes. Dad can grab the chocolate chips from the top shelf that Mommy can't reach. Alex grins and moves behind me, his chest pressing against my back as he reaches up to the cabinet. Happy to be useful, he murmurs close to my ear, sending a shiver down my spine. I hand Elijah a wooden spoon to stir the dough while I crack eggs into the bowl. His little tongue pokes out in concentration, reminding me so much of Alex when he's focused that it almost hurts. You're a natural, Alex tells him, ruffling his curls. Just like your mom. Mommy makes the best cookies in the whole world, Elijah declares with absolute certainty. Is that right? Alex meets my eyes over Elijah's head, his expression tender. Uh-huh. Better than the store and better than school. Well, I can't wait to try them, Alex says, stealing a pinch of dough when he thinks I'm not looking. I swat his hand playfully. No sampling until they're baked. Spoil sport, he teases, but his eyes are warm as they hold mine. While the cookies bake, filling our apartment with the scent of vanilla and chocolate, Alex helps Elijah build a fort in the living room using couch cushions and blankets. I lean against the door frame, watching them, this scene of domestic bliss I never thought I'd have. 5 years of doing everything alone, working double shifts, helping with homework, kissing scraped knees, checking for monsters under the bed. 5 years of telling myself we were fine, Elijah and me against the world, and we were fine. But this feels like more than fine. The timer dings, and I pull the cookies from the oven, their edges golden and centers still soft. "They're ready," I call, and Elijah scrambles out from the fort, Alex right behind him. "Careful, they're hot," I warn as Elijah reaches for one. Alex lifts him up so he can see the cooling rack. "They smell amazing, Rosie." Once the cookies have cooled enough, we each take one. I watch Alex's face as he takes his first bite, curious about his reaction. "Oh, wow," he groans, eyes closing. Elijah wasn't kidding. "These are incredible." "Told you," Elijah says triumphantly, chocolate already smeared across his cheek. I laugh, reaching out to wipe his face with my thumb. "You've got chocolate everywhere, baby." "Worth it," Alex says, taking another bite. He steps closer to me, slipping an arm around my waist. "You're full of surprises, Rosie Davis." "Good surprises, I hope." "The best." He leans down and kisses me softly, tasting of chocolate and something uniquely him. When he pulls back, his eyes are serious. "Thank you." "For the cookies?" "For this." He gestures around the kitchen, to Elijah happily munching his second cookie, to the home we're somehow creating together. "For letting me be part of your lives." I rest my head against his chest, listening to the steady beat of his heart. "We're figuring it out together, right?" "Right." His arms tighten around me. One day at a time. Later, after we've tucked Elijah into bed together, a new routine that still feels miraculous, Alex pulls me close on the couch, my back against his chest, as we share the last cookie. "I never knew it could feel like this," I admit quietly. "Like what?" I gesture vaguely, struggling to find the words. "Like belonging. Like we're a real family." His arms tighten around me. "We are a real family, Rosie. Maybe not conventional, but real." I turn in his arms to face him. I'm still scared sometimes. That this is too good to be true. "It's not." He brushes a curl from my face. "I'm not going anywhere. Ever." And for the first time, I truly believe him.
Chapter 24. Alexander. I'm reviewing the balance sheet when Dallas bursts into my office without knocking, his face tight with tension I rarely see from him. "You need to see this." He tosses his tablet onto my desk, scattering my carefully arranged documents. "What the hell, man?" I'm in the middle of... "Look at it, Alex. Now." Something in his tone stops me cold. I grab the tablet and my stomach drops as I read the headline. Wilmington heir cheats on socialite with single mom waitress. Damn. The word comes out strangled as I scroll through the article, each paragraph worse than the last. Alexander Wilmington, CFO of Wilson Athletics and heir to the Wilmington fortune, has been carrying on a secret affair with diner waitress Rosie Davis while publicly courting longtime girlfriend Justina Franklin. My hands shake with rage. She's not my girlfriend. Keep reading, Dallas says grimly. Sources close to Mrs. Franklin reveal that Wilmington has been leading a double life, promising marriage to the Franklin heiress while pursuing Davis, a single mother with literary aspirations. The article goes on to quote anonymous sources describing Rosie as a gold digger who's trying to use me to advance her writing career. There's even a sidebar questioning her parenting, suggesting she's neglecting her child to pursue both me and her pipe dream of becoming an author. There's more. Dallas takes the tablet, swiping to another article. This one's in Literary Weekly. This headline punches even harder. Publishers beware, the desperate ploys of unknown writer Rosie Davis. I scan the piece, my fury building with each word. It's a character assassination, painting Rosie as an untalented hack using her connection to me to try to break into publishing. There are quotes from industry insiders warning publishers to avoid her work. Jesus Christ, I slam the tablet down. Justina did this. Yeah, I figured. Dallas runs a hand through his hair. It's in at least 6 different publications. Social media is blowing up with it, too. I grab my phone, pulling up Rosie's number. She doesn't answer. I try again, then send a text. Rosie, I'm so sorry about these articles. This isn't true. Call me. Have you talked to her? Dallas asks. No. I stand up, pacing the length of my office. She's not answering. What are you going to do? I'm going to destroy Justina Franklin. The rage in my voice surprises even me. She went after my kid, Dallas. Her career. This is beyond crossing a line. You need to be careful. Dallas's voice is steady, the voice of reason I desperately need right now. Justina's family has connections everywhere. If you go scorched earth, this could get worse. Worse than this? I gesture at the tablet. She's trying to ruin Rosie's life because she can't have me. My phone buzzes with an incoming call. I grab it, hoping it's Rosie, but it's my mother. I decline the call. I need to find Rosie. I grab my jacket from the back of my chair. She must be freaking out. What about damage control? Dallas asks. Your parents are probably losing their minds right now. I don't give a damn about damage control. I head for the door. My parents can wait. The company can wait. Rosie comes first. Dallas steps in front of me, blocking my path. Alex, stop. Think for a minute. You charging over there right now might make things worse. The press is probably camped outside her place already. The thought stops me cold. He's right. My showing up would just confirm the story for any photographers waiting to catch us together. Damn. I run both hands through my hair, tugging at the roots. What do I do? First, we need a statement. Dallas's calm is anchoring me. Something that shuts this down without giving it more oxygen. Then we need to talk to legal about a potential defamation suit. My phone buzzes again. My father this time. I decline that call too. I need to talk to Rosie first, I insist. Before any statements or legal action, I need to know she's okay. Dallas nods. Try calling from my phone. If she's screening calls, she might answer an unknown number. I take his phone and dial. After 4 rings, she picks up. Hello? Her voice is wary, thick, like she's been crying. Rosie, it's Alex. I'm using Dallas's phone. Silence, then. I can't talk to you right now. Don't hang up, Rosie. Please. My voice cracks with desperation. I know you're upset, but I need you to hear me. Her silence on the other end feels like a physical weight crushing my chest. They're lying about everything. About us. About you. I pace the length of my office, each step fueled by rage. And I swear to God I'm going to make this right. How? Her voice is barely above a whisper. My name is all over these articles. They're saying I'm using you, that I'm neglecting my son. They're calling me a gold digger, Alex. Listen to me, Rosie. I stop pacing, gripping the phone tighter. You and Elijah are my family. He's my son too, and I will not let anyone hurt either of you like this. A sharp intake of breath on the other end. Alex, yipping. No, let me finish. I've spent too long letting other people dictate my life. My parents, Justina, I'm done with all of it. I should have fought for us 6 years ago, and I'm fighting now. Dallas motions for me to put the call on speaker. I hesitate, then nod. Rosie, it's Dallas Wilson, he says, leaning toward the phone. I want you to know that Wilson Athletics stands behind Alex 100%. We're already drafting a statement condemning these false reports. We're bringing in the legal team right now, I add. Defamation, invasion of privacy, harassment. We're hitting back with everything. I don't understand why she's doing this, Rosie says, her voice stronger now. I never did anything to her. She's doing it because she's threatened, I explain. Because she knows what I've always known, that you're the only woman I've ever truly loved, and she can't stand it. Dallas gives me a thumbs up as he texts rapidly on his own phone. My PR team is scheduling interviews for tomorrow morning. Major networks, print media, digital platforms. We're going to set the record straight. Alex, the things they're saying about Elijah. Her voice breaks. I know, baby. And that's why Justina's going down. My voice hardens with resolve. I've kept quiet about her nonsense for years. Not anymore. Dallas slides a notepad across the desk. It's a list of Justina's scandals that we can expose. Her fake charity work where most of the money goes to administrative costs, meaning her shopping habit, the community service photos that were staged, the embezzlement from her family foundation. Her performative activism is about to be exposed. I continue. The Children's Hospital charity? She's been skimming funds for years. I have the receipts, the bank statements, everything. Are you sure about this? Rosie asks. Once you do this, there's no going back. I've never been more sure of anything. I run a hand through my hair, my resolve strengthening. I should have chosen you and Elijah from the start. I'm not making that mistake again. Dallas gives me a confident nod as he ends another call. Legal team is drawing up papers. We're filing first thing in the morning. Rosie, I say, my voice softening. Stay where you are. Don't talk to any reporters. I'm sending security to your place right now. No one's getting near you or Elijah. Alex. Her voice is steadier now. What about your parents? Your family? You and Elijah are my family, I say, without hesitation. Everyone else can either accept that or get out of my way. I can hear her breathing on the other end, processing everything. I need to see you, I tell her, both of you. Tonight. There's a pause, and for a moment I think she might refuse. Then quietly, okay. I'll be there in an hour. I promise, Rosie, by this time tomorrow the world's going to know the truth. About Justina. About us. Everything. As I end the call, Dallas claps me on the shoulder. You ready for this? It's going to get ugly. I look at the list of Justina's misdeeds, thinking of Rosie and Elijah facing this storm alone. I've never been more ready for anything in my life.
Chapter 25. Rosie. I grab another cup of coffee and settle back at my laptop, toggling between my manuscript and the news sites that have been blowing up all morning. Elijah's at school, thankfully oblivious to the storm that's been raging since yesterday. Damn, I whisper, watching the tide turn in real time. Alex appears on the screen, looking gorgeous in a dark suit as he sits across from a morning show host. His jaw is set with determination I've never seen before. Let me be absolutely clear, he says, his voice steady and powerful. The allegations against Rosie Davis are completely false and malicious. She is an incredibly talented writer and an exceptional mother who has raised an amazing son entirely on her own. The host leans forward. And your relationship with Justina Franklin? There is no relationship with Justina Franklin, Alex states firmly. There never was. We've known each other since childhood, but any romantic connection has been fabricated by her and her PR team. On screen, Alex pulls out a folder. What I do have are documented instances of Miss Franklin misappropriating funds from her family's charitable foundation. Over the past 3 years, nearly $2 million earmarked for children's cancer research was diverted to personal expenses. The host's eyes widen. That's a serious allegation. It's not an allegation. It's fact. Alex slides documents across the table. Bank statements, expense reports, and testimony from former employees. We've already provided these to the proper authorities. My laptop pings with notification after notification. Twitter is exploding with hashtags like hashtag Justina Ice Over Party and hashtag Team Rosie. Screenshots of Justina's past problematic behavior flood my timeline. staged charity photos, tone-deaf comments about the less fortunate, and receipts from extravagant shopping sprees on days she claimed to be volunteering. I clicked to another channel where a panel is discussing the scandal. Sources within the publishing industry confirmed that several editors had been warned against working with Rosie Davis, says one commentator. But now we're learning those warnings came exclusively from Franklin's representatives. And what about these photos? Another panelist gestures to the screen, showing Justina at a children's hospital. Our investigation reveals these were staged photo ops. She spent less than 10 minutes at each location. I can hardly believe what I'm seeing. Just yesterday, I was the villain in this story. The homewrecker, the gold digger, the neglectful mother. Now Justina's carefully constructed image is crumbling before my eyes. My phone rings. It's the agent Alex connected me with, Millie. She had called yesterday to regretfully inform me that a publisher was pulling their offer on my debut novel. Rosie, are you watching the news? Every channel, I confirm. I've had 3 publishers call this morning. They're all interested in your manuscript again. One's even talking about a bidding war. I nearly dropped my coffee. Are you serious? Deadly. This Wilmington guy is on a mission. He's not just clearing your name, he's making you into some kind of literary cause célèbre. Back on the TV, Alex's expression softens when asked about me. Rosie Davis is the most remarkable woman I've ever known. 6 years ago, I made the biggest mistake of my life by letting her go. I won't make that mistake again. Tears spring to my eyes. This man, this powerful, determined man, is fighting for me in a way no one ever has. My phone buzzes with a text from Alex. How am I doing? I type back, you're incredible. Elijah would be proud of you, his hero. His response comes instantly. I'm just getting started. I love you both. For the first time since this nightmare began, I smile. Whatever happens next, we'll face it together. But for right now, I have to get to work. I've never written so fast in my life. The words pour out of me like they've been waiting years to escape. Maybe they have. My fingers fly across the keyboard, barely keeping pace with my thoughts as I shape the final chapters of my manuscript. Every now and then, I glance at the TV still playing in the background. They're interviewing former employees of Justina's Family Foundation now, people who've been silenced by NDAs but are suddenly finding their courage. Alex's bold move has created a landslide. Just a little more. I mutter to myself, refocusing on my screen. The ending has always been the hardest part for me, finding that perfect balance between resolution and possibility. But today, the words come easily. I check the time. 2 hours until I need to pick up Elijah from school. 2 hours to finish what I started all those nights ago, scribbling ideas in my journal between diner shifts. My phone buzzes with a text from Alex. How's the writing going? Almost there, I type back. Just finishing the final chapter. Can't wait to read it. Millie texted. 3 more publishers want to meet next week. I smile, still not quite believing how quickly everything has changed. Just yesterday, my dream seemed impossible. Now, publishers are competing for my work. I return to my manuscript, channeling all the emotion of the past few weeks, the fear, the hope, the love, into my protagonist's final scene. In many ways, her journey mirrors my own. A woman finding her voice, claiming her power, and opening herself to love despite the risks. The words flow faster now. I'm in that magical space where time disappears and nothing exists except the story. When I finally type, the end, I sit back, breathless and a little stunned. It's done. Actually done. I save the document, then save it again to be sure. Then I email a copy to myself, to Alex, and to Millie. No way am I losing this now. The doorbell rings, startling me. I'm not expecting anyone, and after yesterday's media frenzy, I'm wary of unexpected visitors. I peek through the curtains and see a delivery person holding an enormous bouquet of wildflowers. I've opened the door cautiously. Delivery for Rosie Davis? That's me. I sign for the flowers and bring them inside, burying my face in their vibrant colors. The card reads, "To celebrate your writing and the beginning of everything else. I'm so proud of you. Love, Alex." I laughed through sudden tears. Of course he knew I'd finish today. He's believed in me from the start, maybe even when I didn't believe in myself. I place the flowers on my desk and run my fingers over my laptop, feeling a sense of completion I've never known before. 6 years of late nights, early mornings, stolen moments between shifts, and after Elijah went to bed. 6 years of doubting myself, wondering if I was chasing an impossible dream. And now it's real. My phone rings. It's Millie. "I just got your manuscript," she says without preamble. "And I've got news. Harper wants to meet tomorrow. They're talking 6-figure advance, Rosie. 6 figures. I sink into my chair, speechless. "Rosie? You still there?" "Yes," I manage. "I'm just processing." "Well, process quickly because we've got 4 more meetings lined up. This bidding war is getting serious." She pauses. "Your boyfriend is quite the PR machine. Everyone wants the book by the woman Alexander Wilmington is defending on national television." "He's not doing it for publicity," I say automatically. "Honey, I know that. And so does everyone else now. That's why it's working." She laughs. "Anyway, I'll email you the details for tomorrow. Wear something fabulous." After we hang up, I sit in the quiet of my apartment, looking around at the space that has witnessed so many of my struggles. The couch where I've fallen asleep with my laptop countless times. The kitchen table covered in notes and outlines. The photos of Elijah that have kept me going when I wanted to give up. I text Alex. "It's finished. Really finished." And Millie says Harper wants to meet tomorrow. 6-figure advance. His reply comes instantly. "Never doubted you for a second." "Dinner tonight to celebrate?" "I'll pick up Elijah from school so you can rest." I smile, typing back. Yes to dinner. Yes to everything. For the first time in 6 years, I feel like I can finally breathe. My manuscript is complete. My son is thriving. And the man I've always loved is back in my life, fighting for us both. I close my laptop and stand up, stretching muscles stiff from hours of writing. It's time to get ready for the next chapter, in my book and in my life.
Chapter 26. Alexander. I adjust my rearview mirror, catching a glimpse of Elijah in the back seat. He's dressed in a button-down shirt and khakis, swinging his legs and staring out the window with that curious intensity kids have. Rosie sits beside me, stunning in a deep blue dress that makes her eyes pop. "You okay?" I ask, reaching for her hand. "Just nervous. It's been years since I've seen your parents. They're going to love you. Again." I squeeze her fingers, and they're already obsessed with Elijah from the photos I sent. I know, but no buts. I bring her hand to my lips, pressing a soft kiss against her knuckles. This isn't college. We're not kids anymore. My parents have grown up too. They've had time to reflect just like we have. We pull into my parents' sprawling driveway, gravel crunching beneath the tires of my luxury sedan. Elijah immediately unbuckles enough to press his face against the window, his small hands leaving smudges on the glass as his eyes widen with childlike wonder. "This house is huge. Is it a castle? Like in my books?" His excitement fills the car, cutting through the tension that's been building since we left Brooklyn. Rosie laughs, the sound warming something deep in my chest. "Not quite, buddy. Though it probably seems that way compared to our apartment. It's where I grew up, I tell him, carefully parking the car between my father's vintage Jaguar and my mother's Mercedes, and where your mom and I used to hang out in college. I catch Rosie's eye, remembering all those stolen moments in the garden, the pool house, my bedroom when my parents were away. Did you kiss her here? Elijah asks with the blunt, unfiltered curiosity that only a 5-year-old can muster. His big brown eyes meet mine in the rearview mirror, completely innocent, yet somehow seeing right through me. Elijah! Rosie's eyes widen in mortification, her hand flying to cover her mouth. We don't ask people questions like that. Yes, I did. I hold Elijah's gaze in the mirror and give him a wink. A lot. Your mom was my favorite person to kiss back then. I glance at Rosie. Still is. Gross. He makes a face, then unbuckles himself with practiced ease. Before we can even reach the front door, it swings open. My mother stands there looking elegant as always, but with an excitement I haven't seen in years. Alexander! Rosie! She rushes forward, pulling Rosie into a tight hug. My dear girl, look at you. Just as beautiful as ever. Rosie returns the embrace, visibly relaxing. It's good to see you, Mrs. Wilmington. Yolanda, please. We're well past formalities. She turns to Elijah, who's partially hidden behind Rosie's legs. And you must be Elijah. I've heard so much about you. Elijah steps forward, extending his hand like Rosie taught him. Nice to meet you, ma'am. My mother laughs, delighted by his manners. Such a gentleman. Come in, come in. Heinrich is opening wine in the kitchen. The house smells like my childhood. My mother's perfume, polished wood, and whatever amazing dish she's prepared. We follow her through the foyer, and I place my hand on the small of Rosie's back, feeling her tension gradually ease. My father appears, wine bottle in hand. His face breaks into a genuine smile when he sees us. There they are. He sets down the bottle to embrace me, then turns to Rosie. Welcome back, Rosie. It's been far too long. Thank you for having us, Mr. Wilmington. Heinrich, please. He crouches down to Elijah's level. And who's this young man? I'm Elijah Davis. I'm 5 3/4. My father nods seriously. That's a very good age. I think I have something for 5 3/4-year-olds in my study. Would you like to see? Elijah looks up at Rosie, who nods her permission. He takes my father's offered hand, and they head toward the study. What did you get him? I ask my mother suspiciously. She waves dismissively. Just a little model train set. Nothing extravagant. Mom, it's the one you loved when you were his age, she adds softly. We saved it. Something catches in my chest. All these years, they kept my childhood toys waiting for a moment like this. They've been looking forward to this all week, I tell Rosie as my mother bustles around pouring wine. Dad actually canceled a board meeting. I'm just surprised they're so welcoming, Rosie whispers. After everything. They always liked you, Rosie. More than any of the society girls they pushed on me. It would hurt their egos to admit that out loud. I take a sip of wine, and now that they've met Elijah, you'll never get rid of them. From the study, we hear Elijah's excited laughter and my father's deeper chuckle. Rosie's eyes fill with tears. Hey, I say, touching her cheek. What's wrong? Nothing. She smiles through her tears. It's just, he's never had grandparents before. My parents are gone, and now suddenly he has this whole family. I pull her close, pressing my lips to her forehead. We're all his family now. And yours. My mother returns with appetizers, beaming at us. Now, Rosie, Alexander tells me Harper won the bidding war for your book. We must hear all about it over dinner. I watch in amazement as my son, completely transforms my normally composed parents into puddles of adoration. Elijah sits between them at the dining table, regaling them with stories about his kindergarten adventures while they hang on his every word. And then Billy put the crayon in his nose. Elijah throws his hands up dramatically. The teacher had to call the nurse. My mother's elegant laugh fills the dining room. I've rarely seen her so unguarded, so genuinely joyful. My father isn't faring much better. He's cut Elijah's meat into perfect bite-sized pieces and keeps refilling his juice glass with the attentiveness of a sommelier. He's extraordinary, my father says, leaning toward me while Elijah demonstrates to my mother how he ties his shoes with exaggerated concentration, his little tongue poking out between his lips. Brilliant boy. Gets that from his mother, I'd imagine. There's a note of pride in his voice I've rarely heard directed at me, let alone a child he has spent time with for all of 3 hours. I catch Rosie's eye across the table, and she smiles. That warm, genuine smile that still makes my heart skip a beat. And his father, she says softly, her eyes holding mine in a way that makes everything else in the room fade away. Under the table, I find her hand and intertwine our fingers, her skin soft against my calloused palm. The simple touch still sends electricity through me, even after all these months together. It's crazy how something so innocent can still light me up like a goddamn Christmas tree. You know what I think? My mother announces, dabbing the corner of her mouth with a napkin. That calculating gleam in her eye I've come to recognize as the prelude to a new project. I think we should have a family portrait commissioned. All 5 of us. Something for the main staircase, perhaps. Can I wear a cape in it? Elijah asks seriously, sitting up straighter, his brown eyes wide with the possibility. The kid's imagination never quits, another trait I'm learning we share. Absolutely, my father answers, before anyone can object, with the decisive tone he usually reserves for closing million-dollar deals. Every gentleman needs a proper cape for his portrait. He winks at Elijah, who beams back at him with unrestrained delight. Heinrich, my mother scolds, but she's smiling. We'll discuss wardrobe options later, darling. I shake my head in disbelief. Who are you people and what have you done with my parents? My mother waves dismissively. Oh, Alexander. Grandchildren change everything. She reaches over to smooth Elijah's curls. I just wish we hadn't missed so much time with him. The table goes quiet. It's the elephant in the room, the years we lost because of my stubbornness, my parents' expectations, and circumstances none of us could control. Well, my father says, clearing his throat, we're all together now. That's what matters. He raises his wine glass. To family. We all clink glasses and Elijah joins us with his juice, beaming with pride at being included in the toast. Speaking of family, my mother says with forced casualness that immediately puts me on alert, have you two discussed marriage? Rosie nearly chokes on her wine. I squeeze her hand reassuringly. Mother, it's a perfectly reasonable question, Alexander. You have a child together. You're clearly in love. Why wait? What's marriage? Elijah pipes up, mouth full of mashed potatoes. It's when 2 people who love each other very much decide to be a family forever, my father explains. Like your mom and dad. Elijah considers this, but we're already a family. Yes, we are, I agree, smiling at his simple wisdom. But there's usually a big party, my mother adds, unable to help herself. And cake. Elijah's eyes widen. Cake? Don't give him any ideas, Rosie warns my mother, but she's fighting a smile. I take a deep breath and decide to take control of the conversation before my parents start planning a wedding right here at the dinner table. Actually, I say, looking directly at Rosie, I've been thinking about it. Her eyes widen in surprise. You have, she whispers. I nod, bringing our joined hands up to rest on the table. I don't want to rush you, and I know we're still figuring things out. But I want you to know I'm all in, Rosie. You and Elijah are my world. My mother looks like she might burst with excitement. My father pretends to be very interested in his wine glass, but I can see the approval in his eyes. I've even looked at rings, I admit, feeling my face heat up. Nothing too flashy. I know that's not your style, but something special. When you're ready. Rosie's eyes shine with unshed tears. Alex. Is Dad gonna give you a ring, Mom? Elijah asks, oblivious to the emotional undercurrent. Someday, she answers, not taking her eyes off me. When the time is right. And then cake, he confirms. Priorities firmly established. Everyone laughs, breaking the intensity of the moment. Yes, buddy, I tell him, reaching over to ruffle his hair. Lots of cake. My mother raises her glass again. To future celebrations, she says, with a meaningful look that makes Rosie blush again. As we continue eating, I can't help but marvel at how perfectly Elijah fits here, in this house where I grew up. How right it feels to have Rosie beside me. For the first time in my life, the expectations I feel aren't burdensome at all. They're exciting. A future I can't wait to build, with the family I always wanted.
Chapter 27. Rosie. I adjust my blouse for the 5th time in as many minutes, tugging at the collar that suddenly feels too tight. My laptop camera makes a soft click as it activates, and I'm staring at my own nervous face in the corner of the screen while waiting for the others to join the Zoom call. Stop fidgeting, Alex whispers from the kitchen. You look amazing. Easy for you to say. You're not the one about to have a panic attack on camera. He crosses the room and places a steaming mug of tea beside me. Chamomile. For your nerves. His hand squeezes my shoulder, warm and steady. They're going to love you. The notification chimes, and suddenly my agent Millie's face fills the screen, her trademark red glasses perched on her nose. Rosie, there you are, ready to make history today? She grins, adjusting her camera. As ready as I'll ever be, I manage, taking a quick sip of tea. Remember what we discussed. Let me handle the business side. Just be your brilliant, charming self when they ask about the book. 2 more squares populate the screen. Karen Daniels, executive editor, and Marcus Way, publishing director at Horizon Books. My stomach does a backflip. Ms. Davis, wonderful to meet you, Karen says, her smile warm but professional. We've been absolutely captivated by your manuscript. Please call me Rosie, I say, my voice steadier than I feel. Behind me, Alex gives me a subtle thumbs up from where he's leaning against the counter, out of camera view. Marcus jumps in. Rosie, I stayed up until 3 a.m. finishing your novel. I couldn't put it down. The way you've captured the complexity of modern relationships while maintaining such a strong narrative voice, it was exceptional. I feel heat rush all over my body at the praise. Thank you. That means a lot. Let's get down to business, Millie interjects, all efficiency. Horizon has made an offer, but I believe we need to discuss the details. For the next 20 minutes, I listen in stunned silence as they discuss numbers that seem impossible. 6 figures, marketing budget, international rights, first refusal on my next 2 books. Alex silently hands me a glass of water when my mouth goes dry. We're prepared to offer a 3-book deal, Marcus says, with an advance of $350,000. I choke on my water. Alex's eyes widen behind me. That's substantial, Millie says, maintaining her cool much better than I am. But we should discuss the marketing commitment. Rosie's voice deserves to be heard by as wide an audience as possible. Absolutely. Karen nods. We're planning a major campaign. Front table placement in all major bookstores, a 6-city tour, and we want a fast-track publication. Your story has already generated significant buzz. I catch Alex's reflection in my screen as he silently pumps his fist in the air behind me, mouthing, "Oh my goodness." I struggle not to laugh. Rosie. Marcus leans forward. What inspired this story? It feels so authentic. I take a deep breath. I wrote it during stolen moments between shifts at the diner and after my son went to bed. It's about finding your voice when the world tells you to be silent. About fighting for your dreams even when they seem impossible. I pause, feeling suddenly emotional. About second chances. Alex moves behind me, placing his hands on my shoulders in silent support. Well, your persistence has paid off, Karen says. We believe this book could be the breakout debut of the year. Millie steers the conversation back to contract details while I sit there, trying to process what's happening. $350,000. My book in actual bookstores. People reading my words. When the meeting finally ends, I sit frozen, staring at the blank screen. Rosie? Alex kneels beside my chair. You okay? Did that just happen? I whisper. Tell me that just happened. That just happened. He grins, taking my hands in his. You're going to be a published author. A very well-paid published author. The reality crashes over me in waves. Oh my God. I launch myself into his arms, nearly knocking him over. Oh my God, Alex. He laughs, holding me tight. I told you they'd love it. I told you. I can stop worrying about work, I say. The realization dawning. I can write full time. I can get Elijah those new sneakers he wants. You can do anything, Alex says, cupping my face. This is just the beginning. My phone buzzes with a text from Millie. Celebrate tonight. Details tomorrow. You did it, girl. I look around my small apartment, at the laptop where I've poured my heart out night after night, at the man who believed in me when I barely believed in myself. We did it. I correct him, tears of joy streaming down my face. I couldn't have done this without you. Alex's arms around me feel like the safest place in the world. I breathe in his cologne, my face pressed against his chest, feeling the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. We stay like that for a long moment, neither of us wanting to let go. Wait, he says, pulling back slightly. This calls for something special. He disappears into the kitchen and returns with a bottle of champagne I hadn't even noticed he'd brought. It's expensive, I can tell from the label. Something I probably couldn't have afforded on my own. The bottle glistens under my apartment's dim lighting, condensation already forming on its chilled surface. I had a feeling today would be worth celebrating, he says with that smile that still makes my stomach flip, even after everything we've been through. Always so confident, I laugh, wiping away happy tears with the back of my hand. My mascara's probably smudged to hell, but right now I couldn't care less. Not confident. Just certain about you. He works the cork with practiced hands. Those strong fingers that have typed countless emails on my behalf, that have held mine through the darkest moments of doubt. About us. The cork pops with a satisfying sound, champagne foaming over his fingers in a rush of bubbles and excitement. He doesn't even flinch at the mess, just quickly pours 2 glasses, the pale gold liquid catching the light as he hands me one. To the next best-selling author, he says, his eyes never leaving mine. They're so intensely blue, so full of pride, and something deeper that makes my heart race. To second chances, I counter, clinking my glass against his. The gentle ring hangs in the air between us, a perfect crystalline note of promise. The champagne is crisp and perfect, tiny bubbles dancing on my tongue like the excitement fizzing through my veins. I take another sip, still trying to process everything that's happened. My story, our story really, is going to be read by thousands, maybe millions of people. The thought is simultaneously terrifying and exhilarating. Alex, this changes everything, I say, setting my glass down. I can quit worrying about money. I can focus on writing. Elijah can have everything he needs. I shake my head in disbelief. I never thought this would happen. I did. He sits beside me on the couch, taking my hand. From the first time I read your work, I knew it was just a matter of time. By the way, I hesitate, not wanting to ruin the moment. Have you heard anything more about Justina? Alex's expression darkens briefly. Last article I saw says she's fled NYC altogether. Apparently the PR nightmare was too much even for her. Word is she's moving to the West Coast to lay low for a while. Good riddance, I mutter, then immediately feel guilty. That sounds terrible, doesn't it? After what she tried to do to you? To us? Alex shakes his head. She tried to destroy your career, Rosie. She manipulated people against you. She deserves whatever's coming her way. I know, it's just, I can't help feeling a little sorry for her. She must be so unhappy to go to such lengths. Alex's expression softens. And that's why I love you. Even after everything, you still find compassion. He brushes a strand of hair from my face. But trust me, she'll land on her feet. People like Justina always do. At least she's out of our lives now. Completely. Alex refills our glasses, and we have better things to focus on. I take another sip of champagne, feeling lightheaded, though whether from the alcohol or the events of the day, I'm not sure. Like what I'm going to wear to my book tour? I joke. Like how we're going to tell Elijah about the book deal. His voice turns serious, eyes holding mine with an intensity that makes my stomach flutter. And about us. My heart skips, then races ahead like it's running a marathon. Us? The word comes out breathier than I intended, hanging in the air between us, loaded with 6 years of history and possibility. Unless I'm misreading things. His confidence falters for a moment, and I see a flash of the vulnerable man beneath the successful exterior. That hint of uncertainty in Alexander Wilmington, the man who commands boardrooms and closes million-dollar deals without breaking a sweat, sends a rush of tenderness through me that's almost overwhelming. You're not misreading anything, I assure him, setting my glass down with a soft clink against the table. My fingers tremble slightly, but my voice stays steady. There's definitely an us. A future marriage, if I can trust what he said to his parents. The thought makes my chest tighten with hope. Alex leans forward, his hand cupping my cheek. His palm is warm against my skin, and I instinctively lean into his touch. Good. Because I'm not letting you go again. The declaration isn't a question or a suggestion. It's a promise, delivered with all the certainty that is quintessentially Alex. When his lips meet mine, it feels like coming home after a long journey. Familiar, yet new. Comfortable, yet thrilling. I melt into him, my hands finding their way to his shoulders, pulling him closer until I can feel the solid warmth of his chest against mine. The kiss deepens, and years of separation seem to dissolve between us, replaced by something stronger, more resilient than what we had before. Something that could withstand the storms we've weathered apart and might face together.
Chapter 28. Alexander. I spread the checkered blanket across the grass, making sure there are no wrinkles. The weather couldn't be more perfect. 75 degrees with a gentle breeze, the kind of spring day that makes you believe in new beginnings. Central Park bustles around us, alive with joggers, dog walkers, and families enjoying the sunshine. Ball! Ball! Elijah jumps up and down beside me, his energy boundless as he points to the soccer ball I've just pulled from our bag. Hold your horses, buddy. I ruffle his curly hair, marveling at how much he looks like Rosie when he smiles. Let's get everything set up first, then we can play. Rosie appears with our picnic basket, setting it down on the corner of the blanket. The spot is perfect, Alex. You can see the whole meadow from here. I know my parks. I wink at her, then turn to Elijah. All right, champ. Show me what you've got. I roll the ball toward him, and he stops it with surprising coordination for a 5-year-old. His face scrunches in concentration as he kicks it back, his whole body putting effort into the motion. Look at that! Future World Cup star right here. I catch Rosie's eye and she smiles, that soft, proud smile that makes my chest ache with happiness. For the next 20 minutes, Elijah runs circles around me, his laughter carrying across the park as I pretend to miss the ball. My designer shoes are getting scuffed to hell, but I couldn't care less. Every giggle from him is worth more than anything money could buy. Hungry yet? Rosie calls, laying out containers of food on the blanket. Starving! Elijah abandons the ball mid-kick and races toward the food, collapsing dramatically onto the blanket. Careful, you'll crush the strawberries, Rosie warns. But she's laughing. I join them, sitting cross-legged beside Rosie. Our shoulders touch as she hands me a sandwich, and even that small contact sends warmth through me. 6 years apart, and her effect on me hasn't diminished one bit. This is nice, I say, watching Elijah carefully remove the crust from his sandwich, just like Rosie does. The 3 of us. It is. She leans against me slightly, her voice soft. I never thought we'd have this. While Elijah devours his lunch and then gets distracted by a nearby butterfly, I reach into my pocket, feeling the small velvet box that's been burning a hole there all day. My heart hammers against my ribs. You okay? Rosie asks, noticing my sudden tension. You look like you're about to face a firing squad. I'm better than okay. I take a deep breath, shifting to face her directly. Rosie, these past few months have been the happiest of my life. Having you back, getting to know Elijah, it's everything I never knew I needed. Her eyes widen slightly, realization dawning on her face. I don't want to waste any more time. I pull out the box, opening it to reveal a ring. Elegant, but not ostentatious. A single diamond set in white gold with small sapphires on either side. I know it's not the flashiest ring in the world. It's perfect, she whispers, her eyes filling with tears. Rosie Davis, will you marry me? Will you let me spend the rest of my life trying to make you and Elijah as happy as you've made me? Her hands tremble as she reaches for my face, cupping my cheeks. Yes, she says, her voice thick with emotion. God, yes. I slip the ring onto her finger, and it fits perfectly. When I kiss her, I pour everything into it. All the years we lost, all the love I've carried, all the promises for our future. Mom, why are you crying? Elijah's voice breaks us apart. He stands beside the blanket, the soccer ball tucked under his arm, his expression concerned. Happy tears, buddy, I tell him, my own voice rough with emotion. Come here. He approaches cautiously, looking between us. What's that? He asks, pointing to the ring now glittering on Rosie's finger. Rosie pulls him into her lap, wrapping her arms around him. Remember how we talked about families? And how some families have a mom and dad who live together. He nods solemnly. Well, your dad has asked me to marry him. That means we'll all live together and be a family. Would you like that? Elijah studies me with those serious brown eyes, so much older than his years. For real? My throat tightens. I'd like that more than anything in the world, Elijah. If it's okay with you. He considers this for a moment, then nods decisively. Okay, but I get to be the best man. I laugh, relief and joy washing over me. Absolutely. Wouldn't have it any other way. And there's cake, right? He asks, remembering our dinner conversation at my parents' house. The biggest cake you've ever seen, I promise, pulling both him and Rosie into my arms. As I hold my family, I look out over the park, at all the people going about their day, unaware that my entire world has just shifted into perfect alignment. For the first time in my life, I'm exactly where I'm meant to be. I lean back on my elbows, watching Elijah chase after a butterfly. His laughter carries across the park as he zigzags through the grass, arms outstretched like he's flying. The ring on Rosie's finger catches the sunlight, sending little prisms dancing across the picnic blanket. He's got endless energy, I say, shaking my head in amazement. I'm exhausted just watching him. Rosie smiles, her eyes never leaving our son. He's always been like that. From the moment he could crawl, he was into everything. Keeping up with him is a full-time job. I watch her watching him, and my chest tightens with emotion. She's so beautiful like this. Relaxed, happy, her guard completely down. I've missed so many moments like this. Years of them. I've been thinking, I say, my voice casual despite the weight of what I'm about to suggest. What would you think about a house in the Hamptons? She turns to me, eyebrow arched. The Hamptons? Yeah, something big with a yard for Elijah to run around in. A place where he could have his own room, maybe a playroom too. I gesture toward our son, who's now spinning in circles until he falls dramatically onto the grass. Somewhere with space. That's quite a step up from my Brooklyn apartment, she says carefully. I shrug, trying to play it cool even though my heart is racing. It could be nice, don't you think? For the three of us. Maybe more, eventually. Her eyes widen slightly. More? It's a possibility, right? I reach for her hand, running my thumb across her knuckles. A big house would have plenty of room for a growing family. The smile that spreads across her face is like sunshine breaking through clouds. I'd like that, she says softly. I've always thought Elijah would make an amazing big brother. He would, I agree, picturing it. Elijah showing a little sister how to kick a soccer ball, or reading dinosaur-themed bedtime stories to a little brother. He's got that protective streak. Gets it from his mom. Rosie laughs, leaning into my side. From both of us, I think. I wrap my arm around her shoulders, pulling her closer. So, the Hamptons? We could look at places next weekend if you want. You're really serious about this? Dead serious. I press a kiss to her temple. I want to build a life with you, Rosie. A real one with a home that's ours. Not my place or your place. Ours. She's quiet for a moment, watching Elijah as he discovers a ladybug and crouches down to examine it with intense concentration. I never thought we'd get here, she finally says. I know. I squeeze her shoulder. But we're here now. And I'm not going anywhere. Then yes, she says, turning to face me. Yes to the Hamptons. Yes to more kids. Yes to everything. I can't help myself. I kiss her right there in the middle of Central Park, with the sun warming our skin and our son's laughter as the soundtrack. When we break apart, she's smiling against my lips. What? I ask. Nothing. Just thinking about how life works out sometimes. If someone had told me 6 months ago that I'd be sitting here with you, engaged, talking about houses in the Hamptons and more children, you'd have called them crazy? Completely delusional, she agrees with a laugh. Mom. Dad, look. Elijah races toward us, something cupped carefully in his small hands. I found a ladybug. He opens his palms just enough to show us the tiny red insect crawling across his skin. Careful with her, Rosie says gently. Remember what we said about living things? Be gentle and set them free, Elijah recites solemnly. I'm going to put her on that flower so she can go home to her family. As he carefully deposits the ladybug on a nearby dandelion, I look at Rosie and mouth. Our son is amazing. She nods, eyes shining with pride and something else. Hope, maybe. For all of us. For our future.
Chapter 29. Rosie. I stir the pot of homemade marinara sauce, inhaling the rich aroma of garlic and basil. Through the kitchen's massive windows, I can see the Atlantic Ocean stretching out beyond our property, waves gently lapping at the shore. Even after the fact we purchased this home 2 months ago, I still can't believe this place is ours. Need any help with that? Monica slides up beside me. Baby Paul nestled against her shoulder. His chubby cheeks and bright eyes make my heart melt every time I look at him. I think I've got it. But you could taste test. I hold up a spoon, and she leans in, careful not to disturb Paul. Perfect. Just like my grandmother's recipe. She adjusts Paul, who gurgles happily. This kitchen is a dream, Rosie. I'd kill to have this much counter space. I laugh, glancing around our gleaming chef's kitchen with its marble countertops and professional-grade appliances. Sometimes I still feel like I'm cooking in someone else's house. Like I'm going to get caught and kicked out. Girl, please. You earned this. Monica bounces Paul gently. She pats me on the shoulder as she heads out to the patio where her husband is. Your book is crushing it, and Alex is the luckiest man alive to have you. Through the open doors to the back patio, I hear the boys' laughter. Elijah and Matthew are running around with plastic dinosaurs, creating some elaborate game involving a T-Rex and a volcano. Roar! The lava's coming. Elijah shouts, his voice carrying through the summer air. Quick! Save the baby dinos, Matthew responds, equally dramatic. I smile, remembering how quickly they bonded. Little boys with a love for dinosaurs and soccer, they became instant best friends upon meeting each other. Monica returns to me, ready to help. Those two are going to sleep well tonight? My attention shifts to Alex and Dallas, seated on the patio furniture. Dallas is sipping a beer while Alex cradles baby Paul, who's now been passed to him. The tenderness in Alex's expression as he holds the infant makes my chest tighten. Look at those little fingers. I hear Alex say, his voice carrying through the open doors. Man, I didn't even realize how tiny they are at this stage. Dallas laughs. Enjoy holding him now. In a few months, he'll be crawling everywhere, getting into everything. I can't wait, Alex says, surprising me with his enthusiasm. Seriously, I missed all that with Elijah. The first steps, first words. I want that experience, you know? The whole thing, from the beginning. You thinking about another kid? Dallas asks. Alex's voice drops, but I can still make out his words. Yeah, I really am. Seeing Rosie with Elijah, she's an amazing mom, and I want to be there this time. For everything. Monica catches me eavesdropping and smirks. Sounds like someone's got baby fever. I feel my body warm up. We've talked about it, theoretically. Theory, that man wants to knock you up yesterday. She laughs, then grows more serious. Do you want more kids? I stir the sauce, considering. I do. Elijah's always wanted a sibling, and seeing him with Matthew, how naturally he takes on that big brother role. Plus, watching Alex with him these past months. I trail off, emotion catching in my throat. He's a natural dad, Monica finishes for me. He is. And he deserves to experience it all. The midnight feedings, the first smile, all of it. The timer beeps, and I turn my attention back to dinner, pulling a tray of garlic bread from the oven. The aroma fills the kitchen, and almost immediately, I hear the patter of little feet. Is dinner ready? Elijah appears, Matthew right behind him. We're starving. 5 more minutes, I tell them. Go wash your hands first. They race off and Monica shakes her head. I swear they have food radar. I call out to the men. Dinner's almost ready. Alex comes in, still holding Paul, who's now fast asleep against his broad chest. The sight of them together sends a flutter through me that has nothing to do with hunger. Here, Monica says, reaching for her son. Let me put him down in the portable crib, Alex reluctantly hands over the baby, his eyes meeting mine across the kitchen. There's a question in them, one I know the answer to. "Dinner smells amazing," he says, coming over to kiss my cheek. "Need any help?" "Just set the table. Everything else is ready." As he grabs plates from the cabinet, he leans in close, his voice just for me. "You heard what I said out there, didn't you?" I nod, unable to hide my smile. I did. And his eyes search mine, hopeful and vulnerable. I reach up, touching his face gently, and I think Elijah would make an excellent big brother, sooner rather than later. His answering smile is everything. "Tonight," he whispers, mischief dancing in his eyes. "Alex," I laugh, swatting him with a dish towel. "We have guests." "They can leave early," he suggests, completely serious. Before I can respond, the boys race back in, hands still dripping. Our moment breaks, but the promise in Alex's eyes remains. As we all gather around our dining table, laughter and conversation flowing freely, I look around at our extended family, at this life we've built, and feel a contentment I never thought possible. The dinner table buzzes with laughter and conversation as Dallas regales us with stories about Matthew's latest soccer game. I catch Alex's eye across the table, and he gives me that private smile that still makes my heart skip after all this time. "More wine," I offer, already reaching for the bottle. "Please." Monica holds out her glass. "I've been waiting 9 months for this Cabernet." Dallas sets down his fork with a satisfied sigh. "Rosie, that pasta was incredible. I'm gonna need the recipe." "Family secret," I tease, refilling his glass. "But I might be persuaded to share it at the wedding." Alex chuckles. "Speaking of which, we should probably set a date soon." My mother calls daily for updates. "Your mother called me yesterday," I admit, causing Alex's eyebrows to shoot up. She had some very specific thoughts about flower arrangements. "Of course she did." Alex rolls his eyes, but there's no real annoyance there. His relationship with his parents has improved dramatically since they met Elijah and saw how happy we are together. Dallas clears his throat, suddenly looking more serious. "Before we get too deep into wedding talk, I actually have an announcement." He glances at Monica, who nods encouragingly. "As of this morning, Wilson Athletics is officially clean. The financial restructuring is complete, all the audits are done, and we've settled the last of the lawsuits from my father's indiscretions." "That's fantastic news," I say, genuinely happy for him. Dallas has been working tirelessly to salvage the company his father nearly destroyed. "It wouldn't have happened without Alex," Dallas continues, raising his glass in a toast. "When I hired you as CFO, I knew you were good, but man, I had no idea how good. You saved my family's legacy." Alex shakes his head modestly. "I just followed the money." "Your dad didn't exactly cover his tracks well." "Still," Monica chimes in, "cleaning up decades of fraud and embezzlement within the year? That's impressive as hell." "To Alex," Dallas says, holding up his glass. "The financial wizard who somehow managed to keep us out of bankruptcy and prison simultaneously." We all laugh and clink glasses. I feel a surge of pride watching Alex accept the praise with his typical humility. His brilliance with numbers has always amazed me, even back in college when he'd help me with my economics homework. "So," Monica says, turning to me with a mischievous gleam in her eye, "now that the financial crisis is averted, let's talk about this wedding. Have you picked a venue yet?" "We're thinking about the beach house," I say, looking to Alex for confirmation. "A small ceremony on the sand at sunset. Maybe 50 people max. With a reception on the back patio," Alex adds. "String lights, good food, dancing under the stars." "That sounds perfect." Monica sighs dreamily. "It would be great for you guys, What about the dress? Dallas asks, surprising us all with his interest. Dallas Wilson, are you turning into a wedding planner on us? I tease. He shrugs, completely unembarrassed. Hey, I planned our wedding, and it was fantastic. It's true, Monica confirms. The man has an eye for detail. I was thinking something simple, I say. Not too fussy. Maybe something flowy for the beach. Mom's gonna be a princess. Elijah pipes up from where he and Matthew are finishing their pasta. Is that right? I ask, amused. He nods emphatically. And I get to wear a tux and carry the rings. Dad said so. Dad is correct, Alex confirms, winking at our son. You're the most important guy in the wedding after me. What about the honeymoon? Monica asks, leaning forward eagerly. Please tell me you're going somewhere exotic. Alex and I exchange glances. We haven't decided yet, he admits. With Elijah starting school in the fall. Bring him with you, Dallas suggests. Family honeymoon. Or better yet, leave him with us. Matthew would love it, and you two deserve some alone time. We'll figure it out, I say diplomatically, though the thought of a week alone with Alex on some tropical beach is certainly appealing. As the conversation flows around me, I take a moment to look at these people gathered in our home. My fiancé, our son, our closest friends. This life we've built feels like a dream sometimes. The beach house with its ocean views, my book climbing the bestseller lists, Alex thriving in his career, and Elijah growing into such a bright, happy child. What are you thinking about? Alex asks quietly, his hand finding mine under the table. Just how lucky we are, I whisper back. How everything worked out exactly as it was supposed to. He squeezes my hand, his eyes soft with understanding. It did, didn't it? As Dallas launches into a detailed breakdown of potential wedding cakes, I lean my head against Alex's shoulder, overwhelmed with gratitude for this life we've created together. The one we almost missed out on, but somehow found our way back to.
Chapter 30. Alexander. I stretch out on our king-sized bed, listening to the rhythmic sound of waves crashing against the shore through our open bedroom window. The ocean breeze carries the scent of salt and summer into our room, making the curtains dance softly. These quiet moments after putting Elijah to bed have become my favorite part of the day. Rosie emerges from the bathroom in one of my t-shirts, her curly hair piled messily on top of her head. Even like this, especially like this, she takes my breath away. "He's finally asleep," she says, climbing into bed beside me. 3 bedtime stories and 2 glasses of water later. I pull her against me, savoring the warmth of her body. That kid could negotiate world peace with his bedtime stalling tactics. "Wonder where he gets that from," she teases, poking my chest. "Mister, I just need 5 more minutes to finish this email. Guilty." I kiss the top of her head, breathing in the scent of her shampoo. "How was your day? I noticed you didn't eat much at dinner." Rosie shifts slightly in my arms. I've been feeling off all day. Kind of nauseous. That's why I skipped dinner. My hand, which had been lazily tracing patterns on her back, freezes. I pull back to look at her face. Nauseous. Like morning sickness nauseous? A small smile plays at the corners of her mouth. Maybe. I've been feeling weird for about a week now. Tired, queasy in the mornings. I sit up straighter, fully alert now. "Are you saying what I think you're saying?" "I took a test this morning while you were in the shower," she admits, her eyes sparkling. "I was going to wait, but..." And my heart pounds against my ribs. "It was positive. I'm pregnant, Alex. For a moment, I can't speak. Can't breathe. Can't do anything but stare at this incredible woman who's already given me so much. Damn, are you serious? I finally manage, my voice thick with emotion. We're having a baby? Rosie nods, her eyes filling with happy tears. We're having a baby. I pull her into my arms, crushing her against my chest, overwhelmed by a surge of joy so intense it nearly knocks me flat. Damn, Rosie. She laughs against my neck, eloquent as always. I'm going to be there for everything this time, I promise, pulling back to cup her face in my hands. Every doctor's appointment, every ultrasound, every midnight craving. I'm not missing a single moment. I know, she whispers, touching my face gently. That's what makes this so perfect. I kiss her then, pouring every ounce of my love and gratitude into it. Her lips are soft and yielding under mine, and when she sighs into my mouth, something primal stirs inside me. My hands slide under her t-shirt, finding the warm skin of her waist. Is this okay? I murmur against her lips. With the baby? She smiles against my mouth. More than okay. It's perfectly safe. You've already seen a doctor? I ask, momentarily distracted. Called this afternoon. Got an appointment for next week. She pulls me back to her. Now shut up and kiss me. I don't need to be told twice. My mouth claims hers again as I gently push her back against the pillows. My hands explore her body with reverent hunger, mapping the curves I know by heart, but somehow feel new tonight. I love you, I whisper against her skin. I love you so much. Her fingers tangle in my hair as I move lower, pressing kisses down her neck, across her collarbone. Show me, she breathes. And I do, worshipping every inch of her body, marveling at the thought that she's carrying our child. As we move together in the darkness, the sound of the ocean a distant soundtrack to our passion, I'm overwhelmed by gratitude for this second chance. Not just with Rosie, but at fatherhood. I hate to burst your bubble when things are just getting started, but this platform won't allow us to air the steamy content coming up in this chapter. If you want us to keep bringing you free audiobooks, we have to abide by their rules. Luckily for you, the unabridged version of every Vixavon audiobook is available at vixavonromance.com. And with promo code VIXA40, you can get 40% off any digital product. I pull her against me, both of us breathing hard. Her dark skin is hot and glowing, her curls wild around her face. I've never seen anything more beautiful. Come here, I murmur, tucking her into my side. She fits perfectly against me, her head on my chest, one leg thrown over mine. I pull the sheet over us, cocooning us in warmth. My hand finds its way to her still flat stomach, spreading my fingers protectively over where our child grows. The thought fills me with awe and fierce love. I can't believe we're going to have a baby, I whisper, pressing a kiss to her forehead. Our baby. She places her hand over mine. I know. It's perfect timing, isn't it? Elijah's been asking for a sibling. He's going to be an amazing big brother. I stroke her hair, marveling at how right this feels. And you're going to be even more amazing the second time around. We're going to do it together this time, she reminds me, her voice soft but certain. Every step of the way, I promise. I'm not missing a single moment. She snuggles closer, her breathing starting to even out. I hold her tightly, overwhelmed by gratitude that this incredible woman is mine, that we found our way back to each other despite everything. As Rosie drifts towards sleep in my arms, I make a silent vow to our unborn child. I will be there from the very beginning this time. Every ultrasound, every kick, every midnight craving, every moment.